is streaming, and we are going to see if we connect. Says we have an excellent connection here on studio. Now we're going to see if the image embeds into live stream. Okay, we have embedded image, and we are going to turn towards our, well, we're going to turn towards Infinite Call, and we're going to bring people on, and here we are with audio call, and let's see who comes on. And with everybody else out there, we're counting on you to let us know whether or not you can hear us. We're going to check for an echo, and we're going to bring people. We have an echo, and we have Aristides, I believe. Is that you, sir? Okay.
Hello.
Yeah. Whoa, you sound enthused. Okay, let's see if you're registering. I believe you are, but say hello again or something.
Hello or something. Am I registering?
You are registering. You are registering. Okay, so
Great.
we are here at the critical junction where I need to get my tea. So let me know if you're ready to hold the stage for what would approximately take 3 to 5 minutes for me to wipe the strainer clean after I,
Okay.
tea is steeped. By the way, our man Tea Take Berry says, "Good evening, loud and clear, brothers." But I'm not going to leave until you're ready to, until you feel confident enough to hold the stage. And I want to thank you, of course, for being here at all. I mean, considering the fact it's a miracle any of us get here at all.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, how
a
have
minute,
you been?
in a minute or two, I can do that.
Okay, take your time. There's no rush. I'll hold stage until then. Okay, let's give love and hugs to Tea Take Berry, and okay, love and hugs. Oh my God, what it's always down to the wire. Love and hugs at Tea Tank. There we are, and of course, we couldn't do this without all of you. Everybody let us know how we're sounding, and of course the upvote. The upvote is existential, and subscribe. Resubscribe if you are unsubscribed, because they will unsubscribe you. It's what they do. And yes, YouTube does that for no apparent reason, though we do believe there is conspiracy behind it. Suppression of information. Okay, with that, we are going to press the upvote here, if at all possible, and hit that from every channel that you've got. All right, we are now going to hold stage till our man.
No, I'm here.
Okay, great.
I'm here. I've been here. I just need to sit down here with my drink.
While you take your time. There's no rush. There's no rush.
And here, and I hit my little pop-up. It gets me to the program where I am going to hit the upvote immediately.
Bless you.
As everyone should. And should just do that instinctively without us even saying so or bringing it up. It's easy to get in that habit, and then once you're in that habit,
yes,
very good. To do that, and if you need to go now, go ahead.
Okay, excellent. So I will be returning in just about 5 to 7 minutes. So thank everybody for their patience. Our man Aristides has got you all in the best of hands. And with that, it's just one final check into the screensaver here before I take my leave. Go mute, take my leave, and I'll be right back. Thank you so much, Aristides. You are the man.
Ahead.
Okay, bless you.
Right, as we were saying, hit the upvote right away. That is important, not just to show your support for Douglas as you would for any creator, but in this case, it's important because there are downvotes placed. You can't see them. YouTube hides them all these days, but there are downvotes placed in an automated way. Usually it's just a certain number right away by bots, and that affects the algorithm, so to speak, and that in turn affects Douglas's likelihood to be shown high up in search results or suggested content areas. So that's why we harp on about the upvotes and the interaction and the algorithm and such. So You do have to be logged in to do the upvoting or any YouTube stuff. If you have you've done so before, please do that. If you've never done so, it might not be as daunting as you think. As far as I know, if you have a Gmail, that'll just get you logged in to YouTube as is, I believe, although I stay logged in, so I haven't created any new account in a while, but I believe it's as simple as having a Gmail. And the cool thing is, if you have multiple Gmails, once you're signed in on one, there's a account menu up in the corner, as there is with most things. And if you click on that, you will find a under there, it says switch account or something similar. If you go to that, you can switch between various accounts or Gmails, logins that you might have or might yet create. And then the cool thing is you can real quick switcheroo. Even while you're listening, it'll be a slight blip, but it'll keep playing live, and you can switch. And then you can upvote more than once. So unlike in real life, you can vote more than once, and we call that the Dietrich democracy around here. So once you get all this set up, it sounds like a lot, but once it's all set up, you could switch back and forth real quick, throw a couple upvotes, and get that algorithm on the up and up. So beyond that, even if you're only going to sign in on one account, you can, underneath your YouTube account, that's just for listening and remembering various things. That's not for publishing anything. You can create a channel underneath your account. The presumption of channels is that they would be used to publish things, but you don't have to. You can essentially just create like a dummy channel. And the cool thing there is channels are their own identity also, and they can do independent upvoting. So you really could do as many votes as you have the ambition to do these things with. I've already put a second upvote there, and so that's the first thing. Then beyond that, what else would help would be to share the content. There should be a button that says share right underneath the window. If you click that, it should pop up a little thing where you can grab the link out of to share with anyone. That link will be good both during the live and afterwards when it converts to a replay, a regular video. So if you grab that now, it's good for all time, assuming the program stays up. And you can share that anywhere, in a chat, email, send it to your friend, post it anonymously, post it purposely.
Okay,
friends.
give me a second.
Yeah, go ahead. Just we did the upvotes, and now sharing the link as far and wide as you can. And also, if you could grab it out of the browser bar, that will work too.
I finally got the earbuds back in the right holes in my head. Okay, dear Aristides, continue.
All right, so yeah, if you hit that share button, not only will you get the link, but I believe YouTube will see that also, and no doubt all things available figure into the algorithm. The voting, hitting the share button for the link, comments below the window only open up after the live. Once it's in a replay state. During the live, there is only the live chat on the side. Now that I don't know if chatting figures into the algorithm at all, but I do believe the comments and upvoting the comments would do so. So please do upvote. Douglas always puts a comment underneath each video now that he can do that again.
Yes.
With his crucial information, his PayPal, his website. So if you're ever there on a replay and you happen to scan down and look at the comments, please do hit the upvote there, which I'm doing right now in the previous episode.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Excellent.
And I'm just liking them all. So
bless
really,
you.
really getting that algorithm boosted up.
Yes. Yeah,
Yeah,
which is
so
important for
yeah,
distribution, everybody. This is
yeah,
not a ego trip. It's and I also want people to understand that when I both like and heart my own comment, it's a necessity because otherwise people vote it down and it is removed by YouTube. YouTube does that with enough. If the downvotes supersede or outnumber the upvotes, they will remove the comment, even if it's put up by the owner himself, the owner of the channel. So in order to
gosh.
countermand that or preempt that, I have to like and heart all my own comments, which I find to be ridiculous looking, but there is method to the madness by necessity. It's beyond my control. So yeah, always, never forget to emphasize that as well, dear Aristides. Thank you.
Yes, of course. Yes, it's not about so much self-gratification as it is survival, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So, yes, all these things help. So just hit that little thumbs up. Basically, anywhere you see it, feel free to leave a comment. I think actually interacting and not just liking probably does a lot more than just liking. Feel free to leave a comment of any kind. Douglas nor we are going to be, really, really, really critical unless you're trying to be mean. You could be silly, talk about anything you want. Could be about the show, could be about anything, and whatever whim strikes you or inspires you. But yeah, don't be afraid to leave a comment there. So, or participate in the live chat. So with that, what else? So beyond likes, and subscribing. To check that, you want to go to the his main channel page. If you see a button underneath the window that says subscribe, definitely hit that. And then you should see a little bell icon right next to that. That is the notification pop-up thing. If you click on that, it'll give you a couple options. Ideally, you click the all, and that usually puts these two little emphasis lines around the bell. But that just means that every time there's a live or an upload of any activity on the channel, you get a little pop-up notification on your device, and that is very handy. I use it myself, so I don't have to, go under my favorites and look, for where I favorite, any of that. It just pops up the little thing, and it serves as a reminder as well, and it serves we hope to tell you that you're still subscribed to the channel.
Excellent.
But to check that, you want to right there down underneath the window, you'll see the channel name, which is just Douglas Dietrich in blue. Don't directly click on it and click out of this window because you will leave here. We don't want you to do that. On a PC, you could right click, or if you have a way to open a new window, or if you check later on your mobile, go to that his main channel page. Right up there, right up front on any main channel page, it should tell you your subscription status. So definitively, it should say subscribe there. So do check that. As Douglas said, it could become undone mysteriously. So it'll show you right there.
In fact, it will be.
Yeah.
But go on.
Yeah. So, and then once you're there, you can browse the main areas you'd want to look at are videos and live. Home is where it just does its own organizing of the content, but live is all of these live streams. Videos is older live streams perhaps, and other stuff that has been uploaded, some of it shorter, some of it some very good review of Douglas's situation and various what would you say tenets of his position and history. So if you look through there, some of them are short too and easy to take in a short period of time. If a several hour program is a little too busy for your day,
daunting.
There's a number of shorts there too. So you can browse through there, and some of them are only mere minutes long, or a portion of an hour,
Mhm.
and some let's see, some important review there. Satanism in the military. What else? Roswell and the Rising Sun. I'm just trying to remember ones that you talk about a lot. Satan's Crusaders.
Yes. All very good. Thank you. You've got an excellent memory. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at them too.
That helps. Yes. Yeah.
Which helps. Yeah. Right. Although the one Satan's Crusaders, it just says Sat Crew. Now I don't know if there's another
That's so
one.
bizarre. Yeah. Who knows?
There's no wait.
Yeah.
There's two. There's one that says Satan's Crusaders. It's hour 32. And there's another one that just says, I think it's the same one. It's just been uploaded twice.
Yeah.
So
That makes sense.
either way you find it, you'll find it. So
Thank
yeah,
you.
it looks like there's actually a duplicate 132.38. It's the time 132. Yeah, so that's all right. Better duplicate than not at all.
Yes.
Never noticed that before. But that's okay. So I'm looking at what else might be important. What else do you think are some older things to review?
Well, what comes to my mind right now is probably the most important one was well, they're all important. Obviously, some are more important than others. I think what people need to review is probably that long interview with the Bulgarian bozos as well. That's always a good one.
Yeah.
There is the one that I would have to look at. It's in the most popular list. And so let me see if I go to the YouTube channel and I flip back there to the home channel, then we take a look at one of the most popular would be February 13th of 2019. It's called Rendezvous. So the one with Rendezvous where you see Hitler and Himmler, and basically what's going on there is you see, you hear Peter Moon acknowledge the fact that I met his original girlfriend, the woman who took him in when he was going through his divorce and he was thrown into a living situation with, who's that Russian guy that he always used to talk about endlessly and relate his story as if it were relating. The one who claimed he was sent back in time to kill Jesus and then instead took his blood and brought it back for cloning the Antichrist.
Stuart Swerdlow.
Yeah, Stuart Swerdlow, the man who helped allure. It took a village to kill our dear friend Max Spears. He lured Max Spears to his death. But anyhow, Peter Moon lived with Stuart Swerdlow for 5 years in a homosexual relationship. They lived alone, in which he certainly acknowledged that every night, or often enough where it may as well have been every night, Stuart Swerdlow got the chicken call, as they would call it in American Dad, where he got a call in the middle of the night at odd hours in the morning from Michael Aquino directly, who would then give him an order to go out and do something, whatever mischief he was causing. And Peter Moon himself lived in that situation, sleeping on the couch when he wasn't in Stuart Swerdlow's bed. When they weren't active together, he was sleeping on the couch. And he acknowledged meeting, he acknowledged my meeting the woman who took him away from all that. And she was this Italian woman who, I can't even remember her name, though I have her on my original Skype account, which God knows at this point is probably lost to history. The Skype may not have transferred or preserved with the creation of Microsoft Teams because we didn't activate it onto Microsoft Teams. So it might have been lost and completely dismantled or scrubbed. Who knows? But anyhow, I had her name and her direct contact on that. Not that it matters anymore because she died. But he acknowledges in that program she gave me a jade hairpin when we met in San Francisco, which he then later denied that I ever met her, vociferously, vehemently.
I'm
whatever.
not remembering a name on that one.
Oh, if you review it, you'll hear it. He's talking about, oh yeah, she gave you that nice jade hairpin. Yeah, it's in the episode.
Yeah.
So everybody
in that one, on the rendezvous one.
Yeah, in the rendezvous one. The only reason it's important to me is so people get more context for what we were dealing with all the while we were dealing with Peter Moon. Thankfully, no longer dealing with him, but definitely back to Aristides. And Aristides, of course, was through it all. He was through it all.
Much of it, yeah, much of it. Not for so many years, but yes, fortunately or unfortunately, I'm familiar with a lot of this. But really, 5 years he lived with Stuart.
That's what he originally said. He changed his story later whenever he changed his narrative. But originally, for years, he said about half a decade. Yeah, because he was going through that very long, messy divorce and trying to deprive his wife of everything. So it just was. By the way, I'm hearting a nice picture of Max Spiers with Sarah Rachel Adams. But it's so every if you take a look at these photos in the text box just sent by T-Tank Barry of Stuart Sverdlow with Max Spiers, you'll notice that Max Spiers, this is a very genuine photograph. It's 100% real, but it looks like Max Spiers could have been photoshopped in because it's such an awkward photograph. Stuart Sverdlow, some Eastern European chick, they're in Eastern Europe, they're drinking, and Max Spiers looks like a ghost. He looks like a ghost. He's already being lured to the other side. And he's just there behind them like a haunting. And the other picture is of him with Sarah Rachel Adams, and his t-shirt says it all. His t-shirt is a wishbone, which of course, that symbolizes you're about to snap, that someone's about to break you in two and make their wish. That's that's so fitting. That is so fitting. Sarah Rachel Adams snapped that wishbone and snapped him in two, by driving. Well, all I can say is, I credited her with keeping him off of drugs while he was alive, but she also drove him away because she was very, very suffocating. Now, I'm not quite. Komandoshi, Mandolin Namino, check. Okay, this movie poster here. I'm going to acknowledge it with a check mark because I'm not quite sure what it signifies. But maybe T-Tank Barry can enlighten us to that later. By the way, thank you for acknowledging the painting. As you can see, the painting embedded in thumbnail of live stream tonight for everyone else other than Aristides. Aristides is the only one, aside from Blood Boys and Ed Beth on the estate, who have seen this painting. Only Aristides sees the full painting, which of course has a very intentionally vaginal reference in terms of the visual style of the blossom. It's Ed Beth stood for portrayal, portraiture. His portrayal is in the painting that is embedded in thumbnail of live stream tonight because of the Cherry Blossom Festival and Eastern Orthodox Easter, even though Armenian Easter was celebrated concurrent to Western Easter this year. And I believe that that's an attempt by Armenia to try and realign with the West to the best of their ability. So ultimately, the West most hopefully responds in the form of Germany, if not America, which has forever abandoned Armenia in favor of Israel because they'll sacrifice Christians on any given day, Armenia being one of the first coherent Christian polities, aside from Ethiopia, on the surface of the earth. The Americans, through their Zionist indoctrination, despise Armenia and will not acknowledge the Armenian Holocaust. Biden, of course, attempted to, but he wasn't in power long enough, and the movements he made for that were immediately eradicated by Donald Trump when he came into office under direct orders of Benjamin Netanyahu, because the Israelis refused to acknowledge the Armenian Holocaust, where millions were massacred, exterminated by the Turks in World War I. And of course, the Israelis want a monopoly on Holocausts, so they can conduct them with impunity on their own. But of course, this represents not only Easter and the Cherry Blossom Festival, the rebirthing, but of course, my son's transition from his original gender when, of course, I encountered her as a young girl. That was, of course, before I understood the dynamics of gender dysphoria. And without getting into all of that adventure, back to Aristides, anything else you can think of, footnotes or anything else?
Well, yeah, we'll get there. It is a very beautiful image, just as a work of art, I have to say.
Thank you so much. Appreciate
happy to save that. In fact, I mean, I hope to. We have to preserve these somehow. Like, what if? Where do you have them? You know, we have to back them up somehow.
Thank you. Thank you. They're
Yeah,
left at the
we'll talk
estate
about
these
that.
days. Yeah.
Yeah. Huh?
The originals are left at the estate these
Oh,
days
okay.
because they would just molder in my home, the crypt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but still we need them backed up because you never know. Fires happen anywhere. Sabotage happens anywhere.
And
Yeah.
I mean, if you just hey, you know, people even it's worth it to scroll through, whether it's the live or the other videos, just to see the art, you know, just to see the art, and then pick some to listen to. So
Yes.
yeah. So with that, so yeah, so that's all under the channel. You can check that out. And what else do we usually say? Money. How about money?
Yes, please.
Yes. Yeah. Up in addition to upvotes and sharing the information. Douglas, perhaps more than anything, needs your financial support because that keeps the other things going. And without that, it would be, let's say, probably impossible for him to keep doing this. So,
Yeah,
the easiest
definitively, it
way.
would be impossible. Yes. So do continue. Sorry to interrupt there. Yeah.
No, that's right. The easiest way would be with PayPal. We're gonna put the link to that in the live chat. Although you, oh wait, oh there it is. I had to scroll up. You always put it on the front image there, up in the corner somewhere. So you don't ever have to. Well, don't ever say, "Oh, I want to donate," but you know, I don't have the link. If you can remember, he's on PayPal, and you're not going to forget his name. So if you can go to PayPal, just type PayPal in a search engine. I'm sure you'll get there. If you can remember Douglas D. Dietrich, that is his account. The best one to receive most contributions on. That is one linked here and the one on the screen. But if you want to contribute and you don't have a PayPal, don't want to make one, or somehow conceptually opposed to PayPal, but have a credit card or a debit card, you can still donate through PayPal without making an account. And that would be by going to his website, which is, again, listed right there on the front, douglasdietrich.com. I guess I could put the link to that. I mean, why not? Like, right?
Thank you. Appreciate
Drop
that.
the link.
Yes, please do.
Yep. I will, you know what? I should put that in my little spot where I have the things to cut and paste. So I'm doing that now. But if you go to the website and ignore the button directly in the middle that says donate, that does nothing. It's just an artifact. Never mind that. If you go to the upper right and find the yellow button that says donate, you can contribute there. Wait, there's another little thing that says donate here. What the heck does that do? I think
idea.
nothing. Just click the yellow button. It's the
Probably
only
enough.
yellow button on the screen that says donate. So that'll bring up a little menu. And one of the items is donate with debit or credit card. You don't have to be logged in. You just have to have your debit or credit card. And you can do that. And also you can, right there, you can donate with Venmo as they talk to each other fully now. If you have money in Venmo instead of PayPal, you can send it there. There's also a way to go inside your Venmo and just search for the PayPal to send it to, which would be Douglas D. Dietrich. And then a third one that says donate with PayPal, which would be, I guess that would expect you to have an account, and that one goes to your commercial account, which is slightly taxed as it's a commercial account, but you do need a little bit of money in there sometimes for certain expenses. So if it ends up there, no big deal. Although if it's going to be hundreds of dollars, maybe don't send it there because I don't know what the tax rate is, but a couple percent.
Anyway, yeah, it's enough. It's enough to hurt. Yeah. Let's put it that way.
Right. Anyway, so that's just more options. You don't have to have a PayPal account. Most people have some form of credit or debit card, so you would go there. they'll put the website link in.
By the way, so what we did was we made certain to take a separate scan, which I filed differently in order to send our man Aristides a copy of this painting, because this way it doesn't get taken out of the file when I send it to him. Because the
it shouldn't.
It's so bizarre. It does. Yeah, it's so bizarre, but it does that.
You should always be able to copy a file, even if it's in use by another program.
It's so strange. It's so strange, but well, not in this case.
It shouldn't preclude it. Like that shouldn't.
Because I tested it. I tested it because what happened was the other day, when the live stream is ended, the image, the thumbnail, stays in OBS. And then when I sent our man Aristides a copy of the Blood Boys painting from the file, it took it out of the OBS. This was after the show was over, but it confirmed the fact that it does that for whatever reason.
Yeah, copying should not do that. I don't get it, but okay.
Yeah. Somehow it's like being viewed as somehow taken out of the file for a different purpose. I have no idea. God, it may be a quirk of the hard drive. Maybe a quirk of the hard drive in the way it files.
It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Who knows? But okay, just avoid it. You don't have to understand it. Just to avoid it.
Yeah.
So. Okay, so we covered that. All the electronic donation, and if you're even more off the grid than that, and you don't have any type of debit or credit card, you want to send a old-fashioned paper postal money order, even a personal check if you must. Probably a money order would be better, but he's not going to complain if you send a giant personal check.
Of course not. Of course not.
No, we don't care if it's even yours. Of course, these days, we know, grandma's not going to use all her money, so when you're going to see her
before she dies. Yes.
Yeah, help her spend some for sure. And while you're doing that, slip a check out of the checkbook and write one, actually leave it blank, but or at least write 1,000, at least write a whole cool 1,000 on it. And then what you want to do is to mail anything to Doug, you would probably want to contact him to give him a heads up that something would be on the way, such as not cash loose in an envelope. Please don't do that. Please at least hide it in something, some sort of sealed card type thing, rigid card, or better yet, a care package with some goodies. And we'll put his email in the chat to give him a heads up if anything physical is going to be heading his way. I think that would be best, and also to get so you can confirm the address, which he's not shy about giving out, but probably best to just reach out and let him know something's on the way. Although some people might be scared of that, be like, I don't know, should I write them? Like they just want to send something as if like you're some scary guy, like intimidating, right?
Oh my goodness. Well, one thing I could say is that we're trying to be a bit more conscientious about personal security. So I'm not exactly tossing my phone number out around anymore, the new one, since I've been forced to change it. Oh my God, I had to spend all Friday calling different agencies to change the number in the system. What an adventure that was.
Yeah, you can let us know how that's going. That's a pain.
All
the things, all your authentication services and all these things.
Dude, it was complicated. I had to make up new passwords and all kinds of shit, But I'm talking to multiple young ladies, a few young men, at the other end, who provided me with adult supervision through all of that. So definitely, but it's quite the adventure, and believe me, but I guess it had to happen. It did have to happen, and Assurance Wireless had to be ditched. They are just garbage. Don't ever do Assurance Wireless. Total fucking garbage.
All right. I won't. I
Yeah.
promise.
Yes. 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 There you
Yeah.
go. And
Yeah.
I don't think
Not that I
anyone
would.
does unless they're stuck with
Yeah.
Medicare and Medi-Cal anyway, or what do you call it, Lifeline program, which is national. But yeah. So back to Aristides. I think you pretty much covered
Mostly.
everything.
That's
Yeah.
mostly. Yeah. So yeah, if you want to mail him anything, please reach out there. All the stuff is there. PayPal link, website, email. Beyond that, we do. Let's see. We do talk about the footnotes. So if you look at the title of the program, always a lot to look at there, but yet never enough space to acknowledge everything Douglas wants to. So please always expand the description below the window and give that a look and a read through. And if you see any asterisks in the title, they refer to the itemized footnotes there in the description. Even if there aren't any of those, there's always a lot to look at there as far as historical anniversaries and other historical events and holidays, cultural and social you know, events at this time. What else?
Yes.
And it is of course Orthodox Easter.
Yes. Yes.
Kind of a big deal. So
Yes. Yeah. It's the most important holiday in the Byzantine Orthodox Church. Yes.
mhm.
Yes. Actually, more important
Yeah.
in Byzantine Orthodoxy or Eastern Christianity than Christmas is, actually, in its own way. But go on.
Right,
yeah.
right. I wonder how many people how many people celebrated Easter a week ago versus are doing it now in the world. I wonder how does that stack up?
I would presume like I said, Armenia switched their holiday of Easter to align with the Western calendar in their desire to realign with the West away from Russia as far as possible. It depends. It depends on Serbia, for instance. Serbia would definitely keep it because Serbia has definitely very historically been pro-Russian, albeit more in the imperial sense. But Serbia had this hope that Russia under Putin would re-Christianize. Of course, that hasn't happened. That's all a sham. It's all propaganda sham, and never buy into that. But the Americans do. The Americans buy into Russia being this Christian empire, and it's like, and if you go to Russia, you'll find out the hard way. There's nobody going to churches other than people in the military who are only going there as units under orders. In other words, they're given orders, direct orders. You go into the church, and you're talking about a situation where maybe they're, even though they're under orders, being there as integrated units, being an entire unit will go into the church at a time under orders. But believe me, they got a lot to pray for because they have to pay their officers to survive. In other words, if you don't bribe your officer, you are guaranteed 100% to be killed. They will put you directly. This you don't take my word for it. This is all, believe me, referenced and online in excruciating detail by multiple sources. So this is simply a fact. It's not propaganda. If they don't bribe their officers, which none of them can afford to do, unless they have, by miracle, enough relatives who pool together to bribe their officers, they're guaranteed death. They'll be sent into the meat grinder, whereas the others are held back from deployment. That's the insanity of the Russian way of war today, and the Americans still believe this is the insanity. I have to cathart this here. I have to vent this. All you see is Russian propaganda all over YouTube, and yes, it must be taken into account is the Russian will to fight never ends. If the Germans had taken Moscow, the Russians would have continued to fight for eternity with the Arctic Ocean at their backs. Bullshit. It's all shit. Please don't. This all comes from Americans being indoctrinated by a communist school system. Throughout the 60s and the 70s, what happened was, when they killed the draft, the academics, when the academicians got together to kill the draft because all their students were being deployed to the front lines and dying, they considered it an act of responsible conscientiousness to replace all of the female teachers that were the backbone of teaching reading, writing, and arithmetic in the lower grade systems with young male teachers, because once you became a teacher, you could avoid the draft. And that's what killed our educational system. Just a bunch of draft dodgers, and they were all communists. They were all saying, oh, the war is evil. That's why they're avoiding the draft. They didn't want to fight communism because they were literally pro-communist. It wasn't just because they're trying to save their worthless hides. They're literally pro-communist. And meanwhile, Canadians who received no benefits from their government were volunteering in droves to fight communism in the Vietnam War. But when they came home, their exposure to Agent Orange literally got them no benefits. The government said they fought illegally. They got no veterans benefits. So Canadians fought in Vietnam literally for nothing, while Americans were dodging the draft and becoming school teachers. And these people wound up becoming higher level professors as they gained academic tenure. And all of these professors, many of them communists to begin with, who allowed these young men to avoid the draft because they were communists and pro-communists and trying to prevent communism from falling in Vietnam, because it was a Soviet satellite, not a Chinese communist satellite, but a Soviet satellite. Cam Ranh Bay became the big Soviet outlet to the Indochina Sea and the Pacific after the Americans withdrew. And the Vietnamese had a special name for the Russians. They called them Americans without money. And but during that critical 20, 30, 40 years, generations of these left-wing professors teaching Americans, they all hammered into them from childhood on. The Russians won World War II. Without the incredible Russians, you could never have won World War II. And it's all shit. Pure, unadulterated shit. The Russians completely depended on American fuel, American trucks, American everything. All that crap about their own industries is just that crap. Whatever they produced was worthless without American fuel. And all their trucks were American trucks, which is the backbone of logistics. That's why Patton knew that he could take Moscow. He said, I'll just take the Germans left alive. They'll fight with me. We'll just take Moscow and end the problem forever. And that's why they killed him. So just understand, this is the legacy you're stuck with, is this propaganda that the Russians are Christians and that they're the ultimate military empire and they have this unquenchable fighting spirit, and it's all pure crap. The Slavic soul is based on suffering. Their entire trip is suffering. They love to be conquered. It's literally when the Mongols conquered them, they loved it. It gave them something to bitch about so they could drink themselves into oblivion. It's their entire life is based on suffering. It's the essence of the Russian soul. So, yes, don't buy into the shit. You don't know Russia at all. I mean, I could go for hours into the Russian cycle. Hours. But anyhow, back to Aristides.
Yeah, right. If Germany had gotten a little farther and gotten in there and liberated them, they probably would have said thank you for.
Oh yes. Dude.
Yeah.
They would have just, please give me more.
Yeah.
Whip me.
Yeah. No, wow. Or we don't have to live under Bolshevism anymore. Great.
Well, definitely,
awesome.
Yes, definitely. That is the case. Aristides is looking at it from the positive sense, and that is to Aristides' credit, I assure you. There is that element. But, I'm so cynical because I fought on the side of the Russians in the Serbian conflict against NATO. So I just, it's familiarity breeds contempt. You get what I'm saying? So when you know these people as well as I do, yes, there is that positive element. But say had the Germans been harsh conquerors and actually started, really going all out with relocation, mass relocation, or ethnic cleansing or something, the Russians still would have loved it because they still would have had something to bitch about. It's kind of like the closest thing I could think of is Filipinos. Filipinos have, if you ever take a look at Ireland and the Philippines, they're what we would call in German geopolitical science, which is heavily based on a kind of parallel alignment between Europe and Asia, where every Asian nation has its European counterpart. And in the European geopolitical sciences of the classical days, when you had all of the original foundation based on an organic sense of space, hence the term Lebensraum, or living space, that this is where the term blood and soil originally came from, that there is a racial resonance with the geography that develops. All of this is quite true, and the Americans in the West rejects it, repudiates it in their crass materialism. But the reality is that all of Asia is considered to be like the navel orange, the mother continent, and Europe is kind of like this bud emerging from that navel orange, this bud which is a miniature of Asia, much more intellectualized and yet smaller in size. But it's in that logic, which would take hours to articulate, or at least, half an hour we don't need to go through right now. Ireland is resonant with the Philippines, and Ireland lost all its population. It was left with just this pittance of survivors on the island holding the fort, whereas all the rest went to labor all over the world, particularly in America. They all went to labor on the railroads and wherever they could find a job in North America in particular. So the Irish had to vacate the island and just become a labor pool for the modernizing industrial world, the Western hemispherical landscape. The Philippines just parallels that exactly. The Philippines is, all of the Filipinos throughout their history have never been under an Asian power. They were colonized first by the Spanish and then by the Americans. Their entire outlook is westernized. All they know is colonial imposition. That's their only basis for their foundational interaction with the rest of the world, is completely dependent on the West. And they have an empire of labor. All these workers that work in Saudi Arabia as maids, nurses. They have an empire of health based on nurses. Filipino nurses are all over the world. And all of these Filipinos, originally slave labor brought by the Americans, who called them the black slaves of the East. I'm not going to use the term the Americans actually used because I don't want reports on it to hit the channel. But the Americans used them as slave labor, literally brought them over as slaves in Hawaii and California. And all of these Filipinos, their only concept of a good time, really, or their golden age, their best times, was under American colonialism in particular. And believe me, when the Japanese conquered them, they collaborated, and then, of course, told the Americans after the war that they were all resistance. Yes, there was Filipino resistance. Very complicated situation, would take hours to explain. It's not at all what you think. And it's based on this corrupt dependence on the West. I guess it's inescapable. I have to say something about it. That basically, the Americans had what they called the Filipino Scouts, which was the Filipino army that wasn't any army. It's just basically like Indian Scouts for the cavalry. And the Americans had these Filipino Scouts that was supposed to be the Filipino Defense Force. Bear in mind, because every officer in the United States Navy in particular, but also the Army and every other branch of service, had Filipino stewards. And it was like a military branch all its own. There were so many Filipino stewards shining American officers' boots and wiping American officers' asses. Literally Filipino milkmaids who fed American officers' infants their milk. That force, in effect, in being, was 10 times larger than the Filipino army. They had 10 times the Filipino stewards serving American officers' families than they did defending their own homeland. That's mind-boggling. And then, when the Japanese attacked, the Filipino Scouts helped the Americans, paid the price for it, and the rest collaborated. Then you had a resistance movement built up by the Americans over the course of the war. But after the war was over, the only way to get paid by America a pension was to claim you were a Filipino scout. So every Filipino, because there was no fucking records, every Filipino in the Philippines suddenly showed up and said, I was a Filipino scout. And since there was no way to disprove that they were Filipino scouts, the Americans gave them all a free pension the rest of their lives so they could live fat. So you had millions, I'm not exaggerating, literally fucking millions of Filipinos living off American pensions as Filipino scouts. Not a goddamn one of them served in the military for a single fucking day. If there had been that many millions of Filipino scouts, they could have withstood the Japanese offensive all by themselves. This is the kind of corruption in the Philippines that we're dealing with to this day. And what happens? How are we dealing with it to this day? Because the Filipino scouts never die. Because none of them could read or write. They were all illiterate. All you needed was a thumbprint to prove you were still alive to continue getting your pension. And the first thing they do when they die is they will their thumb to the family, who cuts it off and uses its taxidermized thumb to turn in a thumbprint to the United States, so every Filipino scout lives to be 150 years old. None of this is exaggeration. It's all true. I know, because I work for the government. So your government pays all these dead Filipino scouts. Their families are on generational income. It's the next best thing to Holocaust benefits. This is the price of America's colonialism. And but this is the level at which we're working when it comes to American corruption, colonialism. But my point is that when it comes to the Philippines, their entire concept of what's the good life is American imperialism. So that would be what the Russians would be like when it came to a foreign conquest. You know, when it came to the Mongols, of course, the Mongols didn't give them any of that shit, but the Russians, well, it gave them something to bitch about. If the Germans had conquered, it would have been more like the Philippines. That's how I envision what would have happened. That's why Hitler said, you know what? Don't take Moscow. Still, everything that's not nailed down. We already control more territory, a larger contiguous territory in Europe, larger than the United States, inland area. Just steal everything that's not nailed down, and we'll prepare our escape. Who the fuck wants in on that, where you've got a colony that's millions of Russians that would have been acting the way the Filipinos act? It's like, that would have broke Germany. Better to do what he did and then force the Americans to pay reparations and rebuild Europe, which is what the Nazis did. That's a responsible government, while they relocated themselves elsewhere in exile as a breakaway civilization. Now that is progressive governance. Okay, back to Aristides with anything else you can think of.
Okay. So this, going back to these Filipino milkmaids, I'm kind of intrigued. And this was World War II time?
Yeah, wet nurses. It was preceding World War II. It was after the Spanish-American War. During the Spanish-American War, the Americans conquered every Spanish colony. And it was a blitzkrieg all over the world. Puerto Rico, Cuba in the Western Hemisphere, the island of Guam in the Pacific, where the Americans landed, and the Guamanians and their Spanish colonists, they had these conquistador era forts that the Americans would have wiped out in a heartbeat. And they had no idea they were being invaded. The only reason they found out was because a Japanese steamer had a captain who spoke perfect English, and he served as a translator and told the Spanish, the American captain says if you don't surrender, he's going to kill everyone. And then they surrendered. But in the Philippines, that got ugly. So when the Americans conquered the Philippines, I've gone into that before. We don't need to go into that Holocaust, which is exactly what it was. They massacred 3 million Filipino Muslims. It was America's anti-Islamic Holocaust. It's why the Muslims hate Americans. 3 million Muslims were killed in the southern Philippines. It was, what was his name who bombed Oklahoma City? Tim McVeigh. His partner, Terry Nichols, was married to a Muslim Filipina, and that's why he helped to bomb the Oklahoma City building, was because he was married to a Muslim Filipina who told him and educated him about the American Holocaust, their massacre of 3 million Filipinos. That's even more than Armenians were exterminated by the Turks in World War I. They lost about 2 million people, but the Filipino Muslims lost about 3 million to the Americans, not to mention hundreds of thousands of Catholics. But once the Americans conquered, one of their big things was, well, you know, a white woman of an officer, white wife of an officer, shouldn't be forced to breastfeed her own children. Let's get a Filipino wet nurse. And so the big thing, the in thing, was Filipino wet nurses who would feed milk to the baby of American officers. General Douglas MacArthur was the exception in that he had a Chinese wet nurse who raised his son. Arthur MacArthur was raised on Chinese milk. That's, by the way, for those of you who don't know this, you can look it up. all of this is open knowledge. All of this is open information. So it's like, you know, an officer's wife was supposed to be too good for that shit. And so there we go with a nice picture.
So
of Terry
do you
Nichols.
think, does the timeline work out that any of these babies that grew up sucking on Asian boobs turned out to then, say around, I don't know, Vietnam or any of those times, become those guys that ended up taking Asian wives because they had this, you know, infant memory of sucking on Asian boobs?
You know, that's
Is there a
very
connection?
logical. By the way, that's very, very logical. I appreciate the question. I would say no, because these were all officers, and people who were taking Asian wives were generally enlisted men.
Okay.
So these would be the children of officers. They were destined to become officers because that's almost a hereditary. That's almost a hereditary thing. It's like it's the closest. You know, America is very much a caste society, very similar to India, but the where it really hardens, where it crystallizes, where it calcifies and fossilizes is in the military. And they do get incoming officers, of course, through the ROTC, our ROTC program, Reserves Officers Training Corps. They do get some officers who actually become officers. Most of them don't. But the reality is most officers are officer status, commissioned officer positions are literally, for all intents and purposes, inherited. You are guaranteed to pass through Quantico or Annapolis if your father is an officer. It's pretty much. You'd have to really, really fuck it up. I mean, like, conduct a mass shooting, become a serial killer that gets caught. You'd have to really fuck it up to not become an officer. So, and of course, because they're officers, they have to marry a white woman. It's like they'll fuck Asian women all the time. In fact, they'll fuck Asian boys all the time. That was the big problem with Thailand. Thailand became such a cesspit of AIDS for the military. The military had to stop sending people to Thailand. In other words, the Navy had to stop birthing there. And the American Army had to withdraw its bases from Thailand because everybody was coming home with AIDS. And America just had to stop because they were losing their entire military to AIDS. And it was all boy bite. They were all just fucking boys over there. And that's why the AIDS, because it was in Thailand primarily a gay disease. But they were all going for the lady boys. But this was officers. They were losing the entire officer class. And so that's what really killed it. Had it been just enlisted men, they wouldn't care so much. But it was the officer class was getting wiped out. And so they had to cover that scandal up. And when it came to the American troops in Thailand, here's the biggest problem is that, yes, the officers and the enlistment will all fuck Asian women, but the officers have to marry a white wife. when it comes to the enlisted men, they're not stuck with that onus, so that requirement. So they'll take an Asian bride. So it's what it is generally speaking. This is you know, certainly not the case with everybody. It wasn't the case with my father. For one thing, my mother had boob implants. Some of the original boob implants put in by a German doctor, which in those days they didn't have implants. He just injected silicone directly into her tits. So as she got older, they became rock hard as that silicone calcified. So her boobs became rock solid. But my mom had tits like Mamie Van Doren. Her nickname in Asia was B29 because of that. But in terms of, so my father didn't have the pedophile syndrome, but with your average American GI overseas, they'll take a Asian bride because it's like fucking a child. And to Asians, they love white women, but it's forever a fantasy to them because they don't have the social ability to usually realize their fantasy with a white woman. But they love white women because they're blow-up dolls. Every anatomical proportion is exaggerated. Compared to an Asian woman, a white woman looks like a blow-up doll. But to Americans, they love Asian chicks because Asian chicks are so flat you can land a glider on their chest. And it's like a child that never grows up. So this way they can get away with pretending they're fucking a child all their lives. And it's a frustrated form of pedophilia. So that would be the reason most of the enlisted men will take an Asian bride, is simply because, not only that, her dependence. Then they can threaten her with deportation. And until she gets her citizenship and maybe some sense of independence, she's totally under control and at mercy. So she is literally a child. She's under the control of the white guy who then abuses her. And so it's this, that's what's going on with the dynamic there. Yeah, you see that played out with CEOs these days. Everyone's taking an Asian bride. And of course, it's frustrated pedophilia, total control over the spouse. Unless she's completely Americanized, which a lot of them are at this point, then they have a mind of their own and it's more on equal terms. But definitely money's always involved. And in my mother's case, it was not, because my father had nothing. But there were all these other factors that were involved in her case that I've explained before at length. She actually was attracted to him physically, which, never marry someone because of that. Even though I would. You really shouldn't, because it's always unstable. You can only hope for the best. But in my mother's case, no, my dad had nothing. He had nothing. And it was, she really had a total misunderstanding that all of America was wealthy, and therefore in this environment, the wealth would somehow, be accessible to all. But it wasn't, because she found herself in a military ghetto system where my father was stuck into a military pension for an enlisted man at an enlisted man's rate. And it was only when I grew up, and after 10 years as a military librarian, I was able to get him the kind of money he should have been getting all of his life. But by that time it was too late. The damage had been done. I had grown up in bone grinding poverty, and my mother at that point was catastrophically brain injured. So yeah, my whole life was just totally fucked. There is nothing in America that has that provided any dream for myself. It's like looking in department store windows, seeing things you can never afford to buy. My whole life is like that in America. So yeah, America has no dream to offer to me. But all that being said, articulated. Yeah, any other thoughts or questions, Aristides, on that particular subject before I dive into bone?
Not on that matter. I'm glad we cleared that up, though.
Yeah,
it's mostly a joke in my little theory, but
oh no, it was a logical question. It's a logical question. It would make sense. It would make perfect sense. You would think that would be the case. I mean, believe me, it pans out. The officers, like I said, they're fucking Asian women all the time, and boys. But yeah, they have to marry a white woman to maintain their status. These days, maybe things have changed a little bit, but I can guarantee you, not by fucking much. No, by the way, anybody who's ever been in the military knows everything I say is fucking true. If you're some idiot in the military who denies anything I say, it's only because you're trying to maintain some bullshit facade with everybody in your family. Anyone who's ever been in the military knows everything I've just said is true. So that's what we're dealing with, and that's what you're gonna send up against Iran and communist China. Think of what I've just described, and think about why World War II lasted so fucking long. It's honestly, with Americans always say World War II was a war of production. It was a war of labor pools. It was a war of industrial power. You know, if that were the simple sole factor, America should have overwhelmed the Axis within days. Again, no exaggeration. Literally within days. The output was monstrous. It was astronomical. How did World War II wind up lasting so fucking long? Because of everything I just described about the American military. That's why. You've got the most corrupt system in the world. And when they finally broke off the United States Army Air Corps to form the United States Air Force, like I said, that was nothing but a traveling golf club. Every Air Force base, even when it's what's called a lily pad, which is a single helicopter landing pad, includes in its defense architecture a golf course. Oftentimes, the golf course is larger than the landing strip. 18 holes is a lot of space. 18 holes is by orders of magnitude larger than a helicopter landing pad. But wherever the Air Force builds anything, it has to have a golf course as part of its defensive arrangement. That's how insane these people are. There's no way you can ever win a fucking war. That's okay. So here we got from Holly Kiefer, and Brendan Zogan. I presume they both have joined us in the call since they're sending messages. Well, Holly Kiefer sends the OpenAI CEO's new blog post responds to both an apparent attack on his home and an in-depth New Yorker profile raising questions about his trustworthiness. Oh, yes. So Sam Altman has responded to an incendiary New Yorker article after an attack on his own home. It's like, I'm going to put up the ha-ha emoji for that. And then Brendan Zoget sends us a nice, wonderful GIF, graphics interchange format image. And much appreciated. All right. Well, let's jump into monologue. I'll suck all the oxygen out of the room, but I invite you, Aristides, to interject whenever you feel like it, okay?
All right.
All right. Now, the dropout, as in he's dropped out of the fucking race, the dropout Eric Swalwell, notice how similar that name is to Stuart Sverdlow. The dropout Eric Swalwell's history of sexual assaults detonating our California governor's race only distracts from the fact that effective immediately, mark those words, effective immediately, they are a direct quote, Trump has axed the entire Presidio Trust Board, leaving San Francisco's most successful park without oversight. And I mean any oversight whatso-fucking-ever. By the way, input from Brendan Zoget. Elon Musk's father, Errol, attended the Easter service at the Church of Christ the Savior in Moscow and was the only one who was given a chair. While old ladies are fucking standing up. Oh, fucking Christ. So Elon Musk's father attended Easter Orthodox, ritual. The Greek Orthodox rite practice in the Russian Orthodox Church in Moscow itself. Holy fucking shit. This is like, no, it doesn't even deserve the Groucho Marx mask. It deserves a full fucking clown face. So we are joined by Holly Kiefer. So Holly, before I go into monologue and suck all the oxygen out of the room, please, tell everyone they do care about you as a person, how you're doing yourself. Say hi to Aristides, and who needs to give us his own personal update, whatever he's comfortable sharing. You know how he's doing, and yeah, how whatever is on your mind.
Hi, Aristides. Hi, Aristides. No, I was just rolling the news before I came along and caught the thing with Altman, because now there's been a second attack on his home.
So what are they calling attacks? What's going on?
First was a Molotov cocktail.
All right.
And they got the guy because he went straight to headquarters of OpenAI to burn it down.
What good fucking luck! How
I know.
Molotov
I'm
cocktail
just putting it up as an
down
oddity.
Steel beams and concrete. Okay.
This is an oddity. Nothing I endorse, but it's curious.
But why is it so
today,
asinine? It's like, come on, how are people that fucking stupid? How are people that
read the article? It gets even more asinine. What Altman says about this article, which I possess but have not read yet. But I can tell you that Ronan Farrow doesn't fuck around.
Yeah.
He's
Ronan
a
Farrow.
Damn good reporter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Go on.
Yeah, he's a mad dog.
Yeah.
So I'll read anything he writes. And I read the first couple paragraphs and it is scorching. But so I will, they've just done like a holy trinity of very necessary articles. They did one on Anthropic and one on AI companions. And this one makes a pretty good trilogy if you don't have time to study it, but want some fast, informative reading on what's actually going on, because I would have no idea. I mean, I don't have a need for all that help. And hard to believe that anybody else does, but everybody else does in their millions.
Wow.
So, and it's happened overnight.
By the way, I believe we're joined on call by Sammy Romero as well. So
Very good.
yeah, so by all means, Sammy, do say hi to Holly and do give us a little update on how you're doing, whatever you're willing to share, and yeah, share what's on your mind too.
Hey, what's going on, guys? No, I just want to stop by and say hi. I'm
Thank
on
you.
daddy duty right now, but
Understood.
at least I want to stop by and say hi. But
Appreciate that.
just for shits and giggles, one of my friends is doing Uber Eats, and somebody ordered. Get this, okay? This is insane. Someone ordered 48 bricks from Lowe's for him to pick up,
Oh man.
like cinder blocks. Okay.
Oh man.
So yeah, he canceled that order. Because they pretty much told him we're gonna load him onto. By the way, keep in mind he has a Honda Civic, so I don't know how would he fit those 48 bricks. So
What are they building, a barbecue
I have no
in the
idea.
backyard or something?
Either somebody was either one of his buddies was trolling him, or
Maybe.
somebody really is just being a jerk. But he had to cancel that order. Because I told him, yeah, I don't. There's no way you'd have to take out your back seat, to fit all those bricks, So
Probably
or that,
fry
or-
your shocks too.
Yeah, or either you'd have to rent a dolly or something to at least hook up to your car or something. Anyways, yeah, he had to cancel that. It's
Good for him.
yeah, it was
Yes.
ridiculous.
Yes.
Because he would literally have to manually offload them. So
Yes.
I don't know how much they would pay him to do that. So
Now,
it's,
forgive my
rent-
ignorance here. Uber Eats, they're not selling bricks, are they?
no, they for some reason what he told me is someone ordered it for Lowe's, like the hardware, like
Oh,
the convenience.
got it.
Yes.
Still.
I didn't even know you can do that. He's like, yeah, someone ordered, because people order stuff from Walmart and Target,
Oh,
and
I see.
Medicine, you
Uber
can
Eats
get
medicine,
delivers
stuff like
them.
that.
Okay, I get it. So
Right.
Uber Eats is acting as kind of like a transport run for that. Okay, still.
Pretty
that's-
much,
yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of elderly that, rely on that, but you know, and I don't mean to plug these corporations, but if they want to sponsor Doug, you know, there's no problem with that, you know.
Thank
But
you.
we're more than happy to, you know.
Yes.
But yeah, I just thought it was funny because I mean, who orders 48 bricks? That's crazy.
That is strange. No, like you said, it's trollery. Has to be.
Yeah,
But,
pretty much. I mean, yeah, that'd be terrible to offload all those cinder blocks.
That's for sure. Well, no pay is worth that. You're not getting paid enough to do that. That's
No. Oh God, no. No. I mean, you order something like that, it's usually through a pallet. You know, they put it on pallets, and you know, you have a forklift offload that. But anyways,
Yeah.
but
Doesn't Lowe's deliver? You think?
well, that's the one thing that is weird about it, because you know, Lowe's usually, for large orders, they usually, you know, send either, you can do it through a some type of a bobtail or maybe a truck, but you know, that's, you know, nowadays people are just trying to make you know, ends meet, so people take what they can get. It's just, for that type of order,
True.
you're hauling 48 on a Honda Civic. That's gonna do damage to your suspension. You know, is what it is,
to say the least.
But I mean, yeah, you know, but you know, besides the point, you know, I'm doing good. You know, we've been getting rain, which is good. But you know, just doing the daddy duties, and you know, just trying to stay sane. You know, obviously what's going on right now is, you know, we're at the brink of pretty much this country collapsing, you know, as it is. But you know, I mean, negotiations were not successful. You know, like that thing is surprise. You know, if they're gonna send our vice president, you know, can he not wear mascara as he goes? And I'm nothing against, you know, our community that, you know, that likes, you know, makeup. You know, it's not that big of a deal. The problem is, you know, someone like him who's in denial is like, come on, like at least come out and just be proud of it, you know. But and I had a
Hegseth demanded his own makeup studio.
Well, you know,
for $1 million or something.
And I'm not surprised. It's just it makes me scratch my head because, you know, Grindr does end up crashing anytime the Republicans are in town. So, you know, it is what it is. It's just I have a lot of friends that are, you know, in that side that you know, there's some topics I don't really care for, but you know, they sometimes bring stuff up, and it's like, you know, do you really want to go there? It's not that big of a deal, in a sense, but it's for people that, you know, are against that side. It's like, then no, there's plenty of people that, you know, love that lifestyle. They just don't want to acknowledge that they do, and you know, it's, you know, you have to roll your eyes because it's like, you know, you just be truthful to yourself, you know, be yourself.
Yeah.
But
well, it's been in the headlines that Grindr's hosting some big CPAC kind of meeting.
Well, there you go. You know, I heard about that. So it's like,
they're loud and proud about it.
You cannot deny it no more. Like, hey, you know. In fact, I'm not surprised if they're not in like the Pride Parade in San Francisco. That's one of the biggest ones. Like, I would, to be honest with you, it's like if they're gonna already be tasting the goods, they might as well get in the kitchen, right? And you know, go for.
They probably go in disguise.
Yeah, but it's like it's so annoying because it's like, come on, man. It's at this point, let's stop this shenanigans. It's almost where, I put it to you this way, okay? I have a theory sometimes that if they actually do pivot in the sense of being acceptable to, you know, different types of obviously with the, you know, being adult and having an awareness of your, you know, your preference, you know, being mature about it, you know, for the most part, which, you know, it's kind of tongue in cheek because, you know, that community, I've always, and this is just me, okay, I've had friends that were gay, and they're fine. I don't treat them any different. But one of my coworkers was gay. He told me, San Francisco, that community is very aggressive. He's actually gone into fist fights because he took his partner. They went on vacation to go see.
Dude, all while I was growing up, guys like that would just jump you. Yeah, in San Francisco, the gays. It's calmed down a lot by force of necessity, but I get exactly what he's saying. San Francisco was horrible. It was rape city. It was rape city, just gay rape, just what you call. Yeah, but anyhow, continue.
And one of the, what I mean? One of the things he was telling me is, we go to nightclubs and we have fun. We're adults and we enjoy the city, but my husband has to be on guard all the time because I've gotten hit on very aggressively, and and one of the things he told me is a lot of times these men are not just gay, they're also they're married. So obviously there's a lot of switch hitters, but nevertheless, what I'm trying to say is
back in those days they had to have a beard. They had to have a beard back in those days. Still a lot of them. Yeah, but go on, continue.
A mustache at least.
Yes.
Right. I mean, at this point, it's like, it kind of negates their ignorance is really outdated because it's like, I mean, it's right there in front of you. Like Lindsey Graham, might as well, just come out, like you're a Southern belle, you're a Southern gentleman. But my point is, it would be
emphasis on the gentle there. He's gentle, but yeah.
Well, wink, wink, right? My point is, it would at least, give them some credibility because it's like this whole act of straight as an arrow is pretty much just phony, hell, you can even argue, and it's more of like a prison type of weird, just dysfunctional. And what I mean by that is our president. Our president seems like just a flat out predator. Yes. So you can even throw him in the mix.
Well, I've always defined America, as you can attest to, I've always defined America as a prison rape anti-culture. But continue. Yes.
Right. And, obviously, one of the things that, I was talking to Doug about was our president reaction to Melania Trump and her, her PR trying to get ahead of the story with, Jeffrey Epstein.
Her preemptive strike. Yes, continue.
Right,
that ship sailed.
Well, of course. And I've always told Doug, that's her being a lady of the night, it's really not that big of a deal. In fact, she could have pivoted to, I'm another Mary Magdalene, it's there is what I'm saying. If you really want to, if you really wanted to tell her story, she should have used that. That would have been gold. That would have been box office gold.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
No shit.
Let's keep it real. If you're gonna make a bullshit story, you must make it good. But obviously, we're dealing with people that their creativity is pretty low, right? My point is,
to say the least. Yeah, piss bucket low.
Well, yes, it's unfortunately, I'm sure there are better adult films that have a better storyline than that, go figure, right? But my point is, her getting ahead of the story was just an admission to guilt. The environment's so saturated right now in the sense of everybody's just waiting for that shoe to drop. And it's not that it hasn't dropped. It's just these negotiations already are failed, not just with whoever the hell we're negotiating, which in reality, I really don't think we were negotiating, to tell you the truth. The Iranians don't trust us. They don't trust us as far as they can spit. So, for all we know, our vice president was just on vacation.
Yeah. For all intents and purposes,
with his intimate partner. And there's nothing wrong with it. My point is about the intended partner, not the negotiations, obviously.
Yeah, there's something really wrong with that. Yeah.
Right. So, and we're looking at November. We're already in April, which November is what, 6, maybe 5.5 months left. The panic button is getting pressed down hard right now. Yes. Our president is seeing the bars and the handcuffs. Are he can feel them. Is my point, because it's gone so bad that he's gonna have to pull some type of stunt. And obviously, from the reports that I've been hearing, is we're blocking the Strait of Hormuz, and not necessarily directly on the strait, but in the vicinity. So pretty much to obscure any traffic going in or coming out. Now, I don't know how effective this is going to be, which I believe it's not.
That's for sure. Yes.
I'm no military.
Well, they're letting everybody but us through. So now we're
Right.
blocking it for everybody else.
In
Right.
other words, they're making a virtue of necessity since they can't get through. Since the Americans can't get through anyway, then they'll claim they're blocking the strait, and that's why they can't get through. Right? Get it?
Sure.
Well, right. You know what? I mean, not only that, but nobody had a problem with it before. Nobody was making money off of it, but leave it to Trump to enrich the Iranians.
Yes. Yes.
The Iranians are making a killing right now. They are getting their money. They got their assets unfrozen.
Yes.
Which is mind-boggling.
Yes.
It really is. But who knew? Who knew that Trump would be the he's their financial liberator. Like, this guy's an idiot. We're at a point where it's like, he's doing everything he's supposed to do. Obviously, Israel's a whole different story. But just to even talk about the Iranians should really be thanking Trump.
Yes.
He really did them a favor. But the problem is, it's to our expense, is what I'm trying to say. It's like, they're well deserving. Believe it or not, I'm actually happy for the Iranians.
Yes.
Of all things.
I understand. I get it.
And we're in this conundrum now that this dementia patient now that he's going to do something. He's going to do something out of panic, and either declare a state of emergency, something to stop these midterms. Because obviously that asteroid that is it midterms, he's seen it already. So he's panicking. He's definitely trying to, because even look, let's be honest. The Epstein files don't really have an impact. And I'm not saying they don't. It's just the fact that Congress they don't really want to budge, especially on the Republican side. But you can't even throw Democrats. They just don't want to budge. Even it's not. There's no sense of urgency. And to be honest with you, it's for him to even get tried right now. It's not even the climate right now.
Yeah,
everything's so discombobulated. And when November does come, and if there is a November midterms, I don't know if this country is going to be functional to that point. Is my point. It's like he does not want November to come.
Yeah.
I don't care if this, they're sending astronauts to the moon to try to distract it, and then you'd be surprised how many flat Earth theories. So much conspiracy theory pops up now, in the sense of trying to say, they faked that mission, and it's all the conspiracy theories are coming out that there is no such thing as space. Space is fake. Which is, it really does. It really puts into perspective pretty much right now what. These are adults, okay? And I'm not saying, well, what does that even mean, Sam? Adults. You're right. These people's brains should be matured and functional and and logical. To say, we're
Well,
living on a flat
the
plane,
internet killed that.
and there's an ice wall. You can't go so far because there's an ice wall. And really, an ice wall? Like that's, Holly, what do you think? I mean, have you heard this? This is the first time I've heard of this ice wall.
Oh,
It
God, we've
really
heard
makes
of it
me.
for years. Oh my God, it's awful. It's awful. Where it comes from is, of course, the polar projection of the map of Earth that's used by the United Nations to try to be inclusive of all nations. So it's the polar projection is one of the most useful maps in the world. It is, of course, heavily distorted towards the northern hemisphere. That goes without saying. You can create an antithetical map that's based on Antarctica and then all the continents around Antarctica as the center of the map in a polar projection. It would simply be South Polar as opposed to North Polar, but then it looks really odd. But when it comes to the northern polar projection, it's what the United Nations settled on. And the problem is that when you see it in its full effect, you see all of Antarctica surrounding the rest of the world on that polar projection. And this is what the idiots literally take a visual graphic representation meant to turn a three-dimensional sphere into a two-dimensional pancake, but they take that as a literal ice wall, the Antarctic surrounding the rest of the continents. That's where that concept comes from. They literally see that and they say, that's the wall of ice that keeps us all from falling off. Hopefully that puts that in some perspective.
No, well, it does, and it's very comical. I'm not laughing because it's just ridiculous because
it's awful. Yes.
No, there's people saying, well, what can you mean to tell me, the Earth is a cylindrical sphere or a type of sphere. Obviously it's not a perfect sphere and it spins around the sun. Well, how does the water stay there? Why doesn't the water spin out, out into space?
Right.
People are actually really questioning this. And it's very, and at times it is disturbing, believe it or not. It is disturbing because, they don't have a concept of gravity. They don't have a concept of atmosphere.
Yes.
And it's like they're almost trolling you. But I say this because you touched on Operation Argus, Operation High Jump.
Yes.
You talked about all these reconnaissance missions that are historically factual. Obviously Admiral Byrd you talked about.
Yes.
All these historical events have happened that can be vetted. Nevertheless, people still don't really want to do the research. They want to believe, conspiracy theory. Either they're smoking on something really, really good. One of the craziest, one of the craziest questions last year was, 100 men versus a full-grown silverback gorilla.
Yes, they were obsessing over that online. Yes. They had to be naked too. They had to be naked, man. Yes.
Well, this is one of the weed questions that circles around, and it makes its rounds, but it's like people really, this is what we're living in right now. We're really living in these times where, we and see Melania, and just to change the subject, just hearing Melania Trump try to, she's trying to speak, she's trying to be, presidential as a first lady. It really does prove the fact that people only care about, accents and immigrants if they're, they're wearing ponchos and picking oranges. Or, they're cleaning your house, right? Nothing against Slovenian folks, but it really contradicts Donald Trump's rhetoric. It really does, in his base.
They all have immigrant wives, even Miller.
Well, of course,
Wow.
they our own vice president has a half Indian, or is she Indian or Pakistani wife? Bless her heart.
Yeah.
You know, it's there's nothing wrong with it. My point is, um, they're not being consistent with their, the rhetoric. It's really it's the only ones that we don't like, but you still need them and you want them back. But obviously, we can argue, and we can make arguments about that, and they're valid, but at a certain point it's tiring. But
Yes.
when I was talking to Doug
Yes.
the other day,
Yes.
all
Thank
these
you for that.
social programs, these social programs that I've been expressing that in these transmissions. Well, I found the gold mine.
Yeah.
Obviously, the Israelis have our benefits.
Yeah.
Yes.
Doing,
Yes.
doing the research that I did,
And Elon, yeah.
they have our benefits. That's really what they have from us.
Yes.
And
Please
to tell you
explain
the
to
truth,
that. What
I don't
Sammy
have-
found is
and-
incredible. Yes.
What I don't have a problem with them having our benefits. I just want those benefits too. To tell you the truth,
Thank you.
I don't really care.
Yes.
I really don't. And it's not about our budget. It's not about we don't have the money. It's just it's been, circumvented to the state of Israel,
Yes.
and I have a problem with that. Because it's our tax dollars.
Thank you.
Doug, your 20 odd years that you worked in the military all your money goes to them. Mine as
Yes.
well. All these, everybody in our transmission.
Yes.
That's a problem. It really is, because I don't see them lining up to join the military.
Mhm.
I really
No,
don't.
No.
I
of
don't.
course not.
Of
course
all our
not.
synagogues should be emptied out. I mean, they should all have helmets. They should all, make a campaign. To tell you the truth, we should all be seeing this as far as image wise. What I'm trying to say, because that community, as privileged as they are, they're very good at propaganda. They like to set the narrative. The problem is, I just hear a lot of crickets. I see no conversations about that community joining the military. They are the chosen people. They should defend that region.
But by the way,
it's
just
logical, right?
in all fairness, just to clarify for our listeners, the Jewish diaspora, in terms of many secular Jews or agnostic Jews, there are a number of them that join the military. It is an exceedingly small number, but there is nevertheless a number of diasporic Jews who are agnostic or secular that join the military. But what Sammy's pointing out is that the Hasidic or various other cultic communities, because there are various Jewish practices that basically become cultic in nature in the United States. They're very morbidly inbred, and they're like an urban manifestation of hillbillies. Or seriously, it's like if you think of the Pennsylvania Dutch or the Amish, where they avoid all technology. Imagine them trying to live that lifestyle in the middle of New York City, and you get an idea of the practicing Jews that wear these very expensive hats and have their hair in braids. And it's a total patriarchy. It's a total patriarchy of assholes that claim religious exemption from military participation, which is why a lot of people hate the Pennsylvania Dutch or the Amish or the Mennonites or various kinds of practices of Christianity. They will not join the military. They don't believe in war for the state. And these Jews claim, these practicing Jews of this particular bent or practice, they claim that same exemption. But they're all on welfare, and they're paid to do nothing. They'll claim they're studying. It's exactly what they claim in Israel, where they also do not serve. And Netanyahu has finally forced them into some logistical positions. But take it from there, Sammy, because it's an outrage. Yeah.
Well, let me how can I say this? That
Yeah.
because obviously I want to respect your platform. What I don't understand is this is no ordinary conflict.
Yes.
This is like if Iran was against, our gay community and said we want to bomb San Francisco, Gaylandia,
Right.
the San Francisco.
Fairyland.
made it
Fairyland.
well, right, sorry. Fairyland, right?
Yes.
And I guarantee you, there would be a lot of there would be a lot of military, gay military would be up as far as recruitment.
Yes.
Because they feel as passionate about, their community, which is respectful. It really is. You have to commend them their belief in who they are, and I have to use that example because it makes me really question the people that say who they are and they're chosen. Are you really chosen if you don't want to defend what you are? That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound authentic. That doesn't sound like you guys are the chosen. Your prophet Malachi would question you, right?
Thank you. I would hope.
Let's be honest. This is just a general question. I would want to join and defend my homeland, quote unquote.
Yes.
And I don't see that. So it almost makes me wonder, well, are the Goyim actually the true chosen people? Because that's what it sounds like to me.
Thank you.
And I'm talking to optics. And we don't know. Obviously they haven't talked about genetic testing for the Levantine as far as who's quote unquote, deserving of that desert area. No, look, as someone who comes from a Christian background, I don't necessarily care for that area. I don't
Thank you.
I don't subscribe to the mysticism of Christian Disneyland is what I sometimes like to say it, okay? Surprised, honestly, if I were, Jewish community, I would literally make it into Disneyland. I would sell hats. I would have a churro guy walk around.
Actually, that's what they've
really
done
money.
to Israel. This is what they've done to Israel, actually.
Okay, done it, and stand corrected. My point is, I don't subscribe to that because a lot of you can't imagine how many people I've met who talked about visiting that area. And now they're holier than thou because I walk the same streets as Christ and
oh my God. Oh my God.
I don't know. I took a dump in a portable potty there. So now, it's
How many people go there and go batshit crazy too?
They do. It's called Jerusalem syndrome. It's called Jerusalem syndrome.
Right.
Yeah, go on.
So it's almost, you have to roll your eyes because it's like no one cares. You're treated like dogs there. So
It's true.
These people that live there literally treat you like you're a dog. They have no concept of culture. They hate any Western quote unquote Goyim.
Yes.
Obviously,
They really do. Yes, go on.
They, and I don't like to go, and I'm by no means am I I don't want to go full retard into this and to this narrative that, oh my God, they're terrible people. No, by no means, we've done our share as the US, we're pretty much, rolling in it, right?
Yeah.
The problem now is the silence in that community towards, enlistment, obligations with that region, because our government has a lot of dual citizenship in government that are dual citizenship of Israel, which is very interesting. It does make you scratch your head as far as, well, though they also should be defending Israel then. Put a helmet on them.
Yes.
Saying this because the way they express how this area needs to be protected, well, they should put their money where their mouth is.
Absolutely.
And,
Their bodies where their
you know,
mouth is, yes.
absolutely. You know, and hey, they can make a film about it. You know, they can. Let's be honest. You know, they can make their Saving Private Ryan. I don't know, Saving Private David. I don't know, or Ishmael. I don't know. I don't know no Jewish names.
Of course, if people
Brandon Zogin looks Jewish. You know, that's a joke. That's a joke.
Yeah. By the way,
Brandon, that was a joke.
Yeah, it was, Brandon. Don't take that too hard. He is Levantine. But when it comes to the people could try and claim a response or shall we say post a rebuttal. They could posit that Exodus and other movies like that are Israel's version of war films. But we have to remember these are all films about atheistic socialists who are completely rejecting the Israeli religion that founded Israel, with a lot of secular help from powers like the Soviet Union, and before that, my biological father, Adolf Hitler's Third Reich. So when these people, the militant Zionists that came into Israel, were establishing their ethnic cleansing operations and basically establishing the state of Israel as we know it today, it wasn't the state of Israel as we know it today. It was a very much a atheistic Marxian social engineering experiment where many people lived in kibbutzes or collectives. Whereas and everybody was cheering this in America. Everybody was saying, oh, they've all come back to the Holy Land, but this was the insanity. You had a bunch of practicing ideological communists who were establishing an apartheid state based on genocide and ethnic cleansing, while the Americans were saying, oh, it's this people returning to their Holy Land, when ethnically, and this is where Sammy Romero is referring to the DNA testing, these are not at all Jewish people. They were Turkic in descent from the Hazar tribe that had resettled into Eastern Europe, creating the supermassive Pale of Settlement, which stretched from the Baltic to the Black Sea. When it comes to Israel today, however, there are many people who are practicing religion, and these are the people who are exempt from military service. But these same communities exist in New Jersey, where they are on welfare, entire communities that have never worked a day in their lives. They do the same thing they do in Israel. They say, well, we're studying the Torah. That is our profession. It's what we do. But why are we paying for that? I mean, even Israelis are asking that in Israel. Shouldn't we Americans be asking that here? Why are we paying?
They scour the structure of the town clean.
Yes.
And do all of it. Superintendent and all into local government.
Yeah.
So it's like a complete kind of, I don't know the perfect word. I could think of a plant or two that does this.
It's a cultural scam. It's a cultural, but it's like a weed. Yes.
No, but it's so complete. It's really tight and isolate.
Yeah. An invasive
Insular.
takeover. Yeah, it's
very, and all of it. I mean, down to the last who gets hired to clean this school.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, in grammar school, they showed us the families plowing with the cow and living on the farm with the kids, and they were put up as the good hippies.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
See, those are good hippies, not like these in America.
Right, got it.
You get it? They were the good hippies.
There you go.
They had a right to have long hair and prairie skirts, and they were dressed modestly.
Cultural indoctrination from womb to tomb. Yes.
Yeah.
So Sammy, you saw this guy going around trying to interview these people and asking them what they did, correct? Let's see if Sammy's still with us on the call. He might have been called away for daddy duties, which is understandable. But yeah, if he returns. But in the interim, while he's gone, let's have you fill in, pick up the slack. Holly, tell us a little bit about what's on
You
your.
did
Oh
hear
wait, Sammy's
about
back, by the way. So Sammy, yes, you saw
Yeah.
an individual recently going around New Jersey trying to interview some of these welfare recipients, asking them what they did for a living. Tell us about this.
Well, it's pretty much self-explanatory. I mean, obviously, he was pretty much inquiring that, what did the male population do for a living? He was obviously targeted by them. They called law enforcement. They actually have their own law enforcement. This was the city's Lakewood, New Jersey.
See,
They
Lakewood
actually,
is half took over. Yeah, I saw it. One side's the worst slum you ever saw in your life.
Right.
And it's like out in the suburbs too. It's weird. And the other side is completely uniform.
Right.
It's amazing. And this was
It's
10 years ago.
that's
Lakewood.
yeah. I mean, that's there you go. I mean, that's what they did is they have their own police. As far as, I wouldn't say
Yep.
sworn, but it's some type of
Militia. What
security.
they have is a militia, a paramilitary force, like they do in the West Bank settlements.
No. Stop it, Doug. They have gangs. Let's be real. They're gang
Color
members.
gangs. They're color gangs.
They're gang members. They're very violent. What does that sound like? Oh, that's what they call us. Our paramilitary, right? Gosh darn it. My point is,
You're speaking of
they
Los
have their own
Angeles.
gangs.
Sammy's speaking of Los Angeles
Right.
in parallel for those
Oh,
of
no.
you
Oh,
who just don't get it.
Oh no, Doug, stop it. San Francisco has their gangs too.
Oh yes, of course.
Come on. My point is, they have their own paramilitary groups, and they pretty much kick you out. They harass you. They
They drive
seem very
everyone
intimidating.
else out
Yeah.
aggressively.
very violent.
Have you heard of the title theft or deed theft?
Right.
When people
No, I
get
heard of it.
old and they still have their house and it's
that's
a
here in
big,
America.
big racket.
That's here in America. Here in New Jersey.
That's in Lakewood, Jersey, all over the East Coast now.
Yeah. So when the elderly are alone, they prey on them and take their
They
land.
do.
Yeah.
And they get their house. They get power of attorney behind the family's backs. You can do it all
Christ.
in a fucking office.
Oh,
Oh, it's a big scandal.
oh my
Right,
God.
absolutely. It's their version of drive-bys.
Yeah.
It's a little different. It involves a little bit more.
Incredibly aggressive.
Oh.
Equally deadly. You say this kills generations of working hard Americans.
Thank
So,
you.
wow, it's amazing the FBI doesn't target them or
Yeah.
They get a
agendas.
free pass.
Right. No social programming.
Nope.
Nothing. None of that. Wow, it's amazing. It's almost like the government actually does care about them. Wow.
Oh boy.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Doug had to go and live in what ghetto you live in, Doug?
The Tenderloin.
the Tenderloin. There we go. Wow. I don't think no Chichoa were in Lakewood, New Jersey. I'll tell you that.
no.
It's a line,
a
a straight line down through the middle. I saw it from the bus
Jesus.
Wow.
rolling by.
Yeah.
Oh,
And I was like, I didn't know what I was seeing yet because I hadn't been back in 35 years.
Wow. I mean, there you go. We have Holly, who's a witness of that. So,
Oh yeah.
it's you would literally have to say, Holly's lying, but no, it's amazing. I worked for a while in East LA, Los Angeles. I call it the Wakanda of Mexicans, right? I mean, East Los Angeles historically, right? But
Yeah.
The way these people have it set up, it's amazing. It really is, as far as their ingenuity to really manipulate anybody that goes there. And it's not that they're not intimidating. It's just they're just organized. They're organized in the sense of they're just obnoxious. They look obnoxious, like
Yeah.
And they have
but,
mad money, tons of
of
money.
course. Of course, and
Tons
you know what
of money.
this is just me, okay? The fact that yes, they do have money, but what's more impressive to me is the fact that people are just their effectiveness, the effectiveness to literally get away with what they do, and
I know.
nobody dares to challenge that. It's mind-boggling, but it is
Well,
what it
there's
is.
one lady that started the foundation to fight the deed theft.
Right.
And I just heard her speak, and man, she's a firecracker.
Excellent.
And so there's efforts,
More power to her, of course.
I would walk around with a bulletproof vest if I were her, in a helmet. I mean, I'm being serious. That
seriously.
These
no shit.
And historically, they've had their own, obviously the Mossad and these organizations that are linked to them and so on and so forth. But nowadays, it's very much. I mean, when you have the vice president, when you have our Speaker of the House wearing a yarmulke, walking around in that area, that's power. They are the most strongest gang. I'm calling them a gang. I'm sorry, they're a gang.
Yeah.
They forget the Crips, forget the Bloods, forget the MA, all these other organizations.
Yeah.
No, these guys are the true deal.
That Meyer Lansky, man.
There you go.
And Italians loved him. They got along.
Meyer Lansky's a Boy Scout compared to these people.
That's true. That's
Amen.
true. Yeah, he was a gentleman. He was a gentleman.
Well, here come his descendants.
He's a Boy Scout. I mean, when you're linked to the House Speaker, literally the House Speaker is wearing a yarmulke, walking around with your cronies. Anybody can look this up.
Like the best little Protestant boy he's supposed to be, right?
That's even more impressive. That he's a Protestant boy.
He would slap on a yarmulke.
Yeah.
And Trump's praising the law.
Absolutely.
Oh shit! Oh, so
it's wacky.
But
we can't drive ourselves mad,
yes.
Which we're all tempted to do because it doesn't make sense. It's not rational.
Right.
Thank you. Yes. So Sammy, continue.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, you were talking about MS-13. It's got nothing on these guys. Yes, go on.
I mean, come on, dog. They're small peanuts. I'm sorry. They're what you say. They're just petty thieves, to tell you the truth. This is amazing. I'm amazed because their ingenuity and the fact that they're not intimidating. It's not that they're intimidating. It's just the fact that they have this, this ability to be left alone. And I'm not saying they're not, obviously they're not impenetrable or invincible, but I mean, when you're walking around with the House Speaker, I don't even think the Catholic Church gets that type of respect.
Absolutely not. Okay? As a matter of fact,
not lately.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I'll address that later in Arc of Narrative tonight. The Roman Catholic Church in the United States are now very much at odds. But one of the things that Sammy is bringing
shockingly enough.
Shockingly enough. Yeah. But one of the things that Sammy is bringing attention to is the fact that we are effectively under a Zionist occupation government. And that is something that we need to come to terms with. That we have a culture that is dominated by a neurotic minority. And it's only now coming into question thanks to the fact that they've been given so much rope, they're tripping over it. And they literally feel such a sense of impunity that they've taken it beyond all levels of reasonable tolerance. They are in power only with the people in power at this point. Obviously, the tragedy is there's a lot of Americans who have been indoctrinated through probably the greatest religious scam in human history, the Schofield Bible, into worshiping the Jews as the master race, as literal relatives of the boss, when the DNA shows otherwise.
That's how it's working out.
Yes. Yeah. But that having been stated, I don't know, Holly, did you see the video that I put into the Infinite Call of
Yeah.
a group of dogs? Tell us your
Yeah.
impression when you saw this group of dogs respond to the Israeli flag.
Well, it's iconic for sure. It could be interpreted as you could interpret it either way. Like, that's why Israel has to fight to the death and kill them all, because they'll send dogs to eat our flag. You know what I mean?
That's how they would see it. Yes.
Yes.
Sammy?
Now, on the other side,
Yeah.
it's like when the spider was crawling around Pope Benedict's face, I mean, it's always supposed to be a bad sign if dogs don't like you.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
And it sure drives that home.
Yeah. And
Hey, you must have heard.
yes.
Oh, go ahead. Go
Oh
ahead.
no, continue. You must have heard. You were going to say.
That Orban conceded.
Yes, I'll cover that in Arc of Narrative. Thank you
I
for
figured.
bringing that up. Yes.
That's
And,
very interesting.
Yeah, well, thank God. Well, it's because he was forced to. The only people voting for him were a bunch of fucking Americans who had moved to Hungary.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the only thing that was.
Because it's cheap.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
No, it's not because it's cheap. It's because of that too.
It
But
absolutely is.
they're all fucking. Yeah, of course that's a factor, but it's because they're a bunch of fucking Tate brother wannabes that are.
Oh, that
pimping
too.
Hungarian girls, they're all there to fuck underage Hungarian girls and take them as child brides, Peter Moon style, of course, and push their stupid fucking politics, just like Peter Moon did.
Hungary's
when he was in
fucking,
Romania. Yeah, go on.
fucking rough.
Yeah,
And I could easily see that developing there.
yeah.
It's a hard people.
Well, it's a hard place to live. Yeah,
Yeah.
But in terms of that, since only the Americans were voting for him, the expatriate community of Americans, the Magatards, who had moved to occupy Magyarország, or Hungary, and the man running against him, by the way, his name is Magyar. That's actually his last name. It would be like an American running for president whose last name was literally American. Imagine a man running for president whose last name was literally American. This man running for president against Viktor Orban, his name is fitting. It's very apropos. His name is Magyar, which is the Hungarian word for Hungarian. It's like he literally has the name of his people. So when
is he any good?
Anything's better than Viktor Orban. If he's running
against
Viktor, yeah, anything's better than guaranteed.
I'm saying,
yes,
he's not trumped out.
No, he's running against the Trump call because Trump has occupied. Trump and Putin have effectively occupied Hungary for 16
what I was hoping.
years. Yeah, no, this guy is the answer to that, and because
that will really raise the spirits of that place.
Yes, and
because that's a dark place.
Yeah, because the European Union stepped in and said, "Look, you fuckers keep taking our money. You take all our money. You've got to hold democratic elections. You haven't held democratic elections in 16 years." So they said, "This time we're going to make certain you hold democratic elections." And they counted it and they said, "Hey, man, when Orban threatened to use his army to kick them out, they said, fine, Europe will invade. You're a European member state. Unless you secede from European Union, you try to throw out our vote counters with your army, we're going to invade." And so he wouldn't be invaded by Germany. He said, okay, hold your legal elections. And they counted and they said, the only people voting for you are Americans in the expatriate community who have moved here.
I totally believe that, man. They're all Trumpers.
Yeah, and he said no one else has voted for you other than Putinist spies and American expatriates. And that's when he had to concede before, the elections were even held, because he knew that was true. Anyhow, so back to Sammy. Yeah, we'll get back to that and the Pope. But yes, your own thoughts on the dogs and the flag, please. And take it from there.
A very simple answer. Animals are pretty much the most non-biased creatures we have.
Thank you.
They are pretty much truth tellers.
Yeah.
And that's self-explanatory. Yeah. They recognize evil, and they are doing their part. Unlike, people that we're talking about, not willing to defend their promised land.
Thank you.
Those dogs literally have bigger cojones than they do.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can argue maybe they're chosen. Hey, just putting it out there. I mean, I would really want these people defending their land. Put a helmet on, boots, and you can wear yarmulke and go and defend your land. I mean, it's just obvious. Go ahead.
Those were
Go ahead,
some
Ollie.
rough-looking dogs too.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
I wouldn't
Right.
want to meet those dogs in an alley.
Yeah. Well, they smelled shit. Let's put it that way.
True. Very much true.
And, not only that, it's the
Doug,
way
is
Brendan described it. Here's
Yeah.
how Brendan described it. He said if you wanted to look at it as purely material rationalist and as a Pavlovian, you would say every time some Palestinian old lady feeds them, she gets murdered by the Israelis.
Ooh.
And finally, they recognize that flag as, hey, this
Oh.
always shows up whenever they kill our masters. Every single
Yeah.
one of those dogs had masters, children, old ladies feeding them that
Good
the
ones.
Israelis
Yeah,
have killed in front of them.
that's
So
right.
they've learned to identify that symbol with murder. Yeah. And,
That's deep.
yeah. And,
It makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense in the sense
does.
that these animals are attuned to you. They obviously have more humanity than the people that are doing these to these
thank you.
these people.
Perpetrating these crimes than the people who are
right.
perpetrating these atrocities. Yes.
I wish
They
I wish Brooke,
recognize threats.
and it comes mind to Brooke. I have to mention her because she's a big animal advocate, and I do believe. Obviously, my sister, I had to bury her dog.
Yes.
These creatures really get attached to you. They become a part of you. So that's very likely that, in fact, I'm pretty certain they probably did. They were doing their part to at least avenge their their resistance. So it's it's pretty simple, right? So go ahead, Doug.
Oh, no, definitely once I get started, I suck all the oxygen out of the room. So let's continue with the roundtable for a little bit of time because still getting my head together. When I dive into it, of course, I'll dive into it, but I do encourage both of you to just interject whenever you feel like it.
Thank you.
Yeah, but obviously, when Sammy came on, he has been doing a lot of research lately, and I think it's really hit Sammy the historical inescapability of, as Aaron Tice described it, a kind of the Jewish influence factor. The Jewish influence factor is pervasive, and Sammy has pointed out that there's a reason my biological father Adolf Hitler documented his destruction of European Jewry. He obviously was not ashamed of what he was doing. He wanted history to remember his responsibility. And what he was fighting against is everything we're seeing today. Our world is on the precipice. But beyond that, because there is an increasing Judaic element that wants to go back to that old-time religion and start sacrificing Texas-bred red heifers on the Mount, by recreating the third temple, we are at the precipice of their opening a portal to hell itself. There is an Israeli horror film, for some reason released. It was not that long ago that it was released, and it was titled Jerusalem with a Z. People can look it up. Jerusalem with a Z. And it's all about the Israelis proudly opening a portal to hell. And it's an Israeli film, an Israeli horror film that shows them unleashing hell on earth. This is something that is bears watching in terms of the psychology of what's going on. This is a religious war. So understand, everyone, this is a religious war. Benjamin Netanyahu is
True.
very much under the influence of
Absolutely.
this particular Judaic cabal. Go on.
He
Sam.
thinks he's fulfilling prophecy.
Yes.
I mean, he's
Doug,
going full
it's not-
Yahweh on this shit.
Yes.
And so there's all these Christians running around quoting the Bible.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, Hegseth
but
is claiming it's a crusade. Yes. But
it's not Jesus, man.
No,
It's this way back God that likes foreskins and
yes. The God of
wiping out everything that, you know,
the
is
God.
different than them.
Thank you. The
And
God
our
of
victims from
Yes.
the origin whole story. It is the religion of victimization.
and persecution. Yeah. Sammy,
Absolutely.
Sammy, when you're ready, he's probably overwhelmed by daddy duties right now. Yes.
One of the things that I just wanted to ask you now, in that religion, is there a such thing as the occult? Do they have the version of of Jewish?
Oh, believe me, all of Michael Aquino's Western magical mysticism was based ultimately on Jewish Kabbalism. Jewish Kabbalism
Interesting.
is the interjection. This is probably Jewish Kabbalism is the only real interface that you could call Judeo-Christian. Otherwise, the term Judeo-Christian is an oxymoron. It's like saying, if you say Judeo-Christian, it's the exact parallel or analog of saying destructive creation or destructive creationism. It doesn't make any sense. They're antithetical.
Interesting.
Yeah, but
Interesting.
the closest interface you can get is the Western magical system is rooted in the Judaic Kabbalah. And so, yes, that is essentially the foundation for my explaining Michael Aquino's magic whenever I do is based in originally the Hebraic tradition. So,
Interesting.
Yeah.
Crowley too.
Well, of course, but he's kind of a play on thelema, which comes back to the Judaic. This is why when people toss out the word anti-Semitism in a lunatic term, because the Arabs are Semitic peoples. If you're saying anti-Semitic, you mean you're anti-Arab. Yet they've somehow perverted that and turned it
wild, that perversion.
But when they use that term, simply say, "I am not anti-Semitic. I am anti-satanic." That is the proper response.
That'll go over.
Yeah. Well, you can imagine what you're going to trigger.
Don't do it in Lakewood.
Yeah. Back to Sammy with that, because he was pointing out the.
Well, Go ahead, Doug. One of the things that this is me kind of, this slapping me in the face. Okay. Now, what boggles my mind is, a lot of the evangelical community mystifies, or they have a distortion of really believing modern day Israel is the ancient Israelites, which obviously it's not
the
true.
Opposite. This is the Antichrist.
It's the opposite.
This is the synagogue of Satan. The synagogue of Satan is the term Jesus used. That's a Christian quote from the man himself. But go on. Yes.
Of course. And as I'm doing my little research that I was doing, I'm hearing some of these rabbis, the way they speak about, my Lord and Savior, they refer to him as JC, JC Penny, a false prophet. The Goyim worship this false prophet. If he was a god, why did he die? So on and so forth, which kind of, it hits a chord with me because obviously, Jesus Christ, died for our sins, of all men. So, he's a redeemer. He's all these great titles, and
King of Kings, Lord of Lords.
Right. And it goes back to also what you talked about, obviously the revelation of the Magi, all these wonderful, discoveries that you made and you elaborated. It makes a lot of sense in as far as Christianity being a universal faith of all mankind, all different type of walks, including, our Muslim brothers and sisters. But the way the rabbis really do talk about, it's really, they have a disdain. It's
Yes.
almost where a hatred, in a sense of, it confirms a lot of what Christ, who he really was, is what I'm trying to say. As far as I'm not saying, obviously our Lord and Savior he came, with the sword, to pit, son against father. He just wasn't, he wasn't a hippie, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes. He
But
was a warrior.
that
Yes, but go on.
absolutely, but that also kind of speaks to the fact that he knew what these people are capable of, and the fact that they crucified him. Well, it's a confirmation now, and not that this wasn't. We can see this all through history, but especially now in modern times, it is very well believable they did crucify him. This was part of the agenda that they wanted to, hang him on the cross.
Yes.
And it's just a lot of emotions came to me because it makes me sick in a sense of the indoctrination that the evangelical community has.
Yes.
The sheer blindness, the fact that you had Lindsey Graham saying he would defend Israel before his own constituents lets you know, the perversion, just the sheer possession. Okay, it's almost
Yes.
spiritual. Where
Yes, I think that's a good word for it, is possession. Yes, America is a possessed republic. Continue. Yeah.
and I say this because people from the South are known to be very proud to be from the South, to be proud to be a Confederate, to almost play the underdog role is what I'm trying to say. The Rocky of, quote unquote, the Confederacy. There is a sense of admiration. I've always had admiration to that. Obviously, you too, Doug. You talked about, that particular war, which is one of our deadliest wars till this day, right?
Absolutely.
The fact that they can have the ability to have a man of the South say these type of things lets you know their vileness,
Yes.
as far as just evil,
Yes.
And this is saying a lot. And to put it into context, this is not, we have our sins, we do our killing, our raping, but the thing about Americana is illusion. This is completely shattering the illusion that we have. Okay, it's one thing to have old-fashioned racism. It's old-fashioned racism. It is what it is, right?
Yes.
But this goes beyond that in a sense of this really shows true evil, true chaos, in a sense that they have the ability to do this, and it's very alarming. It's just sick. But
Yes.
go ahead, Doug.
No, I think you've said it all in that regard, and it's very important that you've said it. The thing to bring up, of course, is that when it comes to the Confederate States of America, it's such a bizarre situation, and it's very convoluted. When you think of the Jewish Confederate, the most important man in the Confederacy was a Jewish slave trader. And he was an individual who, without him, the Confederacy would not have existed. Approximately some 10,000 Jewish people fought for the Confederacy. But the most prominent figure was Judah P. Benjamin, and he served in key cabinet positions. And his are the Confederate statues that never get taken down. He's called the brains of the Confederacy. He was essentially President Jefferson Davis's Rasputin. And yeah, so understand that Southern Jews were deeply embedded in society. What happened was when the Confederacy was essentially never overrun, but when Robert E. Lee surrendered, and this is very important to remember, the Confederacy had been cut in two, but Robert E. Lee was the man who conducted this surrender ceremony very much against the wishes of the people still resisting. And when he did so, the Confederate population, the non-slave owners, formed essentially an American PLO. The Palestinian Liberation Organization of the Confederate South was the Ku Klux Klan. And the Ku Klux Klan became very anti-Jewish because they blamed people like Judah P. Benjamin for betraying the South.
Wow.
Even though many Southern Jews demonstrated a strong allegiance to the Confederate cause, mainly because of their involvement with the slave economy and their selling of slavery, rationalizing it by biblical justification. These are the people who took something that biblical slavery never was. Biblical slavery was something that a man could be freed from. The Jewish cabal in the Confederate States turned it into a racial caste system in which a person was literally born into slavery and could never be freed therefrom.
Wow.
This was not biblical. It was Antichrist. And for this reason, the Klan calls themselves Christians fighting the Antichrist Judea. This is never emphasized. People are only told that the Klan is a bunch of mindless racists that you must resist and kill on sight. So children are indoctrinated into the anti-Klan mentality, just as we're indoctrinated into thinking for generations that the PLO, well, they're simply terrorists. They're simply terrorists without any understanding of their cause. Well, think about the original example.
None at all.
Yeah. The original example.
None at all.
This. Yeah.
And didn't Netanyahu fuck over the PLO for what they ended up with? And now I'm forgetting the acronym.
Oh God, yes, of course. Yeah.
The recent one.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're talking about, what is it?
Oh,
I always go blank.
That was clear.
But
I
here,
mean, they could have all gotten along under Arafat.
Yes. Arafat had basically sued for peace.
Absolutely.
No,
and like 5 years after his death, I believe it was the country of Sweden, and you can look this up, got him exhumed to check.
And proved the Israelis had poisoned him. They proved
Absolutely, they proved it. And he missed the paper one day. Whoops, you'd never know.
Oh, yes, there you go. By the way, I'm getting a question from somebody who's asking me, well, can you point out any other important Jews in the Confederacy? Yes, aside from Judah P. Benjamin, who was he served not only as the Attorney General, but also as the Secretary of State and the Secretary of War for the Confederate States of America. This man was the most powerful man in the Confederacy, not Jefferson Davis. It was a Jewish man named Judah P. Benjamin. There was also Abraham C. Myers, who served as the Quartermaster General of the Confederate States Army. Phoebe Pember, who was one of the most famous Jewish Southern women. She worked as a nurse in charge of the Chimborazo Hospital in Richmond. And many Jewish women were involved in the war effort as spies, informants in the North, which made Abraham Lincoln almost an ardent Judeophobe because of this fact. Then there was Adolph Proskauer. Adolph Proskauer was a major in the 125th Alabama Regiment, known for his leadership in battle. Of course, he had a stake in it. He was a commissioned officer with a large plantation and a lot of slaves. Now, all of that being articulated, the important thing to remember is the populace felt that this elite had betrayed the South, and they continued their war of resistance under Reconstruction, and then established themselves as a power in and of themselves, a kind of deep state in the Deep South, the Solid South. When it comes to where we're at today, this is the complexity of the situation and the perversity thereof. The rest of the South, not wanting to look like a bunch of racist Klansmen, converted to Southern Baptism. And when they converted to Southern Baptism, then the problem became that they were indoctrinated to worship the Jews as the master race, saying, oh, keep your eye on the ball. And the ball is Israel. And the people have returned. And do you hear what I'm saying, Sammy? Your response on this would be appreciated. In this
Like
sense,
Zion was biblical.
Wow.
Zion, the
they-
political Zionism is from the Bible.
So this is the problem in the modern South in trying to disown the Klan and call themselves non-racist. They have become Southern Baptist, which entails that the Jews have returned to the Holy Land, and
Wow.
therefore we must do everything to support the Israelis. And they believe the Israelis to be the white settler regime, whereas the
Wow.
Palestinians are all dirty colored people who need to be exterminated, and that makes the Klan the good guys. They are fighting against that in the Deep South today. A
Interesting.
resistance against the Zionist occupation government, which has brainwashed everyone else in the Deep South to align with Israel. That's the situation and its complexity.
Yeah, and it's
Oh, that's
split MAGA
interesting.
right up the middle.
Yeah, well, MAGA is Baptist. That comes from the Baptists and a bunch of Catholics, a bunch of dumbass
Well,
American Catholics. Yeah, and you know where that comes from? All the Cubanos who think of themselves as white. Yeah,
Right.
that's where that comes from. A bunch of Cuban exiles who think they're honorary whites, and they had that status. But they're the Catholic element of MAGA, along other, shall we say, really misinformed Catholics who have fallen for the synagogue of Satan. But
Think that, apocalypse and Armageddon are a good thing.
yeah, but
We'll get
Pope
raptured in
Leo is
time.
fighting that. Pope
He
Leo
sure
is
is.
fighting that. Yes, Pope
He
Leo
sure
saying,
is.
you Catholics better wake up. This is the age of
He
Antichrist.
sure is.
Yes, and so back to Sammy on this. So hopefully that puts that into some perspective. And
Oh man, that's deep. Okay, in the sense that they're obviously, the world is never black and white. There's many shades of gray. Obviously, I'm not saying yay Klan, but they serve the purpose. Unfortunately, we have to set aside, obviously, the whole Jim Crow against the black population that we have. But in reality, too, though, it makes a lot of sense why. I'll give you an example. Muhammad Ali was very known to attend Klan meetings. He actually was very liked by the Klan. And obviously, through his political rhetoric, obviously, he slept with many white women. He tends to, like any man, right?
Yeah.
No one's perfect.
yeah.
I mean, it is what it is. But he was, and obviously he was part of the Nation of Islam, that whole movement. But nevertheless, or the militant Muslims. I could be wrong, but you get what I'm saying. That whole militant Muslim type of civil rights with Malcolm X and all that. But it makes a lot of sense why he got along with them so well, in the sense that he really did believe in segregation.
Yes.
Blacks here, whites there.
And as a
so
black
so
Muslim, he also woke to the Jewish question. Continue.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And obviously, we have to also mention Dr. Martin Luther King, who was very known to be associated with, I believe one of his advisors was a Jewish rabbi, who, he was very pro-Israel, to the least extent to
which
be
is
associated
madness,
with.
which is insane for a person
Absolutely.
advocating for colored rights. That puts it in
And
perspective.
obviously, one of the things that Dr. King said before he was murdered was, I led my people to a burning building.
Yes.
And obviously he got shot for that. Once he put the two and two together, and more than likely he was probably going to, unite with Malcolm X, or I don't know if Malcolm X died after it. I keep switching who died first, but after.
Thank
Okay.
you.
After.
Thank you,
Well,
Holly. Even I would have
even
had a problem remembering that off the top of my head. So thank you. Go on.
even so, even you know, with Farrakhan, so on and so forth. My point is, they were not going to allow that. They were not going to allow for him to have any type of unity and have, you know, unity within the Black African American demographic. Obviously, the rise of, you know, and this is one of the things that, you know, it's, you can also say that culturally throughout America, but, you know, to separate the Black family and welfare and all these things that were used against minorities, not just Blacks, but minorities, Catholics, Irish or Italians, or anybody considered quote unquote a minority. These tactics were used so that these people of this region can go into power. And I'm not saying they're solely responsible, but you know, obviously Dr. Martin Luther King knew he fucked up. He fucked up in the sense of
Thank you. That's
his message.
quite true. And he pretty much said so at the end of his life. As you said, he became very, even though he spoke in metaphor, it's, once you clearly understand the context, it becomes inescapable. Continue.
Well,
It's
and
a
this is
meat
why-
grinder.
Well, absolutely. And this is one of the things that unfortunately you don't ever, especially dealing with American, this U.S. society, that the anti-society that we live in. You can even reference countries, okay? If Dr. Martin Luther King actually created his own militia, armed, yes, there'll be many casualties, but in my opinion, he would have got more done that way. And I say this because the gun is always respected more, unfortunately.
Yes.
It's just the truth. You can say this with Ukraine. If Ukraine would have still had nuclear armaments,
That's
whether
right.
they had one or two.
Oh, they had hundreds, believe it or not, because they were a major nuclear power of their own right when they seceded from the Soviet Union and traded it all in for a paper promise that the Russians would never attack. Plus an entire strategic bombardment wing. They had an entire wing of strategic nuclear bombers that they gave to the Russians and said, here are all the nuclear ships, just promise you'll never attack. Because Britain and America were there saying, we'll back it up. If Russia attacks you, we'll be right behind you. All three, the Americans, Britons, and the Russians, broke their promise. And Ukraine was supposed to be divided, but Ukraine's resisted them all to this point. But continue.
Rather have but not need than need and not have, right? Fortunately,
Yes, absolutely.
they forgot that. They forgot that. But
yes.
I mean, at least keep two arms. Like at least keep a rocket. God dang, right? But
they should have kept it all.
At least
yes, go on.
At least have one pointed at Russia. You know, hey, just for insurance purposes, right?
Yes.
But no, unfortunately, that and you know there's a lot of arguments to that, but that's just the sheer reality. Okay, the way this community now, this protected community, they are very violent.
Yes,
they are. This
yes.
is why they're respected. And a lot of people misinterpret their demeanor, but no, they're very violent.
Yeah. And
a lot of it is because, you know, it's one of the things that we overlook. We very much overlook, and you know, we're paying the price. And by no means am I saying, you know, they shouldn't have those privileges, but I believe the American people should have as well. There's no reason why we cannot have these social programs. And am I some type of communist? No, but given the circumstances that we all are in, we're pretty much all borderline homeless. I can care less what anybody says. We're all borderline homeless. We need these social programs, and this is proof that it's possible. So it's not about the debt ceiling. It's not about being, we have to balance the budget. That's a bunch of horse shit.
Thank you.
We can kill, rape, do all this and still have these social programs. Let's keep it real.
You saw that quote. I mean, he wants to give another $1.5 trillion, and
So
he can't be worried about daycare because he's fighting a war and all that. That's
right.
why this talk of the 25th is kind of heating up, because that's fucked up. And there's nobody Trump loves gassing and killing more than Americans.
Well, his own base. That's the problem.
I mean, that's what he loves to do. He did it in BLM.
Yep. I mean, that's.
So.
I mean,
it's wild. I mean, he can't wait. I'm afraid that's how we'll shut the elections down, causing riots here so bad.
Well, I believe. Yeah,
I don't think it's, while he's doing
that's an
Cuba
excellent observation. That's a very astute observation, Sammy. What do you say about that?
It haunts me.
And take it from there, because Trump seems to be wanting to provoke hunger riots to declare martial law before the midterms by denying social programs to everyone other than his chosen people, which, of course, it must never be forgotten, Trump has converted to Judaism. We have the world's first practicing Jewish president. Yes,
that's hilarious. Look, Doug, we don't even have to go that far. The fact that gas in California, the third largest economy in the world, in Long Beach, people are already stealing gas out of your tank.
Yeah, boy. Oh God.
Man, tell people about that. This is Mad Max shit. Come on.
People are stealing gas. They're drilling into gas tanks, siphoning gas, and stealing gas.
Oh, they get around the locking cap.
Absolutely.
Because now everybody has a lock on it.
Yes.
But me.
I mean, this is sheer. Look, this is pretty much going to be Mad Max in the sense that we cannot sustain these type of, price gouging. That's pretty much what we're seeing is the ripple effect of everything going up. But California in particular, something needs to be done. But I have to kind of give you the short answer because I have, my boss.
Yeah, we hear it.
Right.
Yes, and
because now the new hope for the world is Gavin Newsom. Oh, help me, somebody!
Yeah,
I'm dying here.
But
Gavin Newsom.
Share love with your family, of course, and and so let's see if he's still on the call or has been forced to drop.
He had to go quick.
Hello.
Oh, there he is. Okay,
hello?
You're still with us.
Yeah.
Are you trying to answer?
To tell you the truth.
Yeah, continue.
But to tell you the truth, when it comes to this, it's he's right. Holly's definitely right. These riots, the American people are pretty much we're gonna self-destruct. Okay. And it's just the truth. If you think January 6th was something, when people have nothing to lose, people have their 401ks are pretty much worthless. We're not. Let's put it this way, okay? If the petrol buck gets cut off, if Europe has to step in, which that's what it's looking like. If Europe has to make their own deal with Iran, okay, along with the UAE, which is pissed, all those clerics are pissed off. They're losing millions, billions of dollars, okay, that were invested in that area, Dubai.
Yeah, sheikhs, you mean to say, not clerics, but sheikhs in that case. But continue.
Sorry,
clerics would be Iran, but yeah, sheikhs in.
I'm sorry, I'm American, okay? In fact, they're all. So I know they're all named as a poo, right? Come on, give me a break. Hell, I look put a diaper on me, and I look like one. My point is, they are heavily invested in the U.S. in Trump. Okay.
Yes.
This is a whole. This is an asteroid of crap that it's gonna blow. Okay.
Economy's still booming at the top end. That's all I know. Booming.
Top end.
This
She
is
said.
what I tell
top
people.
end. She said. But go on.
Well,
At
this
the
is what I
top
tell
end.
people. does it really matter when most of the entire country is broke? Guess where they're going to look for the food and supplies? They're going to go to all your preppy, your gated communities. Your gated communities will not protect them. Okay.
That's why they need a real strong plague next time.
Well, this plague is
COVID didn't do it.
This financial plague is going to be worse. Okay. Because it's
That's
a
what I'm
trickle-down
saying. They
effect.
got to knock off 200 million Americans real quick. 100 million will be plenty enough to serve them.
Well, I feel
Absolutely.
that takes us in a direction that is a bit, shall I say, it's a bit extreme. It's extreme enough where
I know it is for me too. It was a bad day when I realized that would solve all their problems.
Yeah. I don't give them that much credit. But Sammy, you were going to.
There's plenty of maids for 100 million.
I understand, but I don't want to. I don't want Sammy to lose track
of
what his point
hole.
was. Yeah, to go down that rabbit hole. Yes. So
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So Sammy,
well,
continue with your
unfortunately, it's just when you see all that pressure on top of this dementia patient that we have, this is a nightmare in the sense of he has a lot of pressure and he knows that. This in the next week, maybe 2 weeks, Doug, something is going to drop. Okay. This financial pressure that Americans are feeling is one thing, but when you have people of money and people that have influence throughout the world that are pissed, that's not a good combination. He's setting too many fires that he's going to get engulfed regardless, and he's going to start throwing people under the fire. Hedzek is going to be gone. Marco
I'm loving that.
Narco Rubio, I like that.
I love it. He won't make it full time. Yeah, it's time. He wants to call. He wants to do some calling. You know he does.
No, that good coke is not working no more.
He needs a fresh
fading out.
A fresh stash. Yeah.
Send it to Doug. I'm sure Doug would appreciate it. My point is, we have to laugh. We have to kind of laugh at this, because to say, oh well, this is going to be a hard summer. No, this is apocalyptic. Okay. Gas is gonna go up to $9, possibly $10. Okay. Our supply of gas is pretty much dwindling already.
And by the way, tell them how people are complaining in the rest of America, and we Californians can't understand what the fuck they're complaining about when it comes to the price of gas. Tell them, Sammy. Jesus.
People are somehow in shock of $3 gas, $4.
Yeah, I know.
Jesus, that's our dream in California. That's our baseline.
And they never coming back.
So that kind of solidifies, we're living in a fragile country as it is. People are, and even more shockingly, people are still in denial. Oh, well, it's gonna cost a little bit for, for the golden age of America. No. In about 2 weeks, Doug, you're gonna see, and you know this. In about 2 weeks, something's gonna pop off. Okay, whether he declares a state of emergency because it's looming, the fact that Melania Trump had to bring her, her ass to pretty much open her mouth. See, of all the time she's been, absent as the second lady, hell, they hide her. Okay,
yes, it's true.
They literally hide her. She had to get her scrawny ass and literally try to spew some type of an excuse. She knows. She knows. She's trying to save her ass. So give it about a week and a half, 2 weeks tops. It's something. Something's gonna happen. But my boss is calling me, so.
Okay, understood. Well, we love you dearly and share our love with your family. Okay. Thank you so much, Sammy Romero.
Good night, Sammy. Thank you.
And do interject whenever you feel like it. Make certain to jump right back on. Now, Holly, now we can go down some of these other roads that are a bit more extreme. But
Aw.
what else comes to your mind in particular that you feel
Nothing, man. My
demands our
head is
attention?
spinning. It's been a good talk.
Okay.
A
So,
very good talk.
so what I'm going to do is jump into
Yeah. You
monologue.
go, girl.
But
You go.
thank you. And by the way, I take no offense at that. so our dear
I know.
Victoria, yeah, you know, I'm one of the few guys who takes that as a compliment. So
That's
Victoria
right.
Lauren Hobbs says, have to work in the morning, but I love you all. We love you too, honey. So that's our lovely Victoria Lauren Hobbs. Goddess bless you. Real Tech Geek says there are 3 gates to hell, one in the desert, one in the ocean, and one in Yerushalayim, or Jerusalem. That's from Jeremiah 19 of the Talmud. Thank you very much for that, Real Tech Geek. So do me a favor while I respond to these 2 wonderful individuals here.
No, what the hell? Oh, there might
Yes.
maybe something here.
Must be.
Let me check.
And Aristides, don't be afraid either if Aristides is still with us. I might need the 2 of you to hold a brief conversation while I take a short trip to the lavatory.
Oh, yeah, that was interesting. 2
Yes.
points
Quote from the
of
vision.
what we talked about. The fact that these testaments
Mhm.
still hold the power they hold for thousands of years
Mhm.
here in modern life, for mostly worse.
Mhm. Yes.
If there is any better in them,
Mhm.
I don't know. But that's the crazy thing about gods, you know. I mean, as long as they're remembered, they survive.
Mhm. Yeah. Yes.
So what Sammy was saying, oh, you're God, it couldn't be a god. Yeah, I mean, the Northerners called Jesus the nailed God and scoffed at that, you know.
Interesting. Yes.
Of course not. Just like as the Jews scoff at Yahweh would never come down and fuck a human woman.
Mhm. Yeah.
It's the essential difference, in my view, between the 2 religions.
Yes.
Christians say, well, yeah, he did.
Because of course
Sorry.
he would. Yeah.
And came to break your law.
Yes. Yes. That's quite true. That's quite true.
So
Our Christ is the Jewish Antichrist.
yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much a bastard of some kind.
Well, he
Elevated
is
into a story.
Well, he is a
that lasted-
demigod. He is a demigod like Heracles, the product of a mortal and divine birth.
Yeah.
So that's yeah.
So it harkens back real pagan.
Yes. Yeah.
A different pagan than the Old Testament God,
Mhm.
which seemed straight out of the sky. And there even is something in the Old Testament about Yahweh walking into the Congress of the gods. You figure there's Baal and there's Mithra and the whole Penelope.
Yes.
And Yahweh went full Trump on it.
Yes.
And just went so, you know, was so
Good
ultra.
word. Good descriptive. Good descriptive.
So
Yahweh went full
indescribably, everybody's mouth is hanging open, and out he went.
Yes.
It started with the foreskins.
Yeah. There you
So, the fuck.
go. Well,
There was.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, well, if Aristides is not going to join us, but let's see. Aristides, we're calling at you. Let's
All
see
right,
if
let me get this one in quick.
He responds. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Aristides, if you could join.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God. Oh, God. Thank God. Could
Hi.
you hold a conversation with Holly? Holly, you get that in with Aristides
All
while I
right.
take a short break?
No,
Okay.
wait, we'll have to dredge something up.
Okay.
Oh, but this is, yeah.
Look, I'm sure you two can handle this. I'll just be gone for about
We
2,
will.
3 minutes. Okay. At the
Yeah,
most.
you're fast.
Okay.
We
so I'll be,
appreciate that.
I'll,
All right,
I'll,
go.
I'll be right
All
back.
right.
Okay.
All right. We'll talk about the weather and shit.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I heard all that, but I don't know where to start with all that.
It was a good run, for
yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
Very powerful.
Yeah.
And so, peaceful night here. I'm looking at this great 6-pointed star in the sky.
Oh, I thought we were going to get away for a moment.
Wait, what?
You said 6-pointed star in the sky.
Yeah.
Go on.
It's just a constellation arrangement that's happening temporarily, but
Oh,
it's
and they're calling
quite
it
something. Well, no, I can see that it is. It's kind of my own little experience
Oh,
with the sky that's changing because of where Jupiter's sitting.
there's an
And so
alignment
it's,
right now.
yeah, quite striking. All around, you know what Orion looks like.
Yeah.
It's all around that. If you look out there, you'll see it. But
Well, I might not
anyway,
go look out there. We're gonna look it up.
yeah, I don't know that it's, there's typically a winter circle. I'm getting an echo. Are you?
I'm not. I don't think.
Okay, good. There's a winter circle around Orion, but Jupiter moved into this position that changed it.
Mm-hmm.
And so as long as Jupiter is sitting put.
Okay, I'm not seeing anything. I don't
Right.
know.
But
Unless
it's
you point
not
out more what
important.
you're talking about.
Just a
Is
comment.
this just stars, or is this like a planetary alignment, or?
It's Jupiter and 5 stars.
Oh, okay. I think this has been talked about for a little bit.
Really? Because I never looked it up.
They know these things are coming. These aren't a surprise.
No, I know, but I'm interested in any interesting commentary you see.
I didn't know anything other than knowing that it was
No,
happening.
if you see it online, put it in the chat and I'll check it.
Okay.
But thank you.
Yeah, no, I don't know anything special, but
I thought it was just me. Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
And then, like I say, when the new moon time came, the scimitar rose through it. And that was quite something to behold, night after night, creeping up into it.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway.
Yeah, all right. I'm looking for, here we go. 6 planets are now going to align.
Yeah, no, that's totally different. And that'll be in the dawn sky and will be stunning.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah, totally
what
different.
Are you talking about?
Oh, it's not. I don't know if it's look upable. It's just what I'm seeing.
Oh, and it's not all planets. It's
just Jupiter.
Okay. Okay. Jupiter is there, and then other things are other stars around.
Front star of Auriga, Aldebaran, Rigel, and the dogs, Sirius and Procyon, with Betelgeuse right in the center. It's stunning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Quite stunning. Like a clock.
Uh-huh. I do like stars, even just I'm not even saying either
just to look up
or
at
anything,
them and trip out on the shapes and shit. That's
not just the reality of
that.
them, just that some of them can be so much bigger than ours, and a red giant that's like so big, that's like thousands of times bigger than
my God
our sun, and that's before you even get to
okay, I am returned. How are you both? Thank you very much for that. Thank you.
We made it. You're worth it.
Oh, well, nevertheless,
I'm champing at the bit. The last thing.
Yeah,
let me tell the last thing.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Aristides. It was delightful. I told you a few months back that guy wrote, I thought, an excellent book about Fort Bragg.
I'm sorry. Say that again about Fort Bragg. Yeah,
an excellent book.
Oh, okay. Go on.
Detailing its long history, because we were talking about Vietnam, and you come back and you can't get good heroin. Well, that changed. And this guy wrote this killer book about it being a drug and murder hub.
Well, that goes without saying. What else would it be?
I know, Douglas. Don't mock me here quite yet. The thing I want to report is one of his sources, a woman, is now facing serious problems.
Of course.
What she does. Of course. Yes. I'm just saying. But I'm sorry that it's caught up to them. Because it's not conspiracy. I remember, when there was such a thing as investigative reporting.
Yes.
and some Wall Street PR firm smeared all that with this conspiracy theory label.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
so to this day, I need to firmly discriminate between the two
Got it.
and recognize when I see really good, so like one of the most important things you ever said, it's one thing being an investigator, it's different being an insider. And that
Yes.
book was a meeting of the two
Thank you.
and deserves to be recognized and acted on and not persecuted.
There we are.
Yeah,
Yes.
I forget the name of it, but it's recent and
Yeah.
it's Fort Bragg and it's worth a look if you can bear it.
Yeah. One of
They did the work.
Yeah. Do you remember when I was interviewed and by the way, I want to compliment you both on holding the numbers.
Oh, thank God. At least it wasn't one more eyelash and we'd have been done.
Now,
You're a fast pisser.
do you
Thank
remember
God.
do you remember my speaking about Clarice Claudette in the past, or do you remember that name at all? Either one of you? Well, especially Holly.
Yeah,
That was
I
before-
do.
Yeah, it was before Aristides' time. Yeah, so Clarice Claudette, while I was speaking to Brendan Zogit and T. Tank Berry before the weekend, when I told them we had to talk before the weekend because I was going to be gone for the weekend. I'm going to be gone for every weekend this month due to the Cherry Blossom Festival in both San Francisco for the first 2
Wonderful.
weekends. Yeah, and then Cupertino on the last weekend of the month.
Nice. Are they blooming? Are they gonna bloom? I hope they do.
They're blooming, yes, and believe me, the rains
Okay.
are helping in their own way. It
Yeah.
rained torrentially in San
Yeah.
Francisco. In a sense, raining out the 59th cherry blossom, but that's why they have it for 2 weekends. That's why they reserve
sometimes
for
it
2
knocks all
weekends.
the flowers off.
Yeah, it can
Oh,
do that
shit.
too. It could do that too.
Mm.
But ultimately helps with the reblooming, the reblossoming. And our man
Very good.
Aristides found the PDF, the Fort Bragg Cartel, drug trafficking.
Yeah,
Is
that's
that
it.
Oh,
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it. That's valuable.
Yeah.
He lays
no,
it
no,
out.
I didn't find the PDF.
Okay.
I'm asking, is that it?
Yes,
I
that's it.
bet that's it.
Yeah.
That's
If
it.
it's like 2024 written,
No, it's
yeah.
definitely
25.
it. Yeah.
August.
Yeah.
August
That's it.
25 of
Yeah.
25.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a YouTube too of
Excellent.
him,
Excellent.
but this poor woman, I'm praying.
Yeah, well, of
If
course,
they go away.
that's why I was reminded about Clarice Claudette. So
Ah.
Clarice Claudette, get this, Clarice Claudette, as I've explained before on transmission, anyhow, there's 2 women in my life that I knew, albeit I know Clarice Claudette more indirectly.
She sent money too, right?
She sent money a few times in the early days, and a very large care package that was, she put it all into that care package, and that's
Mhm.
never to be forgotten. But
Right.
I never met her personally, but spoke with her on camera a few times via Skype. Clarice Claudette is the only other woman that I personally know, aside from a woman I dated for a period of time, named Danica Hugen-Stepanovic of Serbian descent, but an American, a United States citizen who grew up as a naturalized American. But both of them were archaeologists. But with Clarice Claudette, it was in the Holy Land. With
That's dangerous, man. You can go crazy.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Yeah. With Danica
Oh,
Hugen
boy.
Stepanovic, it was in Babylon. She was in Pazuzu territory.
God.
Yeah.
Oh my
and-
God, what
and-
an experience. Jesus.
Well, both of them have had horrible lives. There's a reason they
Oh.
bury those things. Please, women should not be
Oh.
archaeologists in the sense that, I mean, don't take me too seriously when I say that. Obviously, I don't want to.
No, I can handle it.
Yeah, from becoming
No.
archaeologists, but they're much more vulnerable than men are when they're digging that shit up. And
And as far as I'm concerned, I can't respect any archaeologist that wants to open a grave.
it's hard. It's
That's wrong.
It's a hard call.
That's
It's a hard
wrong.
call. Yeah. Well, I hear you. It is. It is, and
This
yet at the
woman
same time,
says you don't want to. You want to avoid them.
yes. Well,
Dig
these
something
women,
else up.
well, the lives of these two women are definitely every evidence you need for what you've just said. And
oh
that
man, poor
they're
thing.
well,
What happened to her?
well, too many things to recount. It would just be a litany of horrors.
Oh
But one of the worst
man.
things, and I'm not being sarcastic here, she herself would tell you
Mhm.
this. One of the worst things was she married an Israeli, and he
Oops.
took everything. He
Oh
took
God.
everything. One half of her money was taken by a cult that she joined in 2012 when they thought the Mayan calendar was coming to an end.
Oh
The other
yeah.
half was taken by the Israeli. And what's so funny about this is here's where
Wow.
Aristides can come in. Aristides, if you're still with us, do you
Yeah.
remember Sean Bond?
That wasn't my
Why
time.
do I remember that?
Sean
I
Bond.
wasn't my
remember.
time.
Yeah, okay. It was done just very shortly before you showed up. Sean Bond, poor son of a bitch. No,
Yeah.
I have no
You talked
sympathy.
about him. You talked
Yeah,
about him, but
yeah, I have no
I don't
sympathy
remember
for him.
why though.
Sean Bond interviewed me, and he conducted this
Oh yeah.
long-ass interview while he was high out of his fucking mind on a cocktail of alcohol and various recreational narcotics, and he was so red in the face because his blood pressure was so high from all these drugs that were coursing through his veins, and he was just utterly nonsensical. He was just uttering word salads and non sequiturs. He was just anyhow. So he was not going to publish the interview out of what John Warrington concluded was sheer embarrassment, and I believe him. I agree with John Warrington in that diagnosis. But it took John Warrington in just before it was taken by the Skype. You know, you're given a limited amount of time, and then Skype will just erase it. Just before it was lost forever, John Warrington downloaded it and published it on his own little channel. God
Yeah.
bless him forever for that,
Yeah.
and among everything else he did for me. But our man John Warrington, if it weren't for that, that episode would never have been published. It was only after we published it, which I believe it's on my channel. It's only after we published it that motherfucker Sean Bond decided, okay, I'm stuck now, so I'll publish it. And then that brought in Brooke Gibson, because she thought it was live, because he published it without saying it was pre-recorded. And so she thought it was live and was trying to participate in the show, found out it wasn't live, but ultimately that's what she pursued me about, and wound up bringing in, you know, the Peter Moon curse and Michael Aquino and all the rest of that shit into her life. You know,
So
all
what
because
was
of
his
Sean Bond.
shtick?
Well, Sean Bond's shtick was that he's just a trust fund baby who had a home that he owned. And, you know, his parents gave him a home. The fucker's living in his own home with a gym. I mean, imagine being wealthy enough to have a home with a fucking gym in it. That's how rich this kid was.
Yeah.
And because he's unemployable, because all the drugs he took and was still taking while he's interviewing myself, he decided, oh, I'll do psychics. I'm a psychic guy. I do psychic.
Oh boy.
Yeah. And I remember this poor girl who was working for Amazon, working her ass off, loading, you know, on the assembly line all day.
Yeah.
Gave him $200 to get nothing read, you know, just he read to her, but it was all gibberish, you know. And but anyhow, so Clarice Claudette, while I'm talking to our man T-Tank Barry and Brendan Zoget together, phone rings. Who the fuck is that? I honestly had it on just in case I needed a backup, in case one of them didn't, you know, respond to our three-way Microsoft Teams call. And so I went grabbing for the cell phones and turned I thumbed the screen on the old phone, which is so sensitive, it opened the call. And so I saw it was Clarice. And I said, "Oh, Clarice." And of course, my entire voice tone changed. My entire tone of voice was such a change that was all that Brendan and T-Tank heard before the Microsoft limit of 60 minutes, because it was T-Tank who initiated the call. Before it was shut down, all they heard was me saying, "Oh, Clarice." And they said my tone of voice was so different from my speaking to them. They said it was like Hannibal Lecter talking. And then the phone ended for them. The Skype, the Microsoft Teams call ended for them. So then I talked
escorted you off with your OnlyFans voice.
And then Clarice Claudette was talking to me about Sean Bond. And she said,
Okay.
"Oh, what do you think about Sean Bond?" I said, "Not much." And she said he was actually being interviewed by some weird YouTube channel that publishes 3 times a day called Skeptic something, and so she had actually sent him $7 or something for his opinion on something. Actually, what he
His
told
psychic
her,
opinion?
yeah, but actually what he told her was probably the only sensible thing I've ever heard Sean Bond ever fucking say. And by the way, first thing I told her was Sean Bond's a fucked up case because he refuses to change his name because you think it
Man,
sounds
you're
cool.
still talking about Sean.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Believe that shit? Yeah. Tell people how I sounded when I picked up the phone with Clarice Clapett. Don't tell them how I sounded.
Oh, you mean the most recent time?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
When we're on with T-Take. Yeah.
Oh, when you answered the phone, it sounded. How did I even describe it? It didn't sound good.
You said it sounded like Hannibal Lecter. It said chills up your spine my entire time.
Oh, yeah, because of the name, because it was me and T-Tank, and we just hear, "Hello, Clarice," and then his side of the call cuts, and we were like, dude, is he like going to murder someone? Is he going Hannibal Lecter? And then we were just sitting there, and we were like, you know what? We're just gonna let him, whatever, do his weird vampire murder, whatever the fuck he's doing. Yeah, so there you go.
But yeah, so tell people you've got these 2 women. I told you about Dàïnīppō Stepanovich and shit. How she's digging up shit in Pazuzu territory in Babylon.
It's all freaking accursed items and shit. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
that's fucked up.
Both
of them. Both of them.
Bringing back gin and shit.
Yeah.
Then they wonder why their lives are cursed and shit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And even though both of them...
You would think people would have learned from like Lord Carnarvon and all these fuckers, but they can't get enough of it.
Yeah. No.
They
And you know
can't
what?
get
Archaeologists can really be assholes.
Well, I blame Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider told a generation of girls to go in with silicone implants, no less. With silicone implants, no less.
Right.
To go breaking open tombs. Yeah, and robbing graves.
Yeah, well, in those Tomb Raider games, you have to fight off all kinds of accursed shit, so it's not like they're hiding it.
It's
like,
true. It's true.
No.
Absolutely. But
just
they
this
make
side
it
of the
seem fun.
mummy.
But they make it seem fun. That's the problem. They make it seem fun.
Yeah.
Well, they
And
didn't know the
glamorous.
character. They didn't know the character. That's what.
Yeah, true. Tell us a bit more about that. She does have quite the backstory. And
I'd have to dredge it up from my memory, but I just know that every time you had to
She was rich.
She didn't. The Tomb Raider character, Lara Croft, who's the actual character, she came out of retirement. She quit. Basically, it was such a bad. She had such a bad experience. She quit, and then the mercenary group summoned her back to do a raid. Tomb Raid. There you go.
There you are. Thank you for that.
Yeah, but it always seemed like she was born aristocracy.
Yes, of course.
That's why she was so educated and capable.
Yes, she was educated, intelligent, and
all
bred,
girls are
beautiful.
Yeah.
But
real
the
tits
reason
that
I
are
came
just
on
perfect.
was to celebrate, to gloat.
Yeah.
That Orban got smashed upside the head.
Yes.
80%.
Yow.
Wanted him out.
Yow.
Yeah, you guys didn't see that earlier when I was giving you.
Not the 80.
Tell us.
I knew he lost.
It's only the American expatriate and the Russian.
Well, he had. It was such a dismal loss. He had to concede, which that shows you how bad it was.
Yeah.
Right out.
So bringing JD Vance is like a death sentence. They thought, or honestly, what happened is they probably politely declined and said, "Look, don't send anyone." And you know how Trump and Vance are.
Oh
said, we're coming.
Yeah.
Oh no!
For our boys.
Oh,
and
that only
put my makeup on.
That only reinforced the fact that it was an American occupation government in Hungary for 16 years.
Which I saw.
Goddamn right.
Hungarian news. Which I saw on the Hungarian news. So even the independent, so-called independent, the swing voters that were like okay with fucking Orban, they saw that and they said fuck that, voted against him.
Thank God.
Wow.
All because like that idiot showed up, and I guarantee you they said, please don't show
up.
Thank you. That was the kiss of death. That was the kiss of death. Well, they were so
Yeah.
desperate, I'm sure they took him because they thought that would help them with their American power elite, because the American expatriate community that has all the money in Hungary. That's the fucking problem.
Yeah,
That
that's
was the only
right.
thing that maintained him for 16 fucking years was
Well,
their
the problem
mafia.
is they had all those observers, so
Yeah.
they thought they were gonna like, mafioso it.
Yeah.
But
All
the
right.
EU sent all those election observers, so they couldn't fudge the
Wow.
For
numbers.
the reason that
Wow.
Brendan said, the European Union said, you're taking all our fucking money, you better
Yeah.
hold legal elections. And he said,
Yes.
fuck you. And they said, if you say fuck you and you don't allow your observers, then
Yeah.
we'll invade. Because you're a European Union
Yeah.
member state. Unless you secede and do a Brexit
Yeah.
or a Grexit,
Yeah.
that
Well,
means...
fuck invasion. That all that money they were supping.
Yeah.
I mean,
they just... That, would
that
just
that
stop.
country would
yeah.
collapse without their fucking.
Yeah.
It was like some outrageous, like 400 billion or something.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah, it's everything they
It was
got.
pure cash.
Everything
just
they got
pure
is pure
cash.
Eurofare. Everything they got is pure,
Yeah.
pure Eurozone
Like
welfare.
Deutschmarks or
Yeah.
whatever they're called, or
Yes.
euros.
Well, they were using Deutschmarks all over Eastern Europe for years. They wouldn't touch the euro.
Yeah.
Yeah. All
Yeah,
over
well,
Eastern Europe
they
for
still
years.
have the gold. I'm
Yeah.
sure they have the gold Deutschmarks still from the East Euro days,
Yeah, definitely.
or the East Berlin days. But remember that article they put out? They thought would help them. They said we are the most efficient user of EU funds.
Insane. Yeah, the most efficient parasite. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Well, they
but-
got checked.
Yeah.
Anyways, I have to go for a bit, but they
What?
got checked.
No,
and-
you don't leave yet.
Yeah.
I need to get rid of an eye wanker in my eye. Can you stay while I get rid of this eyelash that just came into my eye? It's really uncomfortable. It's excruciating. Can you stay to talk to Holly for a minute? I'll be right back.
You'll have to, Brendan. Like
Yeah.
it or not.
Brendan? Did he leave already?
Oops.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Oh,
let's see now.
shit.
Yeah. So Aristides, if you could
Yeah.
speak with Holly again for another minute, you were doing so well
Yeah.
last time. Yeah.
Yeah.
But let me close
We'll
this
talk
thought
about
since
the
Brendan's
weather.
left. I will round off with this thought. So what happened was Clarice
Okay.
said she asked Sean Bunn, whose life is so fucked up because he wants to be known, he wants to be famous, he thinks he's got a neat name, but nobody can fucking find him because everybody who looks him up, all they find is Sean Connery as James Bond.
Right.
So
Right.
he's
Yeah.
impossible
He's
to find.
doomed.
Yeah, poor son of a bitch. So, but at any rate, what happened is that when she called Sean Bunn, I told her, well, hey, like my daddy used to say, even a stuck clock can be right 2 times a day. And for the first time, he actually gave her some words of wisdom, or somebody some words of wisdom, because she was asking him about her messy divorce with the Israeli, who took half her money.
Oh,
And so she
Oh.
contacted a collection agency, which will get half of whatever they get back.
Ah.
But they aren't getting anything back because this guy has a whole posse of Israeli lawyers. So
Yeah.
they're closing ranks around him, and he's keeping all the money that he stole from her.
Poor thing.
Yeah, but there you go. Never marry an Israeli. But especially if you're a female marrying a man. Jesus Christ. But he took everything she had, or half of it. The rest she gave to that cult she joined during the Maya calendar fiasco.
Arguelles.
Yeah, but what happened was that Sean Bond told her, look, just move on and drop it, because they'll kill you. He said, they'll kill you. And so that's the smartest thing he ever fucking said. He said, you're stirring up a hornet's nest. Don't kick a hornet's nest.
That's fair.
That's because those Israelis, they'll kill you.
Oh, boy.
And there you go with that. Okay, so I'll be right back. And
All right.
there's TDs and
Yeah.
All right. Hey, man.
Hey.
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 So what? Thank you for looking up the Fort Bragg thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was just the Amazon, like the listing.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay. It's a book.
But I have do you have the book? I have the file.
Nice.
Yeah.
I got it out of the library, but I was
Okay.
happy I did. Now, did you see anything about this woman about to get prosecuted for it? I forget her
No.
name. I think it's about, she was inside somehow in the
No, I don't
system
really know
at
anything
Bragg.
about it.
All right. But that was the point of it. Yeah, the book is having ramifications, which only makes it more important.
Yeah, and you're sure that's the book, right?
Yeah, that's the book. The only one.
Yeah,
But
I doubt
anyway,
there's many bombshell Fort Bragg books that come out per year.
yeah. And I don't know how they got her name or if it was even in the book. But she was, a whistleblower. And they've got her.
Yeah.
So I don't know what they're going to do to her, but they're not, suing him.
Who's got her?
Or,
like
she
blew the whistle like on the government. They got her.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's a horrific story that he's presenting.
I believe it is, sure. But listeners here should hardly be surprised, because it's like we literally heard, worse.
Oh wait, he kind of garbled.
Oh, sorry. Listeners here should be like the last ones to be surprised though. It's like,
well, yeah,
drug trafficking and murder. That sounds pretty, pretty day to day, like normal people stuff almost.
But when there are
all here.
whistleblowers like Douglas that come forth,
right, yeah, right. People don't have their Douglas for it, then it's still
because who the fuck would know?
Right.
So I think they're
sure.
worth supporting.
I'm sure. Oh yeah.
And I mean, Douglas can't talk about everything, even though I'm sure he has bragged on Fort Bragg.
I'm sure all that is ruining a lot of people's day. It's not going to ruin us here,
and lives. Yeah.
Right.
And the murders and God and
all the lives, yeah, and then people's perception of these up on a pedestal perceptions of institutions and things that people have.
It's all a part of hopefully moving forward. I was hoping this millennium would show an improvement, but it's only gotten so much worse. So I don't know.
Not time to have a lot of patience with wake up calls or people needing to take that slow, because we ain't got that kind of time, people.
Right. Did you get it out, Douglas? I thought I heard him.
Yeah.
No, not yet. And we got some rain, so it's so wonderful. We know drought here. And I was hoping for...
that's nice.
Okay, thank you, both of you, for holding the fort while I was tending to my needs. For those of you listeners who are unfamiliar with the fact, I've got a double row of eyelashes, and they are a bane. They are supposed to render me like Elizabeth Taylor, who had the same, gift that they're shedding constantly, and it all goes straight into the eyeball, and it hurts. Okay, so all that being articulated, any thoughts you wanted to close, round off, before I dive into it?
I'm good. I can't wait. I'm going to go to the tube because I got to move around and I'll make noise.
Okay, but do interject.
But I'll be listening. Yeah.
Yes, please do.
All right, my dear. Thank you very, very much, all.
Yes.
And please support Douglas. He's a lifeline to sanity. All right. Thank you.
Yes, and ladies, don't marry an Israeli man. I knew some young girl who did that. She wound up in a kibbutz, literally being used like a horse.
The good hippies.
Yeah, oh yeah. Marxist collectivists. Yeah, don't even get me started. Yeah.
It's just so beyond. I know.
Yeah, how could anyone even do that? How could anyone be so stupid? Yeah, so you understand. Yeah. Now, thank you, honey. Now, the dropout Eric Swalwell's, again, I can't get over how close his name sounds to Stuart Sverdlow's. Anyhow, Eric Swalwell's history of sexual assaults, detonating our California governor's race, only distracts from the fact that, effective immediately, mark those words, Trump has axed the entire Presidio Trust Board, leaving San Francisco's most successful park without oversight. Trump has fired all 6 Biden-appointed Presidio Trust Board members via a brief, effective immediately email. No replacements named. The park that hasn't needed taxpayer funding since 2013 is now boardless. It is, in fact, the only park in America's national park system that never needs any federal funding. It funds itself through private business. The only national park in the entire United States park system that can do that. The 6 trustees overseeing San Francisco's Presidio received a terse, perfunctory email from the White House on Wednesday, informing them that their services were no longer required. Effective immediately. Thank you for your time. Goodbye. No replacements having been named. No explanation having been offered beyond the brevity of the message itself. The fired trustees, Chairman Mark Buell, Vice Chair Chuck Collins, Leonore Lenny Eccles, Patsy Ishiyama, Bonnie LaPerde, and Nicola Miner were all Biden appointees. Per the San Francisco Chronicle, which first broke the news yesterday evening, the Presidio Trust Board operates with 6 presidential appointees and 1 seat designated for the United States Secretary of the Interior, which has been vacant forever. The board now has 0 sitting members. Now, all of this is based on the fact that I had the Presidio military base closed down. Yes, yours truly, Douglas Dietrich, had the most important military base in the United States outside of the Pentagon itself closed down due to the massive child trafficking that was ongoing, which ultimately led to the damage control of the United States military's Month of the Military Child. Believe it or not, you can look that month up. Month of the Military Child, established along with the closure of the Presidio military base as damage control to try and claim that the United States military, all branches of service, have the best military child care, well, the best child care, period, in all the world, to the point where military child care in the United States and abroad is supposed to serve as a beacon, a model, a social engineering paradigm for all other child care the world over. Now, I think we can all agree that the entire purpose of any military is to kill things, well, kill people and break things. To break things and kill people, depending on which order you start with, the point should be made. And whatever else that military is, in terms of its mission statement, the last thing it should be is a family environment. So why the United States military insists it's the beacon of exemplary professionalism for child daycare for the rest of the world is an example of how intensive their human child sex trafficking operations are. And we're talking at the levels, well, the levels of what in the deep web, the deep, dark Cthulhu web that so many people engage in. In fact, it's the overwhelming majority of what the web is. What the military traffics in was what's commonly called baby fuck. Now, all of that, of course, was exposed by myself and resulted in the closure of the Presidio military base. And since then, it's become a national park, but it was conditional to being an exception to all other national parks. Being a former military base where you had an entire shitload of bodies buried, and I mean that in the most literal sense, they're under the tunnels over which they have built picnic grounds, and they call it picnicking on the tunnel tops. Well, that's over the bodies of thousands of interred children. Fucked, literally fucked, to death. Now, all of that is a festering blight on humanity, but it resulted in having to, shall we say, creating a unique situation where the United States military turned over to the U.S. government the most valuable property on planet Earth. This is like the most expensive property anywhere on Earth, outside of some choice bits of real estate in Hawaii, New York City, Tokyo, or London. And with that property now being, well, open for business, yet technically a national park, it was put under an oversight by a board that is always specifically, personally handpicked by the President of the United States. And they have the permission to develop and lease that property for the park to maintain itself. So it receives no federal funding, so that the federal government will not be affiliated with its crimes once, someday, all the babies' bodies are unburied. So in this manner, the Presidio military base is now a national park that pays for itself because its property, its real estate, is the most expensive on planet Earth. When it comes to the former man, the chairman, former chairman, Marc Buell, a native San Franciscan and a decorated Vietnam veteran himself, who has chaired the board since 2021, he's told the San Francisco Standard he was actually a little surprised it took this long before Trump politically purged the entire Presidio board. Himself stating, "We serve at the pleasure of the president," adding that he has hope that the new appointees will recognize the extraordinary nature of the Presidio and continue to carry out its mission. He noted that when Trump first took office in 2016, he appointed some very qualified people to the board, and they continued the operation of the place. Now, this latest massacre, this Stalinist political purge, has been over a year in the making. This didn't come out of nowhere. In February of 2025, Trump issued an executive order calling for the Presidio Trust to be eliminated to the maximum extent consistent with applicable law, branding it unnecessary, in an order titled Commencing the Reduction of Federal Bureaucracy. Now, the trust he was referencing, which runs this 1,500-acre former military post, the 6th Army headquarters, a quarter of San Francisco's land, at the foot of the Golden Gate Bridge, covering everything from residential leases to hotels to a golf course, responded with a detailed 14-page report to the Office of Management and Budget, the OMB, defending its operations and financial independence. It never received any formal reply from the maladministration, nor has it ever received a penny from the U.S. government, ever.
So if there's no one at the Parks Department, who's going to rebuild Alcatraz?
Yeah. Well, that's a different park zone, different park responsibility.
Yeah, different park, but supposedly he's gutting all of them, like across the board. Is that not the case?
No, with the Presidio, this is unique.
Well, the Presidio was the board, board that oversees its management, which is dumb because it's the only park that makes its own money.
Thank you.
We're just saying the obvious now.
Well, you and I brought that up in February of 2025 when he first made the threat.
I'm sure.
Yes. Yeah. And
is it that long ago? It felt like just yesterday.
It feels like yesterday.
It's been like an ever-waking nightmare for years at this point.
Yes. Thank you. No, definitely appreciate it. By the way, did you hear what I said about Sean Bond on air? So your own.
Oh my God, you're still talking. I didn't want to say it. I was going to say, are you still talking about Sean Bond? But I heard you talking about something else. Good God.
No, but did you hear me say what he told Clarice Claudette? And your own.
Yes.
Your own feedback on that would be appreciated.
Well, it's the only smart thing he's ever said, as far as I can tell.
Thank you.
He's not talking about like celestial dragons that he saw when he was tripping on acid and all that shit. Because that's what his whole claim to fame was, that he did DMT. You know, it's like every white boy on earth says that to feel spiritual. Like Joe Rogan. Yeah. I did DMT and I felt something. It's like, dude, that's not really like they have nothing else to talk about until that happens. Basically.
It's so fucking weird. Pathetic. Yeah. Really
otherwise, they just do like stand-up comedy or something. Yeah, seriously. It's like just mundanities.
Yeah, seriously.
And jokes.
Yeah.
But some good news. I found some Armenian spring water that was on clearance.
Oh, wow.
For 99 cents for a 4-pack. Yeah, which is like, in this day and age, they're like throwing away gold.
Yeah, that
in glass bottles.
Oh, no less. Oh my God. I wish you could
Oh,
share
it's
some of
delicious.
that.
From the Holy
Damn.
Land,
Yeah. There you go.
or
Yeah. From
the
a true
Armenian
Holy
Holy
Land.
Land.
Yes. Yes. That's a true Holy Land. Unlike, the one in Bethlehem has been so poisoned at this point.
It's quite good. It's got some minerality. It's got some like a back tone of like sodium minerality, but it's overall it's refreshing. It's quite good for 25 cents a piece. I mean, this is like, I'll never find a deal like this again.
That's for fucking sure. Jesus Christ. I wish I could pay you money to save a bottle for me. Keep it in the fridge.
Fuck
Keep
no.
it
It's not full of blood. Don't worry. You can get the Armenian blood from the Blood Boys, or whatever bullshit you say about them.
True.
They're Armenian descendants, but you're like pillaging them. It's like, dude.
Some of them, not all, but more than a few. Yes.
I'm sure you got. It's almost like like how people used to, like when you traveled back in the 90s, people would have the pins in the map.
Yeah.
Yeah, you put your pin. Oh, I traveled here. Instead, you have a map of the world's orphans and shit. I see orphans from here a lot, and orphans from here are really good tasting. It's like sick shit, man. It's sick.
Oh, you know me too well.
How do you live with yourself?
Douglas Marks 2867 says, "Hello everyone. I hope all is well. I have a question for you. Who is your favorite philosopher and why?" Thank you, Douglas. Another time, perhaps. This is not the night for it. That's a really.
I can answer Doug's right away.
There you go.
His name was Desaad or something like that.
No, that's uncalled for. That's just not fair. No, it's not, Douglas. I assure you. Thank you, Douglas Marks. Another time, perhaps. So here we are. Let me answer that another time, perhaps. We've got too many things to talk about in the more immediate sense tonight to be distracted by abstracts.
Yeah, well, I'm just in and out, so I just wanted to gloat about. I wasn't gonna come on, but I saw that Orban got smashed.
Oh, and thank God you came on, and thank God Orban got smashed. No, it's orgasmic.
Yeah, 80%. I mean, that's like.
Yeah.
Did I read? I don't think I read the quote because you had to go do the stupid eye thing.
Yeah. So
why don't you just get eye drops? But anyways, we'll deal with that.
They don't. I have to look in the mirror and remove the eyelash. Silly. The eye drops don't carry it out. Oh. It's an eyelash. It's very large.
You gotta see it. You gotta see an ophthalmologist. Anyways, pro-European TISA victory expected to lead to a change of government in Hungary for the first time in 16 years. 89%. Oh, so he got like obliterated. 89% of the votes were counted, and TISA gained 138 seats out of 199. He got fucking owned, and it's guaranteed loss. It's a guaranteed loss.
Oh, I love it.
Over half the seats are already filled. He's toast.
There is a God. There is a God.
I think we were alluded to earlier, is just the second they got that fucking, what's his name, to come over?
Vance.
The Aquino baby?
Yeah.
The Aquino baby?
The Aquino baby. Aquino's child.
The Aquino's
clone.
Yeah.
Yes.
The second he came over, I told you, all those people in Hungary flipped. They were all gonna stay conservative, and then they saw the Americans and they said, "Look, we're not gonna do this shit."
Yeah, thank you. It was just
it would have been better if fucking Putin himself went there and risked arrest than to let that other guy come.
Oh,
horrible.
True. Yeah, actually, that's quite true. Yeah, I agree. Yes, that's delightful. It's really delightful, and thank you for reveling in it with me. I appreciate it.
And I told you what maybe I shouldn't name them, but some security forces in England, they said all of these issues are your friend Vance.
That's
and
right.
Your friend Trump. And I said, look, they're not my friends, man. I'm just under their fucking regime.
Your buddy. They said your buddy.
Yeah, they said your buddy Vance. I said, look, that's not my buddy, man. I'm under their quash, like their fucking boot. their bullshit style shit.
Yes, they're Judeo
Where
Bolshevism. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, exactly. Where it's like, oh, you can't bring more than 250 grams of powder. It's like, what does that even mean? So you can bring 250 grams of cocaine? It's like, what are you talking about? What kind of rule is that? But there's a limit to it.
It's a rule of thumb with a thumb up your ass. That's
Yeah,
what
it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Yeah, just insanity. And
like getting spices confiscated. I mean, that's just absurd.
It's beyond.
And they blamed it on Vance. In their defense, I believe.
Yeah, of course. Well, you know, it's Aquino's,
because they were early on. They were claiming that it was to block fentanyl from getting in. It's like, look, they're not coming in from an airport.
Thank you.
Like fentanyl's in the micrograms. You could smuggle it in a lipstick case.
Yes.
Talking about
Jesus Christ, of course.
Like 250 grams of fentanyl is like bioweapon.
Yes.
I mean,
Thank you.
ridiculous.
That's bioweapon level. Yes. That's quite true.
Like it can kill millions of people.
No, seriously. But anyone who doesn't know what we're talking about with the Aquino allusion when it comes to J.D. Vance, place a photo of Michael Aquino next to J.D. Vance.
It's shockingly.
Yes.
False.
It's shockingly obvious that Vance is Michael Aquino's clone, his vat baby. What we'll call his vat baby.
Yeah, well, I think they just put like a dab in there.
But yeah,
you know, he's like an abomination. Yeah, homunculi.
Yes. It's
where they just put a bunch.
Yeah.
Put a bunch of shit in a jar and stuff it's like, you know, Taliban guy with a beard. Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
It's like if anyone was a total, what is it called? What was it called? Like an invented person? Like,
yes.
Where people are accusing you of being one?
Yeah, bioconstruct.
Yeah, like a constructed person. It's JD's like B1.
Yes. Oh yeah.
He's had multiple pseudonyms. Was adopted multiple times. So if anything, that's pretty
These
alarming.
are important points. I really think.
Well, before I get more targeted, I think I'm going to pass the baton back. This is all just speculation.
Yeah.
I love our regime. It's great.
But to continue implicating our friend Brendan, he was the one who pointed out that the Presidio Trust's financial case is genuinely difficult to argue with. The organization generated $182 million in operating revenue in 2024, as Brendan pointed out last year.
I mean, they have a better economic structure than like most businesses.
Yes.
So to shut them down is just pure negligence. There's nothing.
It's like, beyond.
It's just pure political purge.
It's pure criminal. Yeah. It's purely criminal. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And
like if you went to your boss and you said we're running at 98%, you know, the books are balanced 98%. I mean, this would be like no place operates like that. But they were, because they had billionaire investors like Disney.
Yeah.
But they fucked that up.
And it was totally free land that they had just been gifted. I mean, you can make something when you pay nothing. You're gonna make something. Yeah. So there you go with that.
Well, pretty soon there's gonna be a new shiny tower there, Trump Tower, Presidio.
Oh God, I hope not.
Where they can siphon all.
But then it'll be truly
cursed energy.
Yeah, then they can siphon all the cursed energy. That's what he would do too, motherfucker. Hopefully he doesn't. He's not in America or not among us, not among the living long enough to realize that horror. But such having been said, that would be the Sauron Tower. You would see a burning eye on top of that.
Yeah.
It's
that's an insult to Sauron.
Yeah, true. It's an insult. You would see a pink eye. You'd see a burning, inflamed, anal puckered ring there for Trump. You know, and but anyhow. What it generated was the most in the history of any American park and has never received federal appropriation since 2013, instead funding itself through commercial and residential leases and philanthropic donations. Since becoming financially independent, it has generated $350 million in net income and created more than $1.1 billion in value for the national park itself. The park currently houses 3,100 residents, in 1,400 homes, at a 97% occupancy rate. Believe that shit, Brendan? It looks fucking empty. None of those people live there. Yeah, no one lives there because it's unlivable.
It's just like people, people that want to flex put their post box there. Just travel. They just live in Italy in their villa.
Thank you. No, it's true.
But for business, like on their business card, it says, "I live in the Presidio."
Yeah.
Because it's so expensive. It's like a flex.
Yes, absolutely.
It's like saying you live on Madison Avenue. It's like absurd.
Guaranteed.
It's like an absurd place to live.
Yeah. But no, unlike Madison Avenue, however, you can't run to the corner store at midnight. There is nothing in the Presidio. There is no local economy. There's nothing.
There are buses. There are buses with nobody on.
Yeah, there's strange buses with completely black tinted windows that pick up nobody, let nobody off, and they just cruise endlessly. I swear to God, they might be early Waymo prototypes for all we know. But Brandon, tell them. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ, they're like they're on a ghost patrol. I call it ghost patrol. Yeah,
and this was in the middle of the day. When we went, it was eerie because it was daytime. It was like a weekday, like when everyone should be coming to and from work.
Yeah,
but it was just empty.
But it looked like Stephen King's The Mist. It was like Stephen King's The
totally
Mist.
Empty.
Yeah. And
then the bus came in, and I said, "Oh, look, there's the tourist we've been looking for." And it was an empty bus that never stopped.
Yeah. Just cruised around slowly. Yeah. Picking no one up, letting no one off. Yeah, absolutely.
And even the Presidio, like the main strip, the officers' quarters and all that shit you showed me.
Yeah.
The church and all that. There was no one there either.
Yeah.
And that's supposedly where all the business is taking place.
Yeah.
Like the Disney Museum.
That's right.
That was even closed. It was so strange.
Yeah, nothing was open. There's nothing going on. Yeah. There's no economy in the Presidio that is visible to the open eye. Whatever's going on there, it ain't going on in the Presidio itself. It's a front. It's definitely a front for all these people to flex. And but nevertheless, it's bringing in the bucks. It leases 2.1 million square feet of commercial space to more than 300 businesses. And you don't see a single person. But they altogether employ roughly 4,000 people at a 96% commercial occupancy rate.
Well, yeah, someone's got to get that fire bus driving job.
Yeah.
Around in circles.
Oh shit. Anyhow.
But obviously it's not going to have a real answer. But why would he do this? What was there even a reason, or it's just insanity?
I'll bring that up in a second. But first, let
me say this. What is the insane reason that what's in his? Let's get in his head. Is it because to spite San Francisco, or is it just some kind of like he knew some people on the board and he just hated them? Or
I'll get to that in a moment. Your question's well taken, but trip off this first. Like I said, you've got a 96% commercial occupancy rate of the Presidio. That's easily the highest of any submarket in San Francisco. But we cannot overemphasize providing 97% occupancy rate for residencies, 3,100 residents and 1,400 homes. You've got 2.1 million square feet of commercial space, more than 300 businesses employing roughly 4,000 people. Brendan and I can testify. Sammy Romero and I can testify. Aaron Tice and I can testify. And Peter Moon wouldn't be worth a shit, but he was there twice. Nobody's there. I mean, the place is completely fucking empty. But it's bringing in a mint. It's a money-making machine. It's like, free money. It is literally a cash cow. It is literally the goose that laid the golden eggs. But nobody's there.
Why fuck it up?
Yeah, why fuck with it? And that brings us to the Pelosi factor. It's hard to discuss.
I knew it was something petty like that.
Yeah, it's hard to discuss Trump's sustained hostility toward the Presidio Trust without noting who helped to create it. The Speaker Emerita, Nancy Pelosi, was a driving force behind the legislation that established that trust circa 1996. And Trump's executive order targeting the agency was widely read.
Oh, was that early?
Yeah.
Was that early?
Yeah,
shit.
Well, yeah.
They had to cover that shit up quick. Holy fuck.
Yeah. And his executive order targeting the agency was widely read as at least partly motivated by his long-running animosity toward her. Trump feels about Nancy Pelosi what Peter Moon felt about Brooke Gibson. Now, Pelosi herself said at the time, "I don't take it personally if he wants to insult something as innovative and wonderful as the Presidio." By that, of course, she's talking about its park phase, not its human child sex trafficking military base phase. Now, in a statement on Saturday night...
Well, that's very presumptuous of you.
Hey, that's funny.
She meant
that's
in
good.
toto.
Yeah, in toto. In toto. Yeah, that's good. I like that. That's good. That's fair. Touche.
We'll never have what we had.
Yeah.
Like
Don't be sad that it ended. Be happy that it happened. Yeah. Now, in a statement on Saturday night, just last night, Pelosi called the firings disappointing and said the Presidio will continue to be protected by the strength of the legislation which created it. She praised the departing board members and expressed hope that Trump's new appointees will follow the lead of previous Republican-era trustees. To quote as she, "Previous Republican appointees to the board have respected the Presidio. We hope that this president will look to them with guidance on appointments." Now that's a polite way of saying, please don't break the thing that has been working so spectacularly. Matter of fact, the only spectacularly performing piece of business that's ongoing in the entire fucking United States, to tell you the truth.
Pretty much anyway.
Yeah. So as to what happens now, the trust itself is taking a diplomatic stance, noting in a statement to the Chronicle that it had been anticipating that we would ultimately receive new board members, and is awaiting information on the new appointments. Now, the organization's day-to-day operations aren't immediately threatened. It still has staff, a CEO search underway following Gene Fraser's planned departure, and the financial reserves to function without a board for a period. Legally, the trust was created by an act of Congress, which means it can't simply be abolished by executive fiat, no matter what the OMB, or the Office of Management Bureau, actually says. Office of, what is OMB again? Because I just said it, and they were such a boring office, even when I worked for the government. Office of Management and Budget. They, yeah. So,
those are the worst pencil pusher motherfuckers.
Thank you. Now, the more pressing question is who Trump nominates to fill those 6 seats. The statute requires that no appointees be federal employees. At least 3 must live in the...
Shit, that sounds like a racket.
Yeah, no anyway. Shit. Yeah, no kidding. How did we get that job? Jeez, we gotta call Trump. Call Trump and volunteer.
Yeah, you gotta know someone to know someone.
Yeah. And at least 3 of them must live within the greater Golden Gated San Francisco Biotech Bay Area and Silicon Valley Metroplex region. In other words, the greater San Francisco Bay Area, and one must be a United States military veteran. Now, Trump's first-term appointments, which
that's shocking, but it actually makes... I mean, it's not shocking. How should I put it? That's interesting.
That's mafia. Yeah, that's... You know why? Because he knows where the bodies are buried.
I was going to say, that's like the Q guy.
Yes, that'll be the Q man.
To make sure the parking lot doesn't get renovated or wherever they buried it.
Thank you, where all the kids are buried and shit.
Yeah.
Now, Trump's first-term appointments, which included Len Benioff and others from the San Francisco civic world, were...
What did you told me about what they did to the medical center. It was something absurd like that, where they just paved over it.
Yeah, the Letterman Army Medical Center, which was the hospital where they trained a full 25% of all United States military doctors, certainly Army doctors, and the majority were trained there. And that was the place where they saved all the people who jumped from the Golden Gate Bridge, would be picked up by the Coast Guard and taken straight to Letterman Army Medical Center to be revived, put back together again. Of course, they've all died 100% since the closure of the Presidio military base. Some people blame me for that. Fortunately, I'm psychotic and I don't care. But
you blamed yourself for that.
No, I credited myself for that.
Yeah.
No, such a
Because otherwise people will say untold story of Presidio.
Oh,
as
God.
if you haven't been saying shit, right?
Yeah,
Like just all the time.
Oh, tell them about that. The stupid documentary, The Untold Story of Michael Aquino. Like, haven't I been saying this for how long?
And then you're like cropped out of it.
Yeah.
Like practically.
Yeah. No, not practically. Completely. Yeah.
Well, I'm saying they literally worded it like that. Like no one had. It was a secret until now. 2026.
Yeah. And that's how they always present it. Yeah. Yeah. Incredible. Now, like I said, when it came to Trump's first term appointments, which included, I think it was Lynn Benioff and others from the San Francisco civic world, what we would have called back in the old days the swells, the elites. They were broadly well regarded. Even former Trump appointee Mary Urabiel defended the trust after the 2025 executive order, calling it an extremely well-run, self-sustaining entity. Now, as the one notable exception to that pattern, the hate radio host Michael Savage, who spent his tenure trying to remove a Japanese-American internment memorial from a Presidio museum, so demonstrated. Yeah, the appointments do matter.
For what reason?
Because he's a fucking Jewish racist, and because he doesn't want anyone else to have a Holocaust. Only Jews can have a Holocaust.
I mean, when we went there, they had the whole exhibit. Remember, that was bizarre too.
Yeah, but that was only against the wishes of Michael Savage, the great Judeo-American.
Well, imagine listening to him.
Imagine which Aaron Tice did for years. So shout out to Aaron Tice with that one. The Presidio's 7 million annual visitors are probably hoping for a repeat of the competent first-term appointees, rather than the Savage-shaped footnote. And his real name, by the way, is not Michael Savage. It's Michael Weiner. And, of course, of course he had to change his name with a name like that. But regardless, Pete Hegseth's...
And there's a bunch of people from that bloodline there.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, they all are. What did you expect? I mean, it's a... Well,
I'm saying the Congress guy, the tall Congress guy that's always being what everyone would call woke. I don't really agree with him, but he's always out there on social media.
Yeah. What's his name?
The one that they all had. He's your congressman, the fucking tall Jew.
Jesus. You mean a person of
in
Jewish
a good way.
descent.
I mean, he's very
American
nice.
of Jewish descent.
The Jewish guy. He's really nice. Mr. Wiener. Mr. Wiener. Scott Wiener.
Wiener. His name's Wiener, too. Well, he ain't Michael Savage. That's not Michael Savage.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But it's the same last name.
I can't remember him. Congressman Wiener, California Congress. California Congress. I'm not even gonna bother to look it up. I'll take your word for it. Shows you how little he affects my life.
Well, he's supposed to be pushing, or how do I say it without getting riots started in the streets? He's supposed to be defending the rights of the alphabet soup people.
Oh God.
That just somehow that made it worse, but you get the point. Yeah. And I hate to do you know what? I'm going to do it just because it's you. Did you hear the lady that came out with the latest acronym?
No, tell me.
Oh, dude, it was they gotta stop the madness, man. It was gnarly.
Oh, geez. Tell us. No, I want to hear it.
Oh, I don't even remember. It was so fucking long. I gotta find this lady.
No, they must have lampooned it.
It was okay. Yeah, here it is. Ben Shapiro. There you go. He's complaining about it as if he didn't invent it.
Yeah.
Okay. So the lady, there's a lady came out. Let me see where she's from. But of course they're gonna say she was some Dem lady. Let's see. She was a Canadian parliamentarian named Leah Gazan. So it's his people, but we'll just leave that aside. She said, this is an attack, genocide of MMIWG2SLGBTQQIA+.
Wow. Cool. Send me that acronym. Send me that acronym. Send me the link or cut and paste the acronym itself.
Okay, but it's gonna be a Daily Wire article, so don't tweak out. You're giving hits to these guys.
Oh man.
But like I said, it's his people. It's not like anyone else is making this shit.
Oh man.
But,
that's funny as hell. Let me see now. Infinite Call. Here we are. A new left-wing brain rot acronym has appeared. Far-left politician rolled out a tongue twister of an identity acronym while claiming that transgender people were facing a genocide in Canada. Member of Parliament Leigh Gazain complained Wednesday. Anyhow, there you go. I mean, cool. I've got a party with this one.
Doesn't the plus negate all of the other letters? Like, what's the point?
No.
These
The plus is supposed to be allies and other people you haven't thought to include. Yeah. So that's all.
So what do you? You know what? We'll deal with identity politics later. I just don't want to get off topic.
Nevertheless, it is very much appreciated that you brought it up because, I had to get my brain together there for a minute to think of where I will take the conversation or my monologue after talking about the Presidio.
No more of that guy. The fucking tripping dragon kid.
But he's so funny, Sean Bond. Come on,
he's just Sean Bond, whatever the fuck his name was. Like you said, it was such a crazy name. Like it's like James Bond and Sean Connery mixed together. It was just stupid. Yes. Like it was obviously a pseudonym. But,
no, his parents literally named him that. That's what makes it so bad.
That's even worse. Worse. But what was I gonna say about him? Oh, he was just ripping from what's his name's playbook. Bartzi's. He was just ripping Bartzi's playbook, saying I accessed the outer, the astral, and found out about cutting cords and
that's
contract
the first
revocation.
Thing that Clarice Claudette talked to me about was cord cutting. Cutting. Yes. Yeah. So there you go.
Well, then that's when you tell them, just like you did to Peter, well, cut that fucking red cord that you guys keep pulling on. Because these people are the first ones to say, yes, I'm connected to you, Douglas, with the purple cord.
Yes.
And then like Pete got into some gross shit where he was saying I could feel it tugging or something. It was weird. It was really weird.
Shit. Like I was jerking his dick. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to misremember it, but he did say something weird like
he did.
Ours is connected so tightly.
Yes.
It was like, what the fuck, dude?
Yes. To each other's hearts through our pinkies.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm
sure he met our
dude,
pricks.
That's like, you never gave the good context for it because you obviously have a different view on it, but this is like something that like schoolgirls say about their crush. This is not like
it's true. Yes.
It's like a folklore about, you would say, the kokoro string.
Right, kokoro.
If you were,
it's not kokoro.
Yeah.
It's not true kokoro. He was sexualizing it and of course homosexualizing it. That's really the term for it in his case, because in his case it is a medical diagnosis because he is in hateful denial of his true orientation.
Do they get a letter? D? Do they get D for denial?
Yeah. I like it. Something needs to be applied to them. They need to be rubber stamped with something. People like that.
I hate to bring this up, but apparently, the latest news is that the Israeli billionaire, who is a great guy, I'm sure, and he's a wonderful businessman. He's the guy that runs like Tinder and Grindr. He's going to be headlining the White House Correspondents' Dinner with his company.
Oh, Jesus.
So they own all the sides. They own all the sides, and they're sitting there saying, if he's in the White House paying them off, then they're all on the same side.
Well, that goes without saying. No, it's disgusting.
So then you get these people like Shapiro trying to pick sides because he's paid to do it.
Yeah. Well, it's all sides that.
But all the money goes back to one certain place with these wonderful people.
Yeah, but they have it. Yeah. Now, we've talked about the Presidio. Now, let's talk about the man running the Department of Defense. Pete Hegseth's Pentagon can't control what we live stream. Now, a federal judge blocked Pete Hegseth's Pentagon press restrictions once again this week. The same judge has struck down those rules twice. Hegseth keeps trying anyway. Judge Paul Friedman concluded his ruling with an unusually sharp rebuke, writing that the case was really about the attempt by the Secretary of Defense to dictate the information received by the American people, to control the message so that the public hears and sees only what the Secretary and the Trump administration want them to hear and see. He also warned that suppression of political speech is the mark of an autocracy, not a democracy. While the credentialed press was being pushed out, Hegseth's team replaced them with outlets loyal to Trump, including Laura Loomer, Matt Gaetz, and MyPillow CEO, Mike Lindell. That is the model. Pressure the outlets you can, replace the ones you can't. It works on organizations with badges to lose and multi-billionaire owners to answer to. It doesn't work on us. Team Dietrich has no active Pentagon credentials to revoke and no oligarch to keep happy, just listeners. But that's not enough to pay public advisors. Moral support doesn't fund analysis. The media landscape is not doing great right now. 60 Minutes has a new multi-billionaire owner. The FCC is leaning on outlets that won't play along, and the Washington Post and LA Times take their cues from oligarchs. The journalism that holds power accountable has to be funded by the people who need it. That is you. To our paid subscribers, thank you. You make that possible, and you are the reason we can keep going at all. If you have been reviewing critical omissions for free, we are grateful, and we are asking you to take the next step and contribute immediately. I cannot afford for you to wait. I've spent over $325 on telephonic necessities to make certain that that lifeline, which should be a free service, is backed up by technical support for the next 3 years, which I paid $120 for, and a phone that I paid about $200 for when we include its earbuds. And all of this was to make certain I have a unit that will work when I need it to save my life. That is a communications version of a bulletproof vest. Now, some great input here from our dear Brendan. So, the empty wallet. Yes, he showed me the penguin with the teary eyes. Pengu pulling out the empty wallet. And the Hungary election, where Orbán...
Yeah, you see him, he's about to cry because Putin's going to come assassinate his ass finally.
Yes.
You know he's getting the call right now, his butt's puckering.
Yeah. Oh, thank
Putin's
God.
on the other line on his cell phone, you know.
Yeah.
You failed me. You failed me.
Yeah, couldn't happen to a more deserving piece of shit. Yes, what a treasonous, traitorous...
Because even if he tries to stay there, they're going to fucking Novichok his ass or whatever. You know what they did to all those other dissidents?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Oh, man, he failed.
They'll radiate his motherfucking ass and Novichok.
Because you know he's been taking pocket change from them for years.
Oh, of course.
For 16 years. So.
Oh, dude, they pay his salary.
The devil comes to collect.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The devil will come to collect. Yeah, he's crying. Oh, yeah, he's crying over that.
Look at him. He looks like he's about to cry.
Oh, of course he is. He really is. He's scared to death, as well he should be. Piece of shit. Yeah, well, and he made that bargain. Yeah, he signed that contract, as we were talking about.
He signed the contract.
Yeah.
And not only that, they secured enough seats to have a 2/3 majority. That means every European Union, basically adjacent plan is going to be enacted.
Thank God.
So it's a total failure for Putin.
Yes, yes. Putin's lost Hungary, which was his anchor in Europe,
Yes.
even more so than Serbia, because Serbia is not a member of the European Union.
Right.
So, yeah, and that was his anchor in European Union. He's lost that. This is like the equivalent of losing Ukraine. It really is. It was
Yeah.
it's like the equivalent.
Well, they
of
were going to try and do a pincher maneuver and make Ukraine reopen the pipeline.
Yes, that's right.
And they all just voted his ass out. They said, "Fuck you."
Yeah, thank God. Thank God. People want, shall we say,
and I'm sure we're going to get the it was rigged.
Yeah, well, people don't just want cheap gas. It goes to show that they didn't just want cheap gas. It's like, by the way, do you know this?
It's worth paying more for gas for that.
Right.
For the other outcome.
Thank you. Now
look we're dealing with expensive gas just because of who knows, just some unknown wonderful people that are unknowing,
that decided
just
we
causing
need to go to war
strife.
For them. Yeah.
Yeah.
That decided they wanted to annihilate the Iranian peoples because they're Aryan, and we're their battering ram as always. Christian crusaders for the Israeli cause, for the Zionist cause.
Let's not go there because I almost said the G word.
Yeah, understood. Well, what's this from Heather in the text box? If you open up the text box on the call, who is Lord Matsya Eki? Do you know this person? I mean, the Vedic, is this a Vedic divinity or?
That's my latest art thing that I've been working on in the garage. I got a ship nautical painting, and I put Jesus on the ship, and then I put Lord Matsya there as well. He's the first incarnation of Vishnu.
Oh wow!
Yeah, Matsya. So Matsya Avatar was the first incarnation of divine who saved the earth plane.
Oh wow!
When it was a primordial ocean.
Wow!
So it was like a fish god.
Okay. Wow. That's thank you, Heather. That's and we love hearing your voice. And so how are you, Heather?
But that's quite the image.
Yeah, it
amalgamation.
Really is. Yeah, no,
I'm not even done with it. That's like not even halfway done. I just started it yesterday or the day before.
Wow, it's good stuff. I mean, thank you for sharing that. It's
the funny thing is when I put Jesus on it, I took a picture of it and then I looked at it up close. I thought Jesus was holding a baby because I got that little clipping from my grandma's baptism thing.
Oh,
so wow. I figured it was Jesus holding a baby, and I looked at it. I looked at the face. I'm like, that does not look like a human baby, and it's a lamb.
Yeah, he's holding. Iconography.
Yeah. Wonderful. I mean,
so that's why it didn't look like a baby, because it wasn't a baby.
Right, but you're putting.
Well, it's a baby lamb.
Yeah, it's a baby lamb. Baby sheep. Yeah, but you're putting all this together is delightful, honey. It's really impressive, and it's really causes a person to think. You need to start. I hear Vinny Manaktala giggling in the background. Chuckles from the peanut gallery there, Vinny.
Orban, I think you guys were talking about Orban before. He actually conceded. He actually did a concession speech, so maybe there will be change there, if that's what you guys were talking about.
He didn't have a choice. He lost 2/3 of the seat.
Seats. Bernard was saying, but he actually conceded, which I'm surprised. I mean, if I was him, I would have set an army and killed a bunch of people.
Well, he couldn't because he gets all the money from Europe. The money would have stopped then. I mean, it's like he didn't have a choice. But I hear you. Yeah.
So, Ku Klux Klan still a thing, or are they defunct?
And then there's Heather. Anyway, I'll let you get back with it.
Well, thank you for joining us, Vinny. We appreciate your input, and I'll certainly answer Heather's question to the best of my ability. The Ku Klux Klan is still theoretically active, but of course it's very truncated by the fact that most Southerners who are white, who would otherwise be supporters of the Klan, are essentially now all indoctrinated into the worship of Israel, which is antithetical to the Klan ideology.
So all of the judges, like people like politicians and judges.
I'm sorry, say that again, honey.
So people like the politicians and the judges and the police are still the ones that are affiliated with the Ku Klux Klan.
You know, it's funny that you say that. That's what I would assume would be the establishment, as opposed to the population in general.
Would that explain why they're hitting at the Catholic Church?
Well, you mean Trump hitting at the Catholic Church in Hegseth, or
Yeah, well, all of them got in the same boat. Like from what I've seen,
yeah,
like even the commenters and stuff, they all said, "Yeah, screw the Catholics."
yeah. That
So most of these Bible Belt people like turned against them.
oh well,
But like you said, the Klan was an inversion of that
yeah, the Klan was
Catholic
an inversion
system.
of, well, what we are speaking of is when it comes to the apparel. And the important thing to understand is that the Klan is very famous for its peaked cap. It's what we could say are bed sheets. Okay, so they wear these conical bed sheets, as people would understand it, and these are something that it's become kind of like their symbol. But when it comes
Maybe
to
it's linen. Maybe it's linen that is their symbol.
uh well, it's an inversion of the Roman Catholic, shall we say, their peaked cap, which is the capirote. And the
I,
Roman Catholic capirote is the symbol of the Catholic penitent. Only members of a confraternity of penance, are allowed to wear them during solemn processions. So it's this tall, conical, pointed hat, and it's a symbol of repentance and humility, not to be associated with the Caporetto battle that happened historically, but it originates from the Spanish Inquisition. And so those hoods are often paired with Catholic robes to conceal the identity of the wearer, so that he and all around him can focus attention on God instead. So these are the members of the Brotherhoods, the Nazarenos, during the Lenten observances and Easter, especially or specifically in España, Italia, the former Spanish colonies. But these are hardcore Catholics and they're militants. And so the Klan took that and they created an Americanized version that would be Protestant. And so this was kind of
Yeah,
like an version. I'm sorry, honey.
I said yeah. Like after Lutheranism started.
no, just keep going, Douglas,
Yeah,
please.
Yeah.
yeah, no, that's fine. And well, not necessarily connected with Lutheranism, but certainly a extreme evolution of Protestantism that occurred specifically in America, in the Deep South, that was converged with Scottish Masonry. So Scottish Rites Masonry is their brotherhood in contradiction or opposition to the church. The church has these brotherhoods of penance, whereas Scottish Rites Masonry, that, as Heather says, very good, Heather, that's very, yes, Calvinism. She says this emerges from Calvinism, which, of course, Brendan Zogi can testify to. Calvinists are known to be cruel and militant. Yeah. So all of that being said, when it comes to the Klan, yes, they would be affiliated more with old establishment families in almost hereditary positions that would include law enforcement, judges, and everything that Heather mentioned, whereas the majority of the hoi polloi, a bunch of, barely literate peasants, have all gone into Southern baptism, which worships the Jew as the master race and believes that Israel is the biblical fulfillment of their own perverted interpretation of Christianity, and that therefore America must be all in to support Israel. This has led to if anyone supports Israel as a voting bloc, it would be the Solid South because of this mass delusion. That's what the Klan is left struggling against, but they're on the back foot. They're withering on the vine. They're withering on the vine.
And the inbreeding, right?
Well, that's another topic, but yes, Vinny, please. Yes.
Here.
Yeah. One thing about the Klan and what we forget about Catholicism, can you hear me, Douglas?
Yes.
Is once again, Catholics weren't allowed. So that's why so many Catholic and Irish not allowed, Catholic not allowed, because Kennedy was the first Catholic to become the president. And so there was always a bias against Catholics as well until Kennedy. in American politics. So so it is law enforcement, but also since a lot of law enforcement was Irish and Catholic, there's actually a predominance of Catholics in law enforcement and everything, or there was, especially back east, which against the Southern, which is the Southern Baptist, which is totally different. So it depends on where you're at. Where in a small town like Hazard County, they're all the Klan. But in somewhere like New York, the Catholic Church, where all the police are and firemen are going to, is totally against the Klan. That
No,
would
absolutely
be there
true.
If they're already left. You
Yeah.
see what I'm saying? Because it really is about religion, not that. And I mean, Catholics were as bad as those goddamn Jews and everything else. Everyone's bad. Then Muslims and stuff. Once again, Catholics were as bad as those Muslims, and they didn't work as hard.
Well, what
I'm
Vinny
kidding,
is saying
that's
is
all
he's
I know,
speaking from
that's
the
all.
perspective of the Klansman when he's not advocating or stating this as his belief system. Just so our listeners understand, Vinny is articulating the position of the Klan or the thought processes regarding the Northern establishment. And yes, Vinny, all your points are well taken and quite true. Absolutely. In the North, in particular on the East Coast, or we can call it the general Northeast Great Lakes region,
Right.
everything that's west of the Mississippi that is northerly, as opposed north of the Mason-Dixon line and east
Right.
of the Mississippi, it's basically Irish Catholics. Even in San Francisco, this was all
Yes.
totally Irish that was here that dominates the police and fire departments, the blue collar mafias. And that was
Right.
why
And
the
that's
joke, the joke among the Anglo elites was, this is why the crime rate goes up and the cities burn down. That was always the joke. But obviously the Roman Catholics, of course, were these Irish were ardently Roman Catholic and generationally so, as Vinny articulated. Whereas in the South, it's quite different. And
oh,
so,
yeah.
what
You
else?
don't. Yeah, you don't see. I mean, like where my mom's family's from and stuff. In Missouri, you see a lot of churches. You don't see a lot of Catholic churches.
That's right.
It's really, I mean, and it's the whole thing. Like Irish did not apply. That's why they became cops and firemen, because that's the only jobs they could get. It was sort of like an early affirmative action.
Yes. No, it's absolutely true.
Careful what you wish for.
Yeah. No, that's absolutely true. These were.
Now you've
these,
got Hegseth. Talk
yeah.
about woke. And did you hear about what he did like last Friday on Good Friday? There was always been a Catholic service at the Pentagon as well as a Protestant service. He canceled the Catholic service.
Yes.
So, there's a bunch of crazy stuff going on. But anyway, I just wanted to point that out. So, yeah, the Protestant,
and apparently
my
he changed his
stepdad-
denomination. Did you guys hear about that?
Oh, tell us,
What's-
Brendan, about his change of denomination, please.
Oh, yes, please.
He went from Presbyterian to non-denominational. So that was interesting. Why didn't he just say he was Jewish?
Yeah, no shit. There we go.
Like no one would have cared.
Yeah.
Well, it's not as good as Vance.
There we are. Tell us.
Vance
Vinny.
has gone from being gay to being Protestant to being Catholic to being, I don't know, to growing a really bad mustache.
Dude, well, he's a Kino EQ-esque, but aside from that, he was also wearing a yarmulke. Correct?
Oh, well, our president said praise Allah.
Yeah.
Didn't he? Something like Yeah. Hey,
Oh.
on the last thing, and then I have to go. Has anyone seen the videos that I was putting out with the Lego guys in the rap videos? Because it's so funny. Like we have fallen so far in our government right now. This government, we can't even do the best video shit talking videos. We used to always be the best at shit talking propaganda in our government, and then Elon Musk fired them all, and now we're getting rocked by Iranian Legos. Lego videos, they're killing it. If you haven't watched one, just go like for the latest video, like Iranian propaganda Lego video on Trump, and it's American, it's English, it's rapping, and it's funny as hell. And they're like, "You thought you had the straights, but you're not straight. You're Epstein." It's just crazy stuff. It's so funny. So we can't even win the propaganda war. Anyway, on that
That's
note,
incredible. Can you give us some links? Can you provide us some links?
Go to YouTube and type in Iranian Lego.
Okay.
Seriously.
Okay. That's incredible. Oh my
The
God.
latest one is Liar. The latest one is Largo, Iranian Lego Liar. And it'll come up. It's a great. It's really,
and who's
tough.
putting this out? The Iranians or the Americans? You said which one?
The Iranians.
Okay, the Iranians. Oh my God.
The Iranians.
Yeah.
You type it in real quick, Douglas. I just want to get your reaction check.
Okay, I'll do that. Iranian Lego propaganda, and yeah. So wait for my reaction.
I'll let you go. I'll let you go. We'll be listening, and Heather can throw in whatever she wants about whatever she thinks about at the moment. But I'll let you go, and I'd like to hear your thing on the latest Iranian Lego propaganda rap videos.
Well, I'll do this on YouTube. I'll do it on YouTube. I put the search in a regular search engine, and it's not going to be the same. So I'll do it on YouTube. Rap. Iranian Lego propaganda rap. Okay, this is
and you can do it anytime. We'll be listening all night. But here's Heather. I'm going to get off as always.
Well, we love you guys and awesome. Stay safe and be well and take care of your mother. I trust everything's going well as it can be. Where your son?
I will. Yeah. And I'm building a new computer. I'll have Heather send you a picture later. It's pretty crazy. Anyway, I'm giving you back to Heather. Peace, love, and brotherhood to all.
Yes. Take care.
I don't know. That's what my dad used to say, and he was from India, so I think he has to be a guru or something.
Yeah. No, that's delightful. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, and
so we're getting updates from Hungary.
Yeah. Oh, what? Like, oh, I'm sure people are partying in the fucking streets. Anyhow. So
yeah, literally.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah. Well, they should be. Yeah. After the hell they've been through under that son of a bitch.
People are literally crying. This lady says, "I'm crying.
Oh yes,
I can't believe you can't believe how good it feels."
Oh yeah, it's like having a cloud lifted. It is like
having,
Viktor Orbán and his Putinista government with all of these American tape wannabes. I'm sorry. Yeah.
sorry. You say your thing. I said
it was like 16 years.
He was
of
a
bad
fart
weather.
cloud.
Yeah.
It was a fart cloud.
Imagine, 16 years of inclement weather. It was like 16 years of inclement weather. So here we are. I'm doing a screen share. Here we are.
But Doug, you'd appreciate this. Yeah. His name is Péter Magyar, which is literally the name for Hungary and its people and the country.
Yeah, like I said, it would be like an American running for president named American. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. Very cool.
Liar's the best one. That's their latest. They're talking about the peace talks. They put out like 10 a day.
Yeah. So I'm looking at them and they're hideous. Yes, they're hideous. No, that's thank you for sharing this. It's like
you'll enjoy.
Yeah, it's bad stuff. Yeah, it's really bad. Yeah, well, I guess they're aiming for the kids. So maybe they got the right idea. Yeah, that's all I can say. Yeah. It looks unwatchable. But it is
horrible.
Yeah, but not that I disagree with the sentiments, mind you, but it's definitely something I wouldn't watch by choice. So Heather, what else is on your mind before I go deep into monologue?
Well, again, on that, I would just like to say that I think Baron Trump is in charge of all of the president's social media.
I mean, that may well be the case. I mean, he's totally incompetent. Why not? I mean, that would make sense. Yeah. Anyhow, I think I'm going to sneeze. Brendan, can you talk?
Yeah, I mean, I can talk, but it ain't going to be about anything interesting.
Oh, well, just interject.
Well, that's not helping. Jesus.
Well, just interject whenever you feel like it while I go into monologue.
Well, I think we said it all. I mean, fucking Hungary is in a new world. And
yeah, tell us about this.
All the downsides of the EU is nothing in comparison to Russia and whatever they were going to face.
Yeah. The Rus-American occupation. Remember, they not only had a Russian insurgency, they were effectively economically occupied by an American elite. Bunch of American losers who came there to be their elite. That's what's horrible.
Yeah, even some of the people in the comments were saying, I'm from Texas and I still think, fuck JD for going there, Because it does, even if you are all about freedom, you don't let's say you're a Republican Texan that is really, pure freedom. You don't go and interfere with another country's sovereignty. That's the whole point of what America was supposed to represent. But these people are anti everything.
Yes. Yes. Well, Well, they were basically stumping on behalf of Vladimir Putin. Vance was there stumping on behalf of Putin when he's there to try.
I mean, it's so obvious now. I don't know how people
Miss
even
it,
defend
yeah.
it.
Thank you.
It's impossible. It's
Thank
stupid.
you. Well, it's indefensible. It's literally indefensible. And of course, the people in Hungary revolted. It was a revolt. Consider this their equivalent of when they revolted
They
against
had
the
torches.
Soviets. Yeah,
They had
good,
torches
good.
in the streets, like in
Good.
celebration.
Yeah. Well, it's like.
But it
Vinny
was
said,
just like.
well,
you know,
remember what
it
Vinny said?
looked-
Why didn't he just send out the military? They would have lynched him. The military would have turned against him.
Oh, we just said why. The people were out there with torches.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. They would have
They
burned
were
that
waiting
fucker
for
alive.
him to pull some shit. They were
Yeah.
waiting for him to pull some shit.
Oh yeah, they would have burned his ass alive. Yeah, he knew it was he's as they say in prison, he's between a cock and a hard case. And so
Yeah.
So
Well, the fate that he got is better than what he deserved.
that's for fucking sure. Well, he'll get his, yeah. He'll
Well, Putin will have to serve him.
Yeah, Putin will serve
Because because all his investment failed, basically.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 16 years of investment. And so Putin's going to kill him, and we can wait for that, and we can all laugh. We can all piss and dance on his grave when it happens. Now, Trump is lambasting Pope Leo XIV, extending the feud over the Iran war with the first American pontiff. Trump's threat
It's funny that you just said that, because I just scrolled and it was the Pope, the photo of the Pope with Orban looking all stoic. Well, now the Pope's back in because they're very Catholic, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Hungarians are the Catholics, along with the Polaki peoples, the Polish peoples, and of
that's
course,
right.
Bavarians. Yeah, Bavarians, Austrians. Yeah, Hitler's people. Yeah, Hitler's Austro-Hungarian Empire. Yeah, that's all Catholic as you could get. Yeah. Outside of Italy, obviously Italy is the seat of Roma, so they are the Catholic nation par excellence. But but these people come close. But who beats the Italians up? Croatians. Even Dante said that. Dante includes in the Divine Comedy. He includes he says, as faithful or as devout as a Croatian. That was an Italian saying, because they said we can't beat out the Croatians when it comes to religious fanaticism. So there you go with that. And
right. So it's the same people, same kind of group.
Same group of people, or rather, these are all different ethnicities, because remember, the Magyar peoples, they're not European stock. These are the descendants of the Scythians out of the desert, out of the steppes, the arid wasteland of the tundra and shit. These are people who got trapped in Europe because they were defeated in battle. Once Europe defeated them, then they were the Battle of Evar, yes, I believe. And they were just stuck there in the heart of Europe. So that's how Hungary was born. And they lost all their land. All the land surrounding them was once Hungary. It's not. And after World War I, they were deprived of everything. They were made a landlocked nation. So, but
we're talking Austro-Hungarian Empire, collapse and all that.
Yeah, that's right. But during the time of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Hungary had an outlet to the sea, the Adriatic. And that's gone now. So they need to reunite with Slovenia, perhaps, and give themselves an outlet to the sea. So at any rate, Trump's threat against Pope Leo in the Pentagon's unholy war with Roma is exactly why Pope Francis shaped Leo for the job. We have gone from a baffling reference to a medieval schism to the suggestion that President Trump may, bomb the Vatican? President Donald Trump is sharply criticizing.
Did he say that?
It has been interpreted as such, yes. Yes, President
Donald... the Pope himself, his office released a statement and said, we don't feel safe going to America, because he said that the subversive groups can just kill him there.
Yeah.
He said he doesn't want to get captured. Literally. So what kind of world do we live in where it's like that?
Well, we've degenerated to Trump is now the equivalent of Fidel Castro or some kind of communist dictator where he doesn't want the Pope around. He wants to claim his own divinity. As a matter of fact, the Real Tech Geek sent me what you sent me. What is this painting that has Trump as Christ, right? With angels behind him? You've seen this? Apparently he commissioned it himself. If not, I can show you. Here, well, let's take a look at this. I thought you may have said, by the way, Britney Spears.
Oh, well, they're doing all kinds of.
Yeah, Britney Spears. This is incoming breaking news. Britney Spears has just voluntarily checked into a rehab facility. So everybody, thoughts and prayers. And yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's so sad. The kid.
No, she's getting help. That's not sad. She's getting help. I mean,
no, I know that's. Yeah, no, I know she's getting help, but the thing is the kids' trust funds ran out, so they started hanging out with her again just to manipulate her.
Oh God, there you go. Okay, that's bad. Oh yeah, I hate
some
that.
Hollywood. This is just some sick Holly weird shit.
Yeah. So
they're just still sapping off her.
So our man sent us this Real Tech Geek. I'm sharing screen. Can you see this? So this is in the White House now, or in the presidential, this is in the Hall of Presidents, this painting. Who is he healing? Who's the man he's supposed to be healing? America?
Oh, this is some AI slop. He put that up?
He put that up and said he said he commissioned this.
He's healing Jeffrey Epstein. Oh my God. There's no way he put that in there.
He did. He did. He said he commissioned this and that this is official.
What's in the back, Lucifer?
Well, it's supposed to be the Statue of Liberty's crown, but it's on like Iron Man or something.
No, that's
But it looks demonic as fuck.
Yeah,
yeah, and I mean, it looks like a headless figure. Yeah,
it's on Truth Social.
It's on Truth Social. Yes, thank you, Vinny. Thank you. So this is
it's obviously AI generated, but
yes, of course. But
he's he's the Christ with the hand.
Yeah,
the hand
and he's healing Jeffrey Epstein. Yes.
Yeah, they're trying to make it like, they're reanimating. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this is like but there you go. That's so I was brought this by different people, including the Real Tech Geek. I guess the other person
that should just show you everything you need to know.
Yeah, it tells us everything we need to know. Yes, the man is he's gone full Tonto.
Right. I did notice one thing about the comments about Hungary is that people said, hopefully this is the first step in reversing this totalitarian madness.
Yes, thank you, and that it happens here. Pray it happens here. Yes, that's right. Yeah, and but Vinny, who is this other than Jeffrey Epstein? If it's not Jeff Epstein, who is it?
It's Jeffrey Epstein. There's no question about it.
Thank you.
Yeah, it looks suspiciously similar.
Yeah, thank you. It's just Jesus Christ. Anyhow,
he's rehabilitating his old friend.
Yes, that's it.
Now you're praying to Trump.
What's that? What was that?
Now you're calling him Jesus Christ now, Douglas?
Believe me, I'm just saying that's what he's obviously intending to be.
He posted that. He posted that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, look at when he has the healers at his place and they all heal hands on him. He's he's not a godly person, but he's the person we need. That's why they got rid of the New York bishop. The New York bishop said that Trump reminded him of John the Baptist. Give me a break. Leo's not putting up with that. He was gone.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. Well, now this helps to put context into the holy war that is ongoing, and everyone take note. President Donald Trump is sharply criticizing Pope Leo XIV, to say the least, saying that, Brendan is saying, Auf Wiedersehen. Say it vocally, if you would be so kind, dear Brendan. Yes. By all means, share your goodbyes with all of us, if you would be so kind, vocally. And thank you, Vinny, for that incredible input, and thank you, of course, dear Holly.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Yes, yeah, and you had to give us someone who looks suspiciously like J.D. Vance. Well, nothing like him, but kind of, sort of, with the beard. He's some
he's some Österreich
Okay,
trader, Hollywood
there
guy.
you go. Yeah.
This
In
is
other
the
words,
guy that did the
yeah.
Inglourious Bastards film. That's how he got famous.
Oh, there you go. There you go. He's a Jewish guy pretending to be German. There you have it. Or
Yeah.
Germanic. Yeah.
Well, he's allegedly Austrian, but he was like
A
he
traitor
was
and participated in the film, trying to
yeah,
be a freedom fighter, that kind of bullshit.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes. And
But given that he was an artiste, it probably means he was part of the wonderful bloodline.
yeah, there you
Nice
go.
people.
There you go. There you have it. And
Yeah, so that's the problem.
well, blessed be
But
dear
anyways,
Brendan.
the line says it all.
Yes.
Normally I would say Auf Wiedersehen, but he says something horrible.
Yeah, probably some
Whatever film he's in. Yeah.
some Yiddishism, no doubt.
Yeah.
At any rate, so most blessed be,
Could be.
stay safe and be well. And if I end early enough, I'll give you a call anyway. If I reach you, I reach you. If I don't, I don't. And yeah, we'll see if
Yeah,
you're still
no need. I had enough jump scare and whatever you call that, whatever happened last time I saw you.
Oh, delightful. Oh, fuck, tell people about that.
It's enough for a lifetime. Trust me.
Oh, yes, The Grudge. Yeah, that's
The
damn,
Grudge? Oh, God. I vaguely remember, but I don't want to think about it. So let's just stop. Yeah. All right.
Oh, well, there you have it.
Yeah.
All right, most blessed be. Thank you. And we're going to roll now with a ongoing conflict between America, which claims to be running a crusade, and the Roman Catholic Church, which is the only organization that can consecrate an army for a crusade. And as I said, President Donald Trump is, well, attacking Pope Leo XIV, saying the American-born Pope is not doing a very good job and is a very liberal person, as if that were some kind of an insult, as if that were a bad thing. Donald Trump just inadvertently...
I mean, I don't see how sorry to interject. I know I was supposed to leave, but
No worries.
saying the Pope is liberal is so ridiculous when they're like the most anti-abortion, like conservative,
Thank you.
bastion.
Yeah.
Or at least they were recently. I mean,
Yeah.
unless something really changed, which
Yeah.
I didn't. I think he actually rolled back some of the liberal stuff they were doing, if I'm not mistaken.
I would have to look into that. I would have to look
But
into
I mean
that.
I mean in the real sense of the word, like they were becoming more traditional.
I would have to look into that. Like I said, I'm not sure. After Vatican II, the church radically restructured, which for a organization which is thousands of years old, Vatican II was a really big deal. It seems like nothing to anyone outside of the church, but that really liberalized the church in so many ways. And there was a kind of grassroots rebellion against that. That was the whole Opus Dei movement, was about grassroots rebellion against the liberalization of the church. People who wanted Latin back in the Mass instead of, local languages. And I happen to support Latin back in the Mass, and I think that obviously the language of the church should be Latin. But all that being said, otherwise, the church has been pretty generally permissive to a degree. I mean, for for an organization that's thousands of years old. I don't think he's really rolling anything back. I'll get into that as I discuss him. But certainly for his own part, Donald Trump just inadvertently invoked the Christian understanding of the Antichrist. Now, in recent days, we learned that Pope Leo will likely not visit the United States during Trump's presidency and declined an invite to the 250th birthday celebrations of our nation. The tensions between the Vatican and the United States have been clear, as Leo has slammed Trump for his brutal attacks on immigrants and now his reckless war in Iran, in which Trump threatened to wipe out an entire civilization. So, America is having its golden age. Iran is about to get blasted into the Stone Age, and Elbridge Colby wants to go back to the late Middle Ages, according to a Free Press report by Mattia Ferrarese, the Undersecretary of War for Policy, summoned the Cardinal Christophe Pierre, the Vatican's then ambassador to these United States, to a meeting in which the Avignon papacy was invoked. Now, for those of you who didn't go to Catholic school, in the 1300s, the King of France had Pope Boniface the 7th or the 8th captured and beaten after the Pope excommunicated him. A few years later, the papacy moved to Avignon amid continued threats from the French crown and instability in Roma. During this meeting, Pentagon officials allegedly picked apart Pope Leo XIV's State of the World address. This was the speech he delivered in January, in which the Pope warned that a zeal for war is spreading, shortly after the capture of the former Venezuelan Presidente Nicolás Maduro. One Vatican official told the Free Press that the Pentagon was particularly enraged by a part of the Pope's speech where he said that a diplomacy that promotes dialogue and seeks consensus among all parties is being replaced by a diplomacy based on force by either individuals or groups of allies. This was seen as a direct challenge to the Donroe Doctrine. The Pope is not a fan of war. Shocking, I know. While he never mentions President Trump by name in any of his critiques, he has spraketh out against the inhuman treatment of illegal immigrants in these United States and called threats to wipe out Iran's civilization truly unacceptable. Leo declined the White House's invitation to America's 250th birthday celebrations and is keeping some distance from his country of birth. Some might interpret this as the Pope resisting being drawn into American politics, in line with his refusal to name-drop Trump, with Ferrarese insinuating that Leo could be worried about getting bonafaced. America's relationship with the Chicago-born pontiff is further strained by the fact that quite a few members of the maladministration are Roman Catholics by baptism, which complicates the Vatican's ability to treat them simply as government officials. The most prominent ones are J.D. Vance, the son of Michael Aquino, and Marco Rubio, Trump's would-be successors. That Rubio is an outspoken Catholic does not, however, mean he wants to turn the Donroe Doctrine into church doctrine. However, Vatican officials described the Pentagon meeting to the Free Press as a bitter lecture warning that the United States has the military power to do whatever it wants, and that the Church had better take its side. Military power to bomb the hell out of Iran, or military power to seize the Vatican, as Napoleon Bonaparte once did, which caused, well, the great prophet Nostradamus to deem him the first Antichrist. And is someone in the Pentagon earnestly bringing up Avignon? Or is that meant to be some kind of unfunny tradcath bro joke? By tradcath, I mean traditional Catholic, not some kind of catheter used in the medical sense as stuck up your pisslate. It's not really clear from the report. It's also worth reiterating that Colby is also Catholic and far from a warmongering zealot. So far, there are limited details of what actually went down between Vatican and Pentagon officials in January. The Pentagon responded to the Free Press article saying it was a highly exaggerated and distorted characterization of the meeting. Nonetheless, Christopher Hale, who writes the popular Letters from Leo Substack, called the meeting pure mob and said it reminded him of how MAGA bullied James Comey. It also reminded him of when the cabal, connected to Epstein, Bannon, and the far-right media machine, plotted to take down Pope Francis. Hale himself concluding that the Pentagon was actually threatening the Vatican with the prospect of another Avignon papacy. Leo's criticism of the Donroe Doctrine was, according to Hale, powerful enough to make warlords drag a cardinal into a Pentagon conference room and raise the ghost of a murdered pope. You may have also seen a story last week about the Pentagon only holding a Protestant service on Good Friday and no Catholic Mass, as brought to our attention by Vinny Manaktala. Hale covered this in his column titled, Trump-Vance White House Escalates Holy Week Assault Against Catholic Church. Was Hegseth's Protestant Pentagon punishing Catholics for loving migrants? It turned out that the Catholic chaplain was out of town. Catholics don't celebrate Mass on Good Friday either. If the Pentagon did indeed threaten the Vatican with Avignon 2.0 in an attempt to silence Leo's criticism, that is worrying, to say the least. Apocalyptic, in the ultimate sense. It's not, however, evident that this is necessarily what happened. A bitter lecture given to a diplomat is unprecedented in this case. There's no public evidence of any Vatican official ever taking a meeting at the Pentagon. But it's not the same as a threat of force or a schism. Nevertheless, reconsider the fact that a report has now surfaced that the Pentagon, not the State Department, called the Vatican's ambassador in for a meeting in January after the Pope's State of the World speech in which he criticized Trump's military maneuvers. And the Vatican emissary was given a stark warning. Now, this is from AL.com. You can reference it yourself. I'm going to place the link into Livestream, and I will put it into our Infinite Call as well. So, taking the time to do this, and returning to the task at hand. Let me read therefrom. And it's so important, I'm going to read 4 paragraphs. Bear with me. Remember, from this point forward until I say otherwise, I'm reading from this article, in which Trump official warns Pope Leo military can do whatever it wants. Report states so. A Trump administration official gave the Vatican's ambassador to the United States a bitter lecture about America's military might and suggested the Catholic Church get on board with American foreign policy after Pope Leo XIV gave a speech condemning use of force and preaching diplomacy, according to a new report. Cardinal Christophe Pierre, as they misspell it, who at the time of the January meeting was the Holy See's ambassador to the U.S., was summoned by Undersecretary of War for Policy Elbridge Colby to the Pentagon in an unprecedented move, the Free Press reported Monday. Pentagon officials picked apart the American pontiff's January speech, reading it as a hostile message directed at Trump's policies, according to the outlet's sources. The Pentagon was reportedly furious that the speech challenged Trump's so-called Donroe Doctrine that the Western Hemisphere should be controlled by the United States. At one point during the meeting, According to the Free Press, one U.S. official went so far as to invoke the Avignon Papacy, the period in the 1300s when the French crown leveraged its military power to dominate the papal authority. Now, Pope Francis was preparing for just this kind of apocalyptic battle with the Antichrist on earth before he died, seeing Trump as a threat to the world. I lectured back when the conclave chose Leo in May of last year about how Francis shepherded Leo into the job. Now, my son figured this was a good time to reread the Blood Boys' transcript thereof as taken down during my tutelage into that weekend. From May 9th of 2025. My words here that I'm reading, a single paragraph, wherein I'm quoting myself. With the arrival of Pope Leo XIV, much of the media has emphasized the mystery of the papal conclave, focusing on cryptic rituals, traditions shrouded in secrecy, and deep solemnity, which sells and keeps people riveted, when there are some things that are pretty clear as day regarding the politics of the selection of Chicago-born Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost. And even MAGA world sees that, and is in a full-blown meltdown thereover. Or over it, as would be said in the common tongue. By the way, we have a input from our man Brendan, so get a link. Pope Leo canceled the Vatican Bank's sole authority over investments held by the city-state on Monday, rolling back one of the financial reforms of his predecessor, Français. Okay, thank you for that. That's, I will simply place a thumbs up on that because I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it's certainly interesting. Now, the Catholic Church is a global institution. The very term Catholic means universal, with an enormous cultural impact. As a nation state, the Vatican, with embassies and diplomats all over the world, and a presence at the United Nations, has a head of state who has outsized power, the functional equivalent of a sovereign monarch, an absolute monarch at that. The Pope has a massive political platform beyond that power. Certainly, Francis sought to influence public policy in these United States and in countries around the world. And, as I noted last week, Francis was a smart politician, unlike his predecessor, Benedict, who was a lousy politician, a man led by the impulsiveness of his zealous conservatism, rarely making strategic decisions. It's clear that Francis knew, or certainly tried to ensure, that Prevost would be the next pope, desiring to have someone who would continue his direction for the Church away from the conservative, or I should say paleo-reactionary American church's ideologies and emphasis. Francis had named the vast majority of the cardinals who voted on his successor, and they were loyal unto him, and very likely loyal to his wishes, if indeed he'd lobbied them prior to his death. Francis brought Prevost to the Vatican in 2023, making him a cardinal, and thus eligible to be pope, only 12 years ago, to further learn the intricacies of the Vatican, and, by default, the papacy, obviously grooming him for the job. Francis put Prevost in charge of the office in the church that vets bishop or bishopric nominations from around the world, one of the most powerful offices in the Vatican, tasked with reshaping the church's leadership. It involved choosing new bishops upon retirements, but also sometimes removing church leaders and replacing them because they are trouble. Prévost worked alongside Francis in the 12 years before his death, a critical time. That was when Francis was seeking to reshape the American church's hierarchy, as I analyzed at the time, which for years has been deeply enmeshed in Russo-collaborationist, red Republican, insurgent party politics, and MAGA cultism. In other words, an apostasy in which a heresy is being born, an American heresy. It was during that 12-year period when there were big moves, such as Francis's firing of Bishop Robert Strickland of Tyler, Texas, an icon of extremist MAGA Catholics who defied Francis's teachings. It was also during that time that Cardinal Raymond Burke was booted from his palatial Vatican apartment and sent packing. He was a Trump-supporting COVID denier who was making a fortune on the MAGA-speaking circuit in America, and someone who also defied Francis's reforms. Prévost was there for all that and was deeply involved in helping carry out those decisions. Before taking that job in Roma, however, Prévost, who was born in Chicago and educated in these United States, had spent his early years as a priest in the Midwest, was in the field as a missionary in Peru, where he also became a citizen of that country. He was apostolic administrator of Chiclayo, then named the Bishop of Chiclayo by Francis in 2015, where he served until Francis brought him to Roma in 2023 and made him a cardinal. He got the experience as a missionary, a life experience that was vital to Francis's outlook in reaching the people and getting beyond the church's stone buildings, and then came to the Vatican to work with Francis in his last 12 years. Francis may have had a few people in mind when he was preparing over the years, but it was Prévost he clearly seemed focused on near the end of his life. The Cardinals' selection of Prévost, an American, sent shockwaves through the world of church scholars and pundits, since no one expected an American to become Pope because the United States has traditionally been seen as having too much power already. But I believe having an American as Pope at this point in time was part of Francis's plan. Prévost was active in recent months on X. He hadn't posted in all of 2024, but this year he slammed J.D. Vance, among other posts criticizing the Trump maladministration. I don't think any of this was an accident, as these social media posts would become big news, which they are, upon the Pope's death and Prévost's becoming Pope Leo, sending a very clear message. One opinion piece from the Catholic Standard that Prévost reposted just a few weeks ago was written by the auxiliary bishop of Washington, D.C., the Bishop Evelio Menjivar, who is from El Salvador and has been an undocumented immigrant himself for many years. It's a powerful piece, slamming the Trump maladministration. And here I'll read therefrom 2 paragraphs. The video of a student being accosted by masked agents after her visa was revoked without notice, apparently because of an op-ed she co-wrote years ago, is horrifying. Most egregiously, the government has now claimed the authority to unilaterally seize certain people based on mere suspicion, or because of their tattoos, and send them to a prison in El Salvador, accused of human rights abuses, all without review by a court to even determine their identity. The government admits some have been wrongfully deported, but officials are fighting attempts to right these wrongs. More than a few natural-born Americans are saying they do not recognize their country anymore, but many of us from other lands recognize all too well the terror of people being snatched by secret police and disappeared. We left our former countries precisely to get away from it. So, Pope Leo for president? His potential meeting with Obama guru, well, his guru Obama, is sparking speculation in that direction. By the way, I'm just going to give a check mark here to the latest image posted by Heather. I believe that's some more artwork of hers. Now, a Chicagoan leader having a closed-door meeting with the Democratic strategist David Axelrod the spring before the year's midterm elections is usually seen as a playbook for a big announcement. Pope Leo XIV's reported confab with the former senior advisor to former President Barack Obama on April 9th stoked all sorts of speculation. Was the pontiff going to formally meet with the 44th president? Announce a new communications strategy? Or maybe, as some eyebrow-raising posts on social media jokingly teased, foreshadowing a possible papal presidential run. For instance, when Christopher Hale, a Democratic activist and the author of the Substack site Letters from Leo, posted to his more than 65,000 followers on X about the Pontiff and Axelrod meeting, one user had a bit of fun. To his 31,000 followers, here we are. That was a screenshot of the Pope opening up the Jubilee door. Thank you for that, but it's obviously been altered. Thank you, honey. At any rate, to his 31,000 followers, the ex-user, Keith Nagy, a communications staffer for California Democratic Representative Zoe Lofgren, humorously replied, complete with an apparent AI image of the Pope in a cornfield, "Pope Leo to visit Iowa, sources familiar say." In other words, insinuating a stump speech. And on April 11th, the ex-user, Enting-Germantum, yes, with more than 110,000 followers, cheekily asked in a post, who would be the funniest Dem to win in 2028 and just end up being a really good president somehow? And to his more than 1.4 million followers on X, Derek Guy, the noted menswear writer, responded, "The Pope!" Jokes aside, Leo has emerged as a serious critic of the Iran war in recent weeks, boosting his profile on the world stage. But could the leader of the Roman Catholic Church actually run for president? Since the Pope is an American, he would technically qualify under the United States Constitution as a natural-born United States citizen, at least 35 years old, Pope Leo is 70, and a 14-year resident who could run for president of these United States. But don't get any hopes up. It would be almost functionally impossible for Leo to do so because of the Church's canon law that prohibits clergy from holding public office, not to mention the Pope being a foreign head of state and the conflict of dual loyalty. Hale, who oversaw national Catholic outreach for Obama's 2012 re-election campaign, told USA Today, "The Pope is not going to run for president. He's legally able to, but he's not going to. He's also still a registered voter who voted absentee in the 2024 general election. We just don't know who he voted for." Well, I think we can assume. Now, emphasizing that it is strongly encouraged that the ordained do not seek public office, Father Francis X. Clooney, a professor of divinity and comparative theology at the Harvard Divinity School, said, "The idea that clerics, people who are ordained priests, bishops, cardinals, and popes, are pretty much told to stay out of politics. But if there are issues for the good of the community, a priest or bishop can speak out, but it's not likely they would run for any public office." Clooney recalled Pope John Paul II in 1981, asking then Massachusetts Representative Father Robert Drinan, the first Catholic priest to serve as a voting member in Congress, to choose between his congressional duties or his priestly obligations. Drinan was a Democrat who ran on an anti-war platform, defeating the 14-term incumbent Philip Philbin, and served for 10 years as a congressman. Drinan was critical of the United States' role in the Vietnam War and introduced the first impeachment resolution against Richard Mulhouse Nixon. Now, Leo is criticizing Trump's Iran war. President Donald Trump is accustomed to criticism from Democrats and even MAGA-aligned media figures, whom he lashed out at in a Truth Social post this past week. But the English-speaking pontiff has risen as an influential American critic living in the Vatican, using his platform on the world stage as a moral contrast to the president's more bombastic rhetoric and aggressive abuse of executive power. Leo's recent public comments on social media criticizing the war have even led some to speculate whether the president has actually threatened him. So, as Brendan says, so are they afraid of that precedent? Someone gets voted in for impeachment. I think that's a very astute observation, Brendan. Yes. That literally this man is by Catholic doctrine, infallible. And he's pointing out Trump as a very fallible man. And say he gives the papal order, this is a holy war. Vote conscientiously. Then, well, if Catholics don't vote, they are performing a form of heresy if they don't vote as the Pope asks. Trump is afraid of that. He's afraid of God's judgment. Now, unlike previous popes who offered more general critiques of political and economic systems along with cultural and social values, Leo is being specific. Exempli gratiae, he used his Palm Sunday message to directly address the Iran war, saying God does not listen to the prayers of those who wage war, but rejects them. That stood in contrast to some conservative American religious leaders, such as the Reverend Franklin Graham, who prayed for victory over Iran. He says, by the way, the podcasters turned on the exorcistos after Trump got pissed. Well, there you go. Surprise, surprise, surprise. As, what the fuck was his name? Gomer Pyle. I forget the actor's name.
Yeah, Gomer.
What was the actor's name?
But these...
Yeah, but anyhow, go on with these
fuckers.
I
forget his name.
So they turned against...
I'm not that old.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, suddenly
Jim Neighbors. Jim Neighbors. Yeah, but go on. Yeah, Jim
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's like ancient history.
It is. I'm showing my age. That's what I grew up with. Yeah, but go on. Yes. So continue about.
But suddenly,
Father Ripperger. Yes. That's it.
Suddenly they came out against Ripperger and the other guy and said, we don't want to have him on because people, some people had litigation against him, as if that wasn't like everyone.
Yeah. No shit.
In America.
Yeah. No shit. Jesus Christ, what a load of shit. So Trump got all pissed by what the Catholic Church is saying. Thank you, Brent.
And all those podcasters swear up and down they don't work for the CIA.
Yeah, no shit. Well, one of them can't. The guy who first interviewed him and brought him to our attention, his whole trip is he worked for the CIA. That's his shtick. That's his selling point.
Well, until people confront him on it, and then he says, I don't work for them.
Oh, that's right. You're right. Then he lies. That's true. Then he lies and says, oh, I don't work for them anymore or some shit like that.
Yeah, he says, right? I'm totally independent. It's like, well, obviously not.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Now, it should...
But that shows how demonic they are, is that they dispatched the exorcist, and then people in the public started wanting exorcisms, and then now they're saying, we don't want these people in our country.
There you go.
That's demonic.
Thank you. Purely so.
Basically.
Yes. That is a profound point. Thank you so much for bringing that up. Now, it should be noted that Pope Leo's Weltanschauung, did I say that right? Weltanschauung, his worldview? Or
Weltanschauung.
Yeah, and in the plurality, that would simply be Weltanschauungs, right? Worldviews. As leader of the Catholic Church, would not easily fit neatly into one political party or another in American politics. He has spoken up against the excesses of greed and capitalism, but has also denounced causes held dear by American liberals, including legalized abortion. Now, prior to becoming Pope, he reposted messages and op-eds, or opinion editorial columns, on X, formerly known as Twitter, that were viewed as being critical of Trump and now Vice President J.D. Vance, who is nominally Catholic. And public
Weltanschauungen would be the proper German, but they're saying you could use it in English as Weltanschauungs.
Okay,
because it's been appropriated. Yeah.
It's been so appropriated, yeah. But I should say Weltanschauungen. Thank you. And public records show Pope Leo has in the past voted in Republican primaries in Illinois. So he does have that background. However, Pope Leo has described Trump's recent apocalyptic threats.
Well, you would just assume, I mean, I don't know what they're trying to dig up, because you would just assume they vote Republican because of the abortion issue.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. That's always an assumption.
I don't think they really get into the minutia, but I think they just draw the line there.
Yeah, it's
my assumption.
Doctrinaire. Yeah, it's simply doctrinaire. However, Pope Leo has described Trump's recent apocalyptic threats to Iran as truly unacceptable, while speaking to reporters on April 7th. The Pope urged listeners to reflect on the many innocent people in Iran, including children and the elderly, who have become victims of this escalation. He preached for peace, concluding, I would invite citizens of all the countries involved to contact the authorities, political leaders, congressmen, to ask them to work for peace and to reject war always. So, will Obama meet with Leo? Regarding a possible meeting between the Pope and Obama, the former president said a couple of months ago he wanted to meet the Pontiff, as they do have some commonalities, like their hometown and a favorite baseball team. On Brian Taylor Cohen's podcast in February, Obama said, being president, or even being an ex-president, I can kind of meet everybody. So I've met a lot of folks. The person who I have not met yet, and that I'm looking forward to meeting, and I hope to get an opportunity sometime in the future, is the new Pope, who's from Chicago, and a White Sox fan. Marianne Quizimano-Love, Politics Department Chairwoman at the Catholic University of America in Washington, D.C., said that it would not come as a surprise if the former president and the Pontiff do meet someday. To quote a she, I'm certain they have a mutual admiration for each other. It's also noteworthy that Prevost chose Leo for his name, meant to signify his carrying on the work of Pope Leo XIII, who was known as the Father of Social Justice. In his 1891 encyclical, Rerum Novarum, Pope Leo outlined the rights of workers to a fair wage, safety in the workplace, and the ability to form labor unions. Interestingly, the previous Pope Leo served from 1878 to 1903, during the entire presidency of Trump's favorite president, William McKinley, the fanatic on tariffs, who also emboldened big business to trample on workers lethally, to the point of, yes, mass murder and massacre. By the way, don't be afraid to say it out loud. Just to interject vocally, Brendan, that Rump is obsessed with his astrologic sign. So he probably feels like it's an affront to him as king. Yes. Like that's why they brought up Avignon.
He probably
Yeah,
exactly. So he got pissed off that he took the name Leo because Trump thinks it has to do with the kingly sign of Leo, but it has to more do with, like you said, the previous pope.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But in his head, everything's about him and his sign because he has just all those placements there. So he's like obsessed with it. Just everything's him.
Excellent.
So then when someone takes that name, he feels like, oh, only I can use that. You know,
Excellent analysis. Excellent analysis. Is Leo his
or that's
sun
one
sign?
of the reasons.
Yeah. Is Leo his sun sign?
No, it's his ascendant. He's got heavy placements in ascendant. Rahu, one of the lunar nodes, is there. His ascendant is there. His Mars is adjacent to it in a malefic sense. That's why he's so just trigger happy.
There you go.
And,
Jesus Christ.
But the important piece is that in the Vedic system, his sign, he's in the heart of the line. It's the star Regulus is on his ascendant, and it's known. The ancient Sanskrit name for it is called Magha.
Like Maga.
So,
yes. Mage.
Yeah, so that's
like
why
mage.
he took that.
Interesting.
Because the ancient sign of the lion was called Magha. So it's a
it.
very ancient term, but Americans can't say that with the soft H and stuff. So he made it his motto, MAGA.
He perverts
Americans
it.
have to say it that way.
Which also transliterates as mage, sorcerer. The mark of the beast on all their foreheads.
Yeah, the sorcerer kings. I mean, this is like the sorcerer king, but these were benevolent people.
Well, the mage kings were like the mage kings consecrated Jesus. They're the ones who titled Jesus. Jesus was simply Jesus until the mage kings out of China christened him the Christ.
Yeah,
So,
and they brought what? What are the three signs of the sun?
Yes.
Frankincense, myrrh, and gold.
Thank you.
3 solar symbols, meaning they were ruling under that sign and all of that, because that's what a true king is.
Excellent. Thank you. A sun king. Yes.
A sun king, yeah.
Like Japan's Emperor of the Sun. Excellent.
Right.
Excellent.
Because, I mean, you have to have those solar qualities to be a true ruler, but he has these just inversion, the pseudo version of it. Because Rahu is there. One of the lunar nodes is a darkening planet. And it's an enemy of the sun, so he's the inversion of that.
Yes.
So these people, whoever they pick, they have their chart. They know exactly who to put where.
Yeah.
As their dark chess pieces.
Yeah.
So,
Excellent analysis.
Anyways, I'll leave it there.
Well, deeply appreciated.
And then every time you look at these events and these charts, they all are exactly as per the Babylonian Chaldean astrology charts. Sidereal. Specifically. So whoever's doing it knows exactly what they're doing.
There you go. Indeed. Now, Provost also criticized Trump in his first midterm, often criticized him throughout his first midterm, on issues such as gun violence and immigration. I believe Francis understood the need for a pope who is from this culture, who speaks English fluently, who spars in his own voice on social media, and who could sit down with American television interviewers and lay out the case against harsh policies and attacks on the marginalized. While the United States is ultimately just one country among many, and while the church...
I hate to mundanify it, but you remember when they gave him the baseball hat? And then he was a bro. Everyone was like, "Oh, we love the new pope. He's a bro."
There you go.
So it's just, they picked him
Yeah.
knowing that would
Yeah.
work.
No other pope could
Oh,
do
look,
that.
he's wearing white socks. He's wearing white socks.
Yeah, no
He's
Euro.
one of us.
Yeah, no Euro pope could do that. Yeah,
No.
thank you.
Even the South American Pope would think that was absurd, but he could do it because he's from Chicago.
Thank you. He's a Chi-Town boy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And while the United States,
and you remember the trip I was on about the baseball or the hat, all of a sudden the hat is like,
oh yeah, tell people about that. Yeah, when you put on a hat.
in America, you put on a trucker hat, you're like a whole new person. They don't even know who you are.
Yeah. Oh,
hey man, when did you start working here?
Yeah. Oh, dude, you instantly became one of the guys.
Yeah.
You may as well have been holding a beer in your hand.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
So that's the lens. It's like putting a lens on. It's saying, I'm one of the bar guys.
Yeah.
Even if you're the Pope, which just shows how crazy America is.
Yeah. There you have it.
He's one of us. When no one is holy.
Yeah. No shit. And now, while America is ultimately just one country among many, and while the church is growing much more in Asia and Africa, Francis had to see, as many of us have, that right now Trump is an existential threat to everything in the world that is held sacred, including the Catholic Church itself. The Vatican is smack dab in the middle of the European Union, under attack by Trump's trade war and by the American empire's encouragement of Vladimir Putin's encroachment on Europe. And the Vatican is surely impacted by any weakening of NATO. But it's, of course, beyond self-preservation. The causes that Francis promoted, supporting migrants, helping the poor and marginalized, saving the planet itself, are all under assault.
In fact, you've said this, the Vatican is a result of the Axis agreement.
Thank you.
You have to leave the Vatican sovereign.
Yes.
That was Mussolini.
Of Benito Mussolini. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. And they've honored it. They've honored it for all these years. So
absolutely.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now
and Switzerland was always neutral. So,
yes, and Switzerland provides their mercenaries. Yeah. All the Vatican's army is Swiss mercenaries. Yes.
Exactly.
Yes. And of course that involves the Vatican with the banking, which is important. And you just pointed out the thing about the banking. What do you make of that? What do you make of what's going on with the banking?
Well, he's trying to keep the reforms, or he's trying to revoke the reforms to make it the structure more feasible.
Thank you.
The Vatican structure more feasible, because he's actually using the papal power that some of the more recent popes haven't used recently. They just let other people delegate.
Right.
And that allowed these bankers in, which which these people are kind of, not dedicated to the faith. Let's put it that way.
Yes.
There could be issues with, what is it called? Conflict of interest. So he brought them back under the fold, the money back under the fold of the papal office, which people are saying is a good thing, because he's one of the few popes in recent history that has the mental capacity to actually do that. So he's very shrewd. He's actually a very smart guy.
And this is, by the way, because he is an American. Not your average American, but because he's an American. He understands the need for the global integration of the monetary system. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the article explains a bit, if you want to go into that, but it would
sure, if you feel like it. Yeah, if you feel like it, just go ahead. You can take a little snippet out of it and read it to us.
Yes, it says here, Pope Leo canceled the Vatican Bank's sole authority over investments held by the city-state, rolling back the financial reforms of Francis. In the short decree, the Vatican Bank, known officially as the Institute for the Works of Religion, would no longer control all the investments made by Vatican departments, as Francis had mandated. He annulled the previous mandate, but said they will continue to use it unless the competent bodies deem it more efficient to resort to financial intermediaries in other states. the Vatican's financial reputation was tarnished by cases of corruption, embezzlement, other crimes. The new decree mandates Vatican departments to follow the investment policies. So it sounds like he's tightening control. That's what to me what that sounds like.
Interesting. Well, just very fascinating. I'll look more into it and see what I can ascertain.
Oh, here it is.
Yes.
It says the decision gives Vatican departments freedom to use foreign banks.
There we are. There we are. That's the crux, as they would say. So thank you for that. That's now,
which would mean, I'm assuming, would mean Bavaria and Switzerland, right?
In particular, yeah, that would be the opening steps. Yes, of course. Yeah. That goes without
saying.
Well,
they're the only people with money.
Yeah, that's right. In this day and age, at least close
and
by.
Catholic. They're only Catholic people with money. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tons of money. Tons of money.
That's true.
Because the Brits are used. I think a lot of the British people are losing faith. More of them are going back to Catholicism because they've seen their church, basically, they consider it a fail.
Interesting.
Stunt they pulled with the Archbishop and all that stuff. So.
Wow. And tell us about that. What's your own impression of what happened with the Archbishop? Now a female, right?
Well, they appointed the chick, and then they're allowing a lot more. You know, I don't want to say too much because you know my feelings in England about. I don't want to piss them off too much.
Right.
But I mean, the people didn't like what they did, basically, policy wise. They're a little too lax, let's say.
Interesting. Okay. So we'll see what happens with.
Not to mention breaking from tradition, like 700-800-year-old traditions, like
such as
the Archbishop.
The
Archbishop being female.
Got it. Yeah. I mean, that was glaring. I thought it progressive, but I guess a lot of people find that to be almost heretical or almost an inversion.
It just seemed unnecessary, I think. Okay. It just seemed unnecessary to some people. I don't really care, but
yeah.
Because I'm Orthodox. So.
I hear you, though. Yeah, certainly England, the way it stands today. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, that's all the gamers are gonna, of course they'll.
Yeah, you get how you would get what they would say. I just don't want to go too much.
Yeah. We don't need to express what they would say, but we know that they would not be welcoming of her, and this would be a development they would consider woke, and therefore broke. Yeah. Exactly. So I get it. Now, as Brendan asked earlier, we don't know a lot about Leo's recent beliefs and positions on women in the church, 2S, LGBTQ+ rights, and other issues. Like Francis himself, he showed some hostility to gay rights many years ago, almost 15 years ago, in fact, when, my son and sugar daddy didn't get married till about half a decade after that. But like Francis, Rovist likely evolved, like many other leaders. He recently remained open, though not fully committed, to Francis's having allowed blessings of same-sex unions. And he has supported Francis's commitment to synodality, diverse inclusiveness from grassroots laypeople in the church, which the American conservatives in the church have fiercely opposed. My hunch is that Francis told him to keep his powder dry on the issue, as Francis did before he was Pope. But we'll know in time. What is true is that there is no going back now to the arch-conservatives, or should I say, the Amero-Paleo-reactionaries. Francis's legacy lives on. It lives on in Provost. And now there is a voice in the Vatican who is both a citizen of Peru and these United States. Someone whose maternal grandparents were Creole people of color from Louisiana. I don't know if any of you knew that. In other words, he's a lot more black than Peter Moon ever fantasized himself to be. He's not only the first American pope.
That's good news.
Yeah, but he's the first black pope.
But I would assume that Trump is working on trying to pull his citizenship as we speak.
Oh, no doubt. You've got it hands down.
That's why he said he didn't want to come, because they could. He was saying that's
They'll
what they
lynch
threatened.
him. They'll fucking lynch him. Yeah. They'll
Imagine that if the Americans. That's like something out of an anime where they imprison the Pope. My God.
Yeah. And yet I could see it happening under Trump.
Allegedly, that's what they told him. They said, if you come here, we will capture you.
That's when they were talking about Avignon, when they're alluding to Avignon.
That's what they said. Yeah,
that's a threat.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a direct threat. And Pope Leo is someone with an enormous...
Didn't they kill the Pope at that time?
Yes.
They should have killed him.
Yes, they murdered.
Yeah, so that's even worse than capturing.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Well, he was ultimately beaten, tortured to death. Yeah, he died of his injuries and murdered. Yeah,
which is why the Swiss Guard told them we will not allow you to go to the United States. That's because they're going to murder you.
Yeah, because they're responsible for his security. That's absolutely true. Yes. And of course, regardless, the Pope is someone with an enormous platform who looks like he will be an outspoken, homegrown counterpoint for all Americans and the world to the brutality of the Trump era. In speaking of brutality, while Iran and the American empire have failed to reach a peace deal, Viktor Orbán has conceded to Peter Magyar's Tisza after projections proved the opposition winning 2/3 of the majority at the least, ending 16 years of Rus-American occupation governance in Magyarország, or Hungary. To reiterate the Hungarian election results, Viktor Orbán faced a pivotal election today. It's still prior midnight here on the left coast, so it was today, and has conceded the Hungarian election that will end his 16-year misrule over Hungary. Hungary went to the polls today in a key test for Prime Minister Viktor Orbán. Usually, an election would pose little risk for Orbán, but this time he trailed in all polls that were legitimate.
He failed.
It
says here, despite his gerrymandering of districts that required the other party to gain 5% more votes than the Fidesz party, they were smashed. 80% record voting turnout. So the people spoke.
Yeah. God bless them.
So there you go.
It was a popular revolution, a peaceful revolution. God bless the Hungarian people. And Peter Magyar, who is currently leading all the polls. He considers the vote a referendum on Hungary's place in the world. Between Orbán's...
the crowd was chanting, Europa, Europa.
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
This is his quote. This is Magyar's translated quote. It says, truth prevailed over lies, and we won because Hungarians didn't ask what their homeland could do for them. They asked what they could do for their homeland, quoting Kennedy.
Yeah.
You found the answer and you followed through. That's what he said. So he even quoted Kennedy. Isn't that nice?
Yeah, well, how ironic, since he's fighting an American occupation. But it's just.
He did it pointedly, obviously.
Of course. Well, of course he would. Kennedy was a Roman Catholic. Just like, the Hungarian people. Now,
but the fact that he tried to rig it.
Oh, yeah, of course. Well,
and he still lost.
Well, it's what's going to happen to the Republicans here. Yeah, go on.
It says here, people in Hungary brought back a 1956 anti-Soviet phrase used in the 50s anti-Soviet revolution. Russisch Hazar. Russians go home.
I love it. I love it.
So
beautiful.
That's nice.
Beautiful. Fuck the Russians.
Moscow friendly. Yeah, they said it.
Americans. Yeah, fuck the Americans and their Russian masters. You know, God bless the Hungarian people. And
well, in their defense, it's like I wouldn't throw away $500 billion for Putin's nonsense.
Thank you. Yes. Feel free to read this aloud. Do you want to read this paragraph aloud?
I pretty much just did. I said, this Moscow-friendly approach was rejected by many in Hungary, meaning Orbán's approach. The chance of Ruski Kaza, or Russians go home, was a phrase widely used during Hungary's 1956 anti-Soviet revolution. They were widely heard in Budapest as Orbán's defeat became clear. Yeah, go send him to Siberia.
Yes, please.
That's basically what they were saying. European Commission Ursula von der Leyen hailed Magyar's victory on X as Europe's heart is beating stronger in Hungary.
Well, there we have it. As well it should. Hungary was always historically Europe's shield and buckler from the Turks. They're the people who gave...
Oh, I bet Erdogan's crying. He's crying.
Erdogan, wait. Oh, remind me. Oh, Erdogan! The fucking Turk! Yeah, Recep Tayyip Erdogan.
And his chart is looking pretty bad too, by the way. He has a Saturn return coming.
Good!
He won't be in power for like past 2028. So.
Well, yeah, one hope.
According to his Babylonian chart. So.
The guy's been a walking dead man forever. He's the dictator of Turkey, piece of shit.
Right.
Yeah, and...
well, his chart is weakening. His Saturn's weakening.
Well, I hope he's not replaced by somebody worse than he is. The Turks produce some of the worst.
Yeah, well, I think just like this situation is the people are way more chill because of the internet.
Yes, thank
you. It's not like the old days where someone could just grab it and make everyone follow. I think
they've done that in America because of the internet. It's because of the internet they've
but Americans are but this we
Americans
know why that
fuck like that. Americans are like the opposite of any other human being. Yes.
Yeah. It's like, I mean, they're like swamp monsters. We're like swamp monster radioactive waste.
Yes.
Compared to, I mean, I'm thinking just, normal people that are trying to scratch out a living, they can see what other countries are doing.
Yes.
So if some lunatic comes in and says, I am better, it's like everyone can see. That's the benefit of the age of Aquarius. It's like the people, the population, it's despite it being a tough sign, like an air sign, and it's very mental.
Yeah.
It's actually an egalitarian sign. That's why the hippies were saying age of Aquarius. It's a humanist sign.
Yeah.
So humans, the population will be able to choose with actual knowledge and wisdom as opposed to just blind faith. So that's the good news.
Excellent. And as I said about Peter Magyar, he considered this vote a referendum on Hungary's place in the world, between Viktor Orbán's self-described illiberal path and reintegration with the West.
Illiterate?
Yeah, it should be illiterate. Thank you. Now, Peter Magyar, his center-right Tigel party. Center-right now. That's fascist.
Centrists.
Yes, centrist. Yeah, was projected. They remember,
as usual, you called it.
Yeah, thank you. And by the way, aside from that, and thank you for that,
he was actually he was an ally of Orbán at one point, but he used it as a stepping stone.
Yeah, before he knew better, or he used it as a stepping stone, like you said. Now, bear in mind, to everyone listening, in a very real sense, technically, this election never took place because it didn't need to, because Orbán conceded before it really did. He didn't even, really let it roll because there was no point. And, but the people spoke and he had to step down. Or as Brendan said, they were carrying torches. They would have torched him if he didn't. And I mean, literally, they don't fuck around in those places.
Yeah, if you see the footage, they had torches ready for him. Because you wouldn't just bring that to a political rally.
No.
It wasn't for celebration.
No, this is what this is what the Romanians did to Ceausescu. He didn't want to repeat the Ceausescu experience.
The Germans are polite and they don't put those photos in, but you can see them on other sites.
Thank you.
That they had like a lynch mob ready for this guy.
Yeah, and rightly so. So this all won Hungary's parliamentary election. That's where the votes counted, bringing an end to 16 years of authoritarian rule under Viktor Orbán, a far-right ally of both the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin and his puppet president Donald Trump. Orbán signaled defeat as he spraketh to supporters in Budapest. He said the election result is clear and it is painful for his Putinista party. To quote his T, the responsibility and possibility of governing was never given to us. Meaning, of course, they were never in governance. The Russians and Americans always were. He just copped it right then and there. He was never anything but a meat sock puppet on Putin's dick with his own dick up Trump's ass. And the Americans were looking at Hungary under Orban as the role model for the United States. Now, that European dictator has been a choral voice opposing sanctions on the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire, along other failed vestige states seeking to reassemble the Iron Curtain, and has been embraced by Vladimir Putin, MAGA leaders, and the Vice President J.D. Vance, who personally flew to Budapest to stump for his fellow Putinista in the final stretch of this campaign. Which tells you everything you need to fucking know. Now with that, we take a look at, this wonderful post from our man Brendan, BBC. Watch, Pope Leo spins a basketball on his finger with help from the Harlem Globetrotters. But a red, white, and blue basketball.
I wonder if that's why they got pissed.
Yeah.
Oh, here, I found the torch photos.
Oh, cool.
Just so people can, they were waiting for him.
Yeah. Oh, give me a second here so I can, my computer, of course, at this hour then tends to get a little spinny. Okay, so let's heart that, and then we're going to get some incoming links from Brendan here. And this will probably take us to the close of the live stream tonight with...
wait, don't let me get off track here.
No, it's just, if I get on the next subject, which is the peace talks, well, that could take hours.
Oh, you mean, what peace talk? There ain't no peace talk.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Imagine how fallen America is, where we have to go to Pakistan, Kabul as the peace center. I mean, this is pathetic. A country that is at war with Afghanistan, they're the peace guys. Really? Afghanistan, they're at war at both their borders, and we're supposed to be going there for peace talk. I mean, what a joke.
It goes to show you yes, you're right. I mean, it's apropos nonetheless. It's apropos. Because it's all a game. It's a farce. It's a farce. So I love these images of Hungary. You know what this reminds me of? When the Berlin Wall fell down. This is a repeat,
what it's like.
Yeah, of when the Berlin Wall fell down. Honestly, these people are finally breathing free. You know, honestly, I see it here. Russia, go home. Rushik Haza. Rushik Haza. I love it.
Get the fuck out. Yeah, good.
Yeah. Fucking Ruskies, yes, that's right. About fucking time, yes, and it's about time we say this. Then there goes our man. Everybody is holding him. He's being lifted aloft. He's waving the Hungarian flag, and by God, they've got to get the shields back on those flags. I hate these plain ass tricolors. These tricolors just don't cut it for me.
Yeah, it looks like Italy.
Yeah. Well, you confuse them all because they all look alike, you know. So you've got to only Germany's is different because the colors are so stark and dark.
They got to keep the eagle. They got to keep the eagle.
Yeah, well, it's they don't use it all the time, and it's like
BDR is just the colors. That's right.
Yeah, and private citizens can't fly the eagle without federal permission or some shit like that. It's very complicated. Everything is complicated over there.
They're very the law is there, but even as a people, they're not flag wavers. They're guilt tripped too much.
Yeah, it's so true. It's so true.
When they come here, they think it's strange.
Of course. No, they know we're fucking nuts, but they're all raised in self-loathing. I mean, well, we've got great numbers. I feel guilty about closing transmission, but if I go into those peace talks, we're gonna be here all night. I mean, because
I know you have to say it out of convenience, but it was anti-peace.
Yeah,
they went there and then had a what we used to call a BF, bitch fit.
Yeah,
and then just left and then just said, "Oh, they didn't agree to our demands. It's like, okay, that's not what a peace talk is.
Yeah, thank you. No, it was
where they had red line demands. I mean, why even fly there? It's a waste of time.
It's all a political farce, and it's just literally like acting out. It's
well, how does the whole world just let two wonderful, beautiful countries just destroy the world? I mean,
no shit. Russia
it's not
and America,
helping
you mean?
anybody.
Russia and America, you mean? Or Israel and America. Israel and America, of course. Yeah, but throw Russia and China in there too. It's 4 countries. 4 fucked up countries.
Right.
That are,
well, 2 of them are like pretty much failed. There's one, let's not get it, but you get the point.
Failed. By that you mean the Russian state? Unfortunately, they're succeeding.
Well,
in so much of that.
China and Russia are pretty much.
Yeah.
And I get the viewpoints of some other people that we've talked to before.
Yeah.
I understand.
But
they're not. The Chinese people are good. The Russian people are good. It's the horrible people.
Actually, you have to hold them responsible ultimately for their governments. No, the Chinese people.
Well, they've been brainwashed.
Yeah, they've been brainwashed. It's really
like at what point do you hold them accountable?
You have to hold
how
them.
Many generations?
You have to hold them accountable when their own fucking president eliminated term limits. The Chinese people should have stood up. When you have the Chinese Communist Party install term limits, and this fucker comes along and says, no, I want to be the new Mao, and the Chinese people just sat and took it while he has other former Chinese presidents escorted out with an armed guard.
Right.
Yes, the Chinese people should have stood up. Yes.
But he was holding the grandma, the baby.
Yeah,
don't forget about that.
Yeah, that shit goes around tickling babies and holding grandma.
Yeah.
That just shows how desperate he is. So when Sammy talked to me privately the other night, he called me before I left for the weekend. Actually, it was on Thursday night, and he couldn't sleep. Then when he called me, and he said, if China and America went head-to-head alone, mano a mano, he felt the communist Chinese would wipe the floor with America's face. And I'm like, dude.
I mean, it depends on the theater.
I said, doesn't depend on the theater. Xi Jinping just purged his entire military high command and replaced them all with political cronies. So I said, so did we. So I said, it's going to be
like 2 blind people.
Yeah, I said it's going to be like 2 giant, blind, retarded baby Hueys rolling around in a mud sumo. It's like midget mud wrestling. It's going to be midget mud wrestling is what you're going to get. This is a fight which the whole world's going to root for both sides to lose. And both sides will oblige them. It'll be that bad. It'll be like they'll roll around in the mud blindly and cry like babies and just fumble over each other like idiots and wind up butt fucking somehow. Is somehow in a 69 position, sucking each other's cocks. Disgusting. It's just gonna be like that's the only part of the organ that'll stand out for either one of them, and they'll grab it and then start moaning in pleasure when they're like, that's what their wrestling match will turn into. And we'll all have to watch it. We won't have a choice. We'll all be sitting there trapped, watching that. And yes, it's just what a fucking joke. Well, Brendan dropped off. I guess he couldn't take anymore. He said, "Oh, this is just too much. I can't handle this." All right, and in a sense, neither can I. Well, we're gonna hit starting off with the so-called peace talks. Never has any activity been more farcically misnamed. On Wednesday night, which will be here before you know it, same Dietrich time, same Dietrich channel. I want all of you to return, tell a friend, bring an enemy. They'll need it the most, the education. And by all means, I need your help. We're trying to raise $300 to compensate for what I spent on technical support and a phone that will function for the foreseeable future. And I'm not going to take a risk on these free phones. They just don't work. Literally do not work. And with that, I suppose I could if I wanted to, because our numbers are so good. dive a little bit into the peace talks because you had Vice President J.D. Vance, who personally flew to Budapest to stump for his fellow Putinista in the final stretch of a failed campaign. Then, after 21 hours of negotiating in Pakistan, the Vice President J.D. Vance said that Iranian and American delegations had failed to reach any deal to end the war, with the Vice President insisting the United States needs a firmer commitment that Iran will not develop a nuclear weapon, himself asserting, "We've made very clear what our red lines are," adding that Iran has chosen not to accept our terms. Of course these peace talks would fail. Trump's closure of the Hormuz Strait was designed to backfire because war sold to MAGA America by the Israel lobby as total regime change has ended as a stalemate. Iran and the American empire have failed to reach an agreement after 21 hours of talks in Pakistan. I can't say I'm surprised. After all, we didn't have to wait for the negotiations to conclude to make an informed guess of the outcome. We needed merely to consider the shape of things beforehand to know that Donald Trump's hoped for New World disorder would fall into New World chaos. Iran and Judea-America agreed a ceasefire conditional on the Islamic Republic's complete opening of the Strait of Hormuz. It has so far refused to honor that condition. The Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson, Ismail Baghei, is advising patience, asserting that a diplomatic breakthrough was highly unlikely after just one round of talks. To quote St., "Naturally, from the beginning we should not have expected to reach an agreement in a single session. No one had such an expectation." Now, all right, it's kind of a peek of things to come. Once I get into this zone, I don't stop. And God knows we'll be getting into the zone as soon as I can on Wednesday night. Same Dietrich time, same Dietrich channel. Bring a friend and spread the word. If you cannot contribute, you must distribute. It's your war. You've got to fight it. And I won't be able to lead you to a better world without your spreading the word that I exist, that the son of Adolf Hitler is alive and well, and completely suppressed by the very military-industrial occult complex that he brought down such a substantial part of. And, of course, I need your financial support, or the war cannot be waged at all. I won't be here to lead you to a better place. With that, we're ending live stream. Our man's awake. Dear sir, dear Aristides, if you'd be so kind, say good morning and to everyone, and welcome them back for Wednesday. I mean, welcome them to return on Wednesday, if you would be so kind.
Good morning, and please see the fresh link in the chat if that's the help you needed to contribute. And other than that, we'll see you next time.
Thank you so much. Goddess bless you, and sweet be thy dreams, and most blessed be thy slumber. Okay, take care.
Thank you.
Stay safe and be well. Okay, ending stream. With that, we just give it a few seconds to make certain that the remarks don't get canceled with the uploading. When it publishes, the last remarks have to be given a few minutes to make certain that they upload with the episode. If I end the stream too soon, then they won't be published. So with that in mind, other than that, you're doing okay recently, or anything you want to share with the public? I mean, how's things? Any follow-ups onto the minor surgery you've recently had a few months ago?
Everything's good there.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Excellent. With that,
moving on.
Wonderful. Feeling better than before, right?
Yeah.
Excellent. Good. With that, we're ending stream. Okay.
All right.
Press the end button. Triple redundancy process.